Hence, the light Tokugawa shogunate era.
Hello? Hello, do you hear me?
Right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this beautiful spring morning. And this year, Jamestown celebrates its 40th year, and I think we've got quite an interesting program of events that will be coming through later this year. But this is really one of the highlights of our spring, and I want to thank all of you for coming here today in person, and for all of those that are joining us online. Today's event with the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum puts our attention squarely on some of the big questions that concern all of us about the future of Russia, or the Russian Federation, rather. I think too many Westerners, including myself once, thought of the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation as Russia without considering the Union or the Federation part of it. Even otherwise astute leaders in the 20th century used Russia almost interchangeably with the Soviet Union and with the Russian Federation. Again, forgetting that there are a great many other nations that are a part of that federation or were a part of that union, and not always by their own choice. Obviously, in this gathering, we all know somewhat differently about what that Russia includes. I think one of the central lessons of the 20th century has to be this: to take seriously the national aspirations for self-governance and for independence. As imperfect as the Versailles Conference was 105 years ago, it heralded a new moment in international relations. The great powers thereafter would have to address unmet demands for national self-determination, either at the negotiating table or on the battlefield. The leaders who chose the latter consigned their legacy to one of failure and national disaster. Now we see a Russia that is bursting at its seams under the pressure created by Putin's second invasion of Ukraine. Putin has clearly been trying to shelter the Russian population, but he is doing so once again by Russia's imperial practices, placing the war burden on many of the nations that are represented here in this room, and to protect his power base and to protect the Russian people from the consequences of their actions. Many of you will know the pressures better than I: the higher crime rates, struggling industry, official lies about battlefield deaths, convict labor, and what some of Jamestown's analysts have been calling the paramilitarization of Russian society and state. And I am proud to lead an organization that has covered these fractures week in and week out, unlike nearly any other think tank or other research organization out there. And I should just say, Jamestown will continue to do so. This is one of our priority areas. It always has been, and it always will be. We cannot predict if or when the Russian Federation will fracture, but our experience should have taught us the importance of being prepared and recognizing the possibility. Today is a necessary step toward that preparation. But before I introduce our first speaker, I want to give a particular thanks to Margarita Asanova, our senior fellow, and Oleg of the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum for their tireless efforts to organize this conference and get everyone here today, and to arrange all of the speakers in the agenda. And also to Jamestown staff, but in particular Josh Haney, standing there by the screen, who has done an excellent job of organizing Jamestown's effort to put this conference together. And lastly, to Smurf Events for providing the audio and visual support to make this possible. So with that, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Ms. Anna Fortiga, who has served as a Polish member of the European Parliament from 2004 and 2005, and since 2014 to the present. She was the spokesperson on foreign affairs for the European Conservative and Reformist Party, ECR, in the previous legislature chair of the Subcommittee on Secretary of Defense of the European Parliament, and vice president of the ECR party. She was a member and then head of the International Office of the Independent Self-Governing Trade Unions, or Solidarity, in the 1980s and 1990s. And after 1992, she served in many public positions, including the position of Deputy Mayor of Gdansk, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland from 2006 to 2007, and then Chief of the Chancellery of the President-elect Kaczynski, 2007 and 2008. From 2006 to 2010, she was a member of the National Security Council, and she served as a member of the Polish Parliament, Sejm, in 2011 to 2014. In 2020, she was appointed by the NATO Secretary General to the NATO Reflection Group, and in June 2022, she joined the Group on International Security Guarantees for Ukraine. She has been a good friend of Jamestown and our senior fellows, and is, I think, one of the great European leaders of the last 3 decades. With that, over to you, Anne.
Thank you very much indeed, President, and thanks to both Jamestown and the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum for hosting me during this important event in Washington, D.C. I was really lucky to participate in forums since the outset, during first forum in Warsaw, and then consecutive ones, including very important in happening in Brussels previous year, gathering representatives of numerous nations. You are right, President, that usually thinking about the Tsarist Russia or the Soviet Union, not to speak about current Russian current form of Russian Federation, we usually take into account policy of Russia, and speaking about opposition, we usually think about those native Russians opposing the autocratic regime, while for decades, if not centuries, we used to name Russia a prison of nations, knowing about tragic fate of nations like Circassians in the 19th century or others. Currently, we know when Putin sends troops to Ukraine, that predominantly he tends to send representatives of imprisoned nations, of those who not necessarily participate within the federation on their free will. We have to remember 2 Chechen wars, or wars waged by Kremlin against the Chechen people in 1990s, and ending with the slaughter of population. In particular, we remember Chechen children. Imagine there were more than 40,000 of them, thousands of them killed by Kremlin troops during their uprising. And actually, not all of us aware of this genocide or genocidal actions taken by Kremlin. Now, with full-scale invasion of Russian Federation against Ukraine, those who participate in political activity on the international arena, coming from Central and Eastern Europe, it is more than obvious that result of the war in Ukraine is to be freedom of further nations, because so many of them really long for this freedom, independence, and self determination. Um, I belong to the nation that for over 100 years, 123 years, experience partition and subordination to big powers of Europe, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. And actually gaining freedom and independence in 1918 after the First World War. Therefore, longing for this freedom in time when everybody was afraid of great war and remembering this great war and as one of the major disasters happening to the world. Yet for us, it has been remembered first as for and foremost and as opportunity to regain freedom and independence. Unfortunately, it was not the case after the Second World War. We were still under communism boot. But what I want to say now is there is never a time ripe enough to say that nations can easily, freely aim for peaceful changes in terms of regaining freedom. Every time we should support this kind of aspirations. I speak about this when we expect further escalation of the dire situation in the Middle East after unprecedented attack waged by Iran on Israel and possible farther cases with far in the east, in particular destabilizing freedom of navigation in Taiwan Strait. Yet I'm absolutely sure that all these events are linked together. Therefore, within NATO, we take the 360 degrees approach, and we have to think about a situation that is in our eastern flank, namely after invasion of Ukraine. I think that what is inevitable is for nations belonging currently to the Russian Federation to step by step regain more independence. It may be possible for some of them to once more aim at refederalization, but it should be done on differently or on totally different criteria and principles, allowing them to develop according to their national aspirations. I know so many of them, and I know how long they used to fight for this cause. Once more, we stand by you, and regardless of international situation, we wish you freedom and independence. And I would like to convince my Western colleagues, my Western leaders, that artificial control of the situation by Kremlin is not secure. The criminal in the war criminal on the top of a very powerful state does not mean security. Actually, he is more and more unpredictable. And therefore, I think that rupture of the Russian Federation, although complicating situation and probably difficult to control, is more secure than leaving this part of the world in the hands of simply somebody resembling Adolf Hitler. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Anna, and for appearing for us. Poland, we only wish we could have you here in person. It was so delightful when you stopped.
I'm sorry, it is the end of this legislature, and still a lot of work here in Brussels, but my greetings from Brussels.
But because we have such a full day, I'd like to invite our first panel to come up. Margarita, please, and the other speakers.
Okay, everyone from the first panel, please join me at the table. Okay, while my colleagues are taking their places, I want to extend really my sincere thanks to Oleg Mozeletsky for putting such great panels. At first, I was taken aback by having so many people on one panel, but then I looked at the bios of all of the speakers that are speaking today, and I was literally blown away. They're incredible people with incredible biographies. I'm going to introduce them now, and by the way, at each panel. But I'm going to introduce my panel today. We're going to start with Paul Goebel, who is a senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation. And he is also a longtime specialist on ethnic and religious questions in Eurasia. Paul has distinguished career working for the government, advising the State Department during the breakup of the Soviet Union, and now providing his insights about what is happening in Russia and what could happen in Russia in the future. Paul, thank you for being with us today. We have Paul.
Now I've unmuted.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's an even greater pleasure that such a meeting is taking place. Those of us who are old enough to remember in the years before the end of the Soviet Union know that there were not very many similar meetings then, because there was much less readiness to admit that the Soviet Union was about to come apart than there is now that the Russian Federation is headed to the dustbin of history. And I think that represents real progress. The problem is that there's a lot more progress that has to be made, and I think this is a very good place for us to start. I've given my paper to Margarita, and so I'm going to be very brief. Anyone who wants my fuller thoughts on this can get a copy from her.
We're going to publish it, Paul, on our website.
Right. Most people in the West today, unfortunately, still assume that the coming disintegration of the Russian Federation will be quick and easy, that it will be something like what happened in 1991, and that the West will be supportive, the Russians will be supportive, and the divisions within the Russian nation itself will not be important. None of those things are true. And I think we just have to come to terms with it. I'd like to focus on some part of that. I am absolutely convinced that what is coming will not be as quick, nor as easy, nor as bloodless as what we saw 30 years ago. In fact, it's likely to be far more complicated, last far longer, and require far more discipline and focus, not only by Western governments, but also by those who are in the immigration and the need for them to have close contacts with the peoples of their homelands. I fear increasingly that what we are headed into is a period when the demise of the Russian Federation will resemble very much too much that of the Ottoman Empire in the 19th and early 20th centuries. For 100 years, the Ottoman Empire was known as the weak man of Europe, and it had a national revolution in the form of the Young Turks. But it also remained powerful enough throughout that entire period, not only to repress its own subjects, but to threaten the world. And I fear we have to be ready for that too now. I would love to see us take a much more forward policy, but my own experience in 1991 and subsequently suggests to me that's not very likely. Understanding why the events looming on the horizon are going to be so different and worse than those of 1991 is critical not only for the peoples involved and the strategies they adopt, but also, and perhaps especially, for outside governments, who are once again going to face a greater challenge than they did 3 decades ago, when all too many of them wanted to proclaim victory, the end of history, and assume that they would get a peace dividend from all this. The fact is that after a rupture occurs, whenever that is, the tasks ahead are going to be larger rather than less. Had we recognized that after 1991, we would not be having Putin, and Putin would not be in the Kremlin, and his war in Ukraine would not be going up. It wasn't, and so we are suffering as a result, as are the people of the region. What I'd like to do very quickly is to point out some of the reasons why the coming years are very much likely to be different from 1991. First of all, in 1991, almost everyone who did think the Soviet Union was coming apart agreed on the number of countries that would emerge and the borders they would have. There is absolutely no such agreement now, with range of options and the number of countries that we hope to see ranging from 1 in the case of Vladimir Putin to over 100 in the estimates of some people. That very fact means this is going to be very, very complicated and very, very explosive. Second, in my view at least, ethnicity is not going to be the primary factor. Far more important is going to be regionalism within the Russian nation. The biggest problem we have in talking about the future of this part of the world is that people don't address the fact that the Russian nation is itself a myth. The tragedy in this part of the world is that the Russians became an imperial state nation before they became a nation as a result. The Russians who live in Vladivostok, as opposed to the Russians who live in Königsberg, are as different as the Americans and the Australians. And we had better start figuring that out. But instead, we tend to ignore the regions within the Russian nation, and it's going to be those that will determine outcomes. Because if they do not matter, and that is the working assumption of an awful lot of people, then we will have a situation where the overwhelming Russian majority, led by a revanchist government, will engage in actions like Ukraine again and again. What is necessary to make the disintegration of the Russian Federation work is for the Russians themselves to come apart and form separate nations and separate countries. And they talking about ethnic Russians may not be popular in a group of non-Russians, but unless we figure out what happens with the ethnic Russians, we're not going to achieve our goals, and we're certainly not going to have independence, or at least not for long. That's one of the mistakes that was made in 1991 and the years afterwards. We shouldn't make it again. Moreover, we need to remember that what's coming is not going to be even nominally within the terms of the legal framework of the Russian Federation. There is no right to secede in the Russian Federation Constitution. There was one in the Soviet one. That allowed the West to move as far towards supporting this process as it did. And we didn't move very far. One should not forget that the United States was 37th to recognize the recovery of independence by the three Baltic countries, and the United States Department of State kept the flag of the Soviet Union up 6 days after Boris Yeltsin took it down over the Kremlin and over the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. The idea that the West is going to come and support and create a tabula rasa that other people can then write on is simply not going to happen. And in 1991, we had a Russian leader in the person of Boris Yeltsin who was prepared to give up the periphery in order to get rid of the Soviet leadership of Gorbachev, mostly on the assumption that Yeltsin believed, and so did the people around him, that the periphery would come back because it had nowhere to go. There's not anyone now who thinks that Putin has that view or would adopt that kind of strategy. And that ally that the non-Russians had in the person of Boris Yeltsin simply isn't available in Moscow today. And that's going to make this process far difficult. My own view, and it's one I've written about many times over the last 20 years, is that what's coming is going to be that Russia is indeed a failed or failing state. But what is coming is going to be far more like what happened in 1918, when the state dissolved and then was reassembled by a newly mobilized central regime that was able to achieve what it did because the West provided just enough support for Moscow, for the Kremlin, to target the regions on the periphery as being handmaidens of outside powers, but not enough to allow them to win. There is an enormous danger. That's what Putin is trying to do. There is an enormous danger that will be repeated again and again, especially if those seeking independence in the future place their hopes in the West above all. It's going to have to be in your hands and in the hands of your peoples. And it's going to require that they adopt a much more long-term strategic approach than most of them have up to now. I think the danger that we will see a process of growth, of contraction, and then re-expansion, and then contraction again in the Russian case in the coming decades, just as we saw the efforts of the Ottomans to do the same in the absence of outside force. And it was a war. It took a war, World War I, to destroy the Ottoman Empire completely. And even then it didn't go all the way, because I would remind you that the largest nation on earth that doesn't have its own state are the Kurds. And they're not a state because of Turkey's position. This is going to mean that what we will see will be much more problematic. Now, those who want to help the non-Russians and the ethnic Russian regions to achieve independence, freedom, and democracy have got to remember, have got to do 3 to 5 things. First, the West needs to recognize that it made a terrible mistake in 1991 when it proclaimed just about everyone a Democrat and assumed that privatization of the economy would solve everything. I've often said that the greatest tragedy for the former Soviet space was the triumph of the University of Chicago economics department in Western thinking, the idea that economics would determine everything. Economics has done nothing to keep Putin from invading Ukraine. And that's something which, unfortunately, Western governments and Western analysts still don't understand. Second, for all the problems that the disintegration of the Russian Federation will involve, and those problems will be highlighted by all kinds of people in all kinds of Western governments that will argue we must do nothing because it would get worse, need to recognize that the only way forward to a peaceful world where democracy and freedom are possible for large numbers of people will be to dismantle the Russian Federation, the Russian state. And that means transforming the ethnic Russian myth into a variety of peoples, into a multitude of nations themselves. If we're not willing to do the things that will make that possible, then the future for many people is not going to be very good. Third, the West, and this goes to others as well, but must recognize that there's going to be some kind of Russian state at the end of all this. There are too many people who are happy today to put up maps that don't show any Russian state remaining. There's going to be one. It's probably going to be centered on Moscow. And it's going to be large enough and well-armed enough to create real problems for all or most of the others. That simply has to be understood. That is not an argument for not doing something. It is an argument for recognizing it and thinking about what is necessary to constrain that state so that it will be less likely to invade its neighbors. It will be less likely to repress its own people. Much of the discussion about what's happening now in the Russian Federation ignores that reality and somehow acts as if, well, if we can just have somebody better than Putin, or we can just have the non-Russians who are a third of the population go away, that will be enough. I promise you it won't. We should have learned that lesson in the last 30 years. Regrettably, we haven't. Fourth, and this is going to be the hardest thing for people in the West, and especially in the United States, to recognize. The obligations and the challenges and the burdens that we are going to have to assume to make these kinds of things happen are going to be greater after this process starts than they are now. That means we have to view them as a long-term investment in a stable, peaceful, and democratic world. If we're not prepared to do that, then I fear we will probably cause more trouble and help fewer people. And finally, and this is something which I know a lot of non-Russians don't want to hear, it's absolutely essential that cooperation be promoted between various groups of Russians and the non-Russians, both in the areas where they live and more generally. The two silences between them are extremely dangerous. If there isn't that kind of cooperation, if there isn't a recognition that there are multiple Russias and there are many non-Russian nations that should become states, then it isn't going to be a good future for either of them. Now, as many of you know, I have long been and remain absolutely committed to the freedom and independence of all the peoples of what is now in the Russian Federation. I've said things that a lot of people don't like. In 1994, when I was asked in Latvia whether Latvia should be a member of NATO, my response was, no, the real question is whether Bryansk Oblast, next to Moscow, should be a member of NATO. I'm in favor of a very much more forward policy than we've ever adopted. But at the same time, on the basis of having been in this business for now 5 decades, I am also convinced that those of us who are involved must recognize just how difficult this is all going to be, rather than assuming that we are in a situation where by saying the right thing, convincing a few people to respond positively, everything is going to fall into our laps without difficulty. If we aren't willing to admit that and make the commitment required to make a difference, then there is a very great danger that we and those who that we and the peoples we want to hope may be dragged down into the dustbin of history along with the Russian Federation, which I am quite convinced is headed there. If not in this decade, then certainly in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We allocated a little bit more time for Paul to talk to you today because of his vast experience and his insights and kind of to set the frame for this discussion today. Now we're going to have a few less minutes for all of our next participants. So let's stick to 6 to 7 minutes at the most so that we can finish on time and allow the next panel to start on time. Our next speaker is Asset Abdullaeva. She is the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, founder of the Union of Chechen Youth in Quebec, Canada. Thank you, and thank you for coming here today from Canada. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. It's a great honor for me to be here in Washington, and thank you for inviting me here. In 2002, when I was 11 years old, my mother, who is the people's artist of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, was invited to Moscow for an interview. She took me with her. When we arrived, the Russian journalist met us, and she looked at me and said to my mom, "Don't take the subway with your daughter." My mother was very surprised. She said, "Why?" And the journalist replied, "You are blonde, you look like Russian, but your daughter has the features of a person of Caucasian nationality. You might have problems with local militia. It means лицо кавказской национальности." And my mother was shocked. Years later, when I started to reflect upon the incident and the reaction of this journalist, I understood that her reaction was caused by phenomenon of Caucasophobia present among ethnic Russians and spread by Putin's policy of demonizing the Chechens. So I find it's important to understand the roots of the Chechen and Russian conflict. Historically, the relationship between Chechens and Russians has been characterized by the Russian willingness to use the overwhelming might to suppress the Chechens' will for self-determination. In fact, during the Great Caucasian War, the Chechens were represented by the image of a wicked Chechen who weds his dagger kin, as it is written by one of the greatest Russian poets, Lermontov, in his famous Cossack lullaby. During Soviet times, Stalin accused the entire nation for alleged support for Nazi invaders and deported all the population to Kazakhstan in Siberia, and labeled the Chechen people as enemy of the state, although it is a historic fact that Nazis, Germans, never reached Chechnya. So 50% of the population perished en route to Kazakhstan. In 1994, when Yeltsin launched a full-scale air and land attack on Chechnya, Yeltsin labeled the Chechen resistance bandits, the regime as criminal, and the head of Chechen government, Johar Dudayev, as mad. Later, Putin portrayed Chechens as uniquely a criminal nation and Islamic terrorists. In fact, upon coming to power, he right away struck a chord with the Russian public by promising to waste all the terrorists in the outhouse. So the Chechen people are victims of Russian propaganda and are being used as a scarecrow to scare everyone away from the Chechen state. And the truth is that Russian imperialists, including Russian liberals, until this very moment support this narrative and deny the existence of the Chechen independent state. It is a fact that the Chechen independent state is a legitimate state as was USSR. The Declaration of State Sovereignty, adopted on 27 November 1990, was in full conformity with the USSR legislation. It is also a fact that in May 1992, the government of Johar Dudayev signed an agreement on the apportioning of weapons and military equipment with the Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, Pavel Grachev. if Johar Dudaev had really come to power after an armed rebellion, as it is claimed by all Russian imperialists, including liberals, there would have been absolutely no question of transferring arms and military equipment to the government he headed. After the defeat in the First Russo-Chechen War, Russia recognized the sovereignty of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, de jure and de facto, concluding a peace treaty with Chechnya in May 1997, where both states were designated as subjects of the international law. Russian imperialists refused to admit that Russia committed war crimes in Chechnya. There is a lot of documented evidence about the fact that Russia's tactics in Chechnya were not in keeping with the Geneva Convention and its commitments to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Vacuum bombs, deliberate attacks on civilian populations, ethnic cleansing, torture, sweeps, everything has been used in Chechnya, which resulted in the death of 300,000 Chechen civilians, including my father, 42,000 children, and the death of democracy in Russia. In fact, Putin's rule has been synonymous with eradication of political opponents, anti-democratic reforms, suppression of free press, and demonization of Chechen people. Putin turned Russia into a unitary state and established autocracy with the Russian chauvinist imperialist ideology at the heart of his rule, which transformed into a form of fascism: one Führer, one Russia, and for Russians only. And this chauvinist imperialist ideology, until this very moment, is deeply admired by all Russian so-called liberals. By adopting the policy of appeasement, by tolerating Putin's narrative and accepting the black hole of lawlessness on the Russian side in Chechnya, the world, the West, has unfortunately raised a monster which is today threatening the entire world with a nuclear button. So what's next? How do we deal with this crisis in Eastern Europe? The West must realize that to achieve a long-term substantial peace in the region, it can't just sweep Chechnya under the carpet as it has done for the past 30 years. Yes, the Soviet Union collapsed, but the evil empire did not fall apart precisely because the West convinced Ukraine to sign the 1994 memorandum and did not recognize the independence declared by Chechnya and Tatarstan. It's time for the West. And in fact, the West gonna commit the same mistake if it continue to listen to the Russian liberals who want to save the great Russian Empire. It's time for the West to change its policy towards the occupied Chechen Republic of Ichkeria and Caucasus. It's time to follow the example of Ukraine and recognize the sovereignty of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, as Ukraine has done it on 18th October 2022. The Chechen government in exile is closely working with Ukrainian authorities and is willing to cooperate with the United States of America and the European Union. We need diplomatic and political support and financial support. Our capacities are very limited because we lack funds. We can't mobilize all our forces because we don't have financial means for that. I can assure you that the moment we receive support from the West, it won't find any better ally than the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. Even Tolstoy said that Chechens are true friends and worst enemies. And we stand with United States of America, we stand with Ukraine. We value freedom as much as Americans do because we have been fighting for it desperately since 18th century. And I find it's amazing that today I can sit here in Washington and represent my country without being afraid that I will be killed or kidnapped, as it happens in Russia when anyone dares to speak about the independent Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. The United States of America values freedom and democracy, and that is why we're looking forward to US cooperation. And finally, let's not forget that the defeat of Ukraine will be a disaster for the entire civilized world. It will be indeed the end of history, but not in Fukuyama's way. It will be the end of history where Goliath defeated David. The first president of Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, Johar Dudaev, warned the entire world about the disastrous consequences that the Russian Empire would bring if not stopped in Chechnya. Today, we can see that Russian Federation is igniting the sparks of terror all around the globe. And that's exactly what Johar Dudaev said. 30 years ago, the United States of America abandoned Chechnya. And the only wish I have today, now, may this never never happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will move quickly to our next speaker, Shamil Albakov, who has a PowerPoint presentation. He is the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Chechen Republic. I'm sorry. He is the Vice Chair of the Committee for North Caucasus Nations, and he's also Honorary Consul of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in France. So he is going to be presenting on his organization.
Thank
Do you
you.
have the PowerPoint already?
The PowerPoint, please.
Can you start number one? Okay. There you go.
It's
Thank you.
other, it's the other, please. Not that.
It's not this one? Oh, it doesn't have number one in that case.
It is the other.
Okay, sorry for this pause. Maybe you can start talking until they put the presentation up? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm proud that there is an important delegation of our committee here. Asset, myself, Iyad Yugar, Cherkashin in USA, and our chairman, Captain Adel Bashkawi, who is also Cherkashin and vice chairman of our committee, and many guests here representing the Cherkashin diaspora in USA and the Chechen diaspora. Your presence here is a testament that we didn't surrender and that we will continue our struggle for the independence. I will limit my speech explaining 7 points of our strategy. So the first point is the necessity to support Ukraine. The government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, led by Ahmad Zakayev, and our committee started from the first day of the Russian aggression to support Ukraine in all the spheres, defense, politically, in the media, by every means that we have. So we are appealing here to the Congress of USA to continue to support the Ukraine because it's vitally necessary to continue to help the Ukrainian resist the Russian aggression. It is needed for Ukraine, for the North Caucasus, and for all the civilized world. The second point is the defense of the North Caucasus. It consists in the creation of the North Caucasian Army in Ukraine. While Russia is becoming more uncontrollable, genocides and wars against the population of the North Caucasus are possible again. Persecutions and murdering of hundreds of activists are going on in North Caucasus now. In Ukraine, the Prime Minister of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, Ahmad Zakayev, managed to form the army of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. And we must do all we can to obtain necessary support to advance that process. This army has double function: helping Ukrainians to resist Russian aggression and prepare to the liberation of the North Caucasian territories. Every day, the Chechen army becomes a real modern army legal, internationally recognized, trained, respecting all the conventions, respecting the Convention of Geneva, coordinating its actions with the Ukrainian army and all our political partners. And when the time comes, that army, those combatants, will be ready to protect the population of the North Caucasus from Russian aggression and will assure stability and peace in the region. The third point is the necessity of creation of an international media platform for information for all the North Caucasus nations. News, discussions, analysis, culture, broadcasts about the different languages of the North Caucasus and other content is necessary. The Russian opposition has many effective media platforms, while we have very little media. They don't accept our struggle for freedom. They just want us to stay in the Russia of in the Russia of their dreams. They don't accept our struggle for independence, but we don't want the false Russian Federation and its FSB methods, neither the so-called new beautiful Russia of their dreams. So we have two propaganda sources working against us, the Russian state propaganda and the propaganda of the Russian opposition. So we are very concerned by this point, and we need support to have a media, efficient media, to work in that direction. We are more than able to establish independent states and form in the future a confederation of North Caucasian nations like the European Union. That is the mission of our generation now and of the generation of our children. And the media is the most important tool to help achieve it. The fourth point is establishing political alliances. We are working on establishing political alliances between Western countries and the government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in exile and our North Caucasus Nations Committee. This work started in Ukraine, and we need other countries to join that process. It is in the interest of our people and in the interest of Ukraine, as well as Europe and USA, that the North Caucasus becomes free and able to form a civilized region of prosperity and development. Built on the principles of democracy, it will open many possibilities for the world economy, investments, resources, transport facilities, trade, military alliances. The fifth point of our strategy, we ask and we demand the recognition of the genocides and the condemnation of the continuing systematic crimes committed by Russia against Chechens, Ingush, Circassians, and the other people of the North Caucasus. And that was committed, all these crimes were committed throughout the history of Russia, throughout the three periods of Russian history, the Tsarist period, the Soviet period, and the so-called Russian Federation period. The Ukraine has already recognized and condemned the genocide of Chechens and Ingush. The resolution of recognition and condemning the genocide of Circassians is in preparation. And we want the other countries to join this process. In 2018, the government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria sent a document listing all the crime of aggression, the war crimes and the crimes against humanity to the International Court of The Hague, Criminal Court of The Hague. But the absence of political will and the fear of Russia caused a total ignoring of this document by the International Court, and that must change. The sixth point, we are working on the preparation of economical scenarios of development of our region. And it's important for us to have experts and experienced politicians to join us in that work. Finally, the seventh point We would like to alert everyone. Russia threatened the world with nuclear arms, then with the energies, gas and oil, then blocking the export of Ukrainian cereals. And now they are using again extremism and terrorism to threaten the world, trying to stop the support for Ukraine. We are working every day on the social networks and with our diasporas, alerting our people not to follow the manipulations of Russian proxies using religion. Islam has its place in our society, and it is a religion of peace and progress. And we are successfully providing our people with the peaceful, true, and civilized knowledge of our religion. The free North Caucasus will not represent any threat to the world. To the contrary, it will be a region of stability and modernization, and a model of multi-ethnic and multi-faith states respecting different religions, different traditions, respecting the human rights, and doing all in favor of development and prosperity. We are sure that in all these points, we have common interests, and we ask you to work with us, and so the independence, freedom, and the development of the North Caucasus will be achieved. Many thanks to the organizers of this conference, to the Jamestown Foundation and the Forum of Post-Russia, of the Free People of Post-Russia, for the possibility to address directly here in USA, in Washington, D.C., all our partners and friends, and to present our struggle for the independence to the American society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will turn now to Batir Boromangnaev, who is chairman of the Congress of Oirat Kalmyk people and also a member of the Free Nations League. Thank you.
Good morning. I am glad to welcome to the participants of our conference. We are at the entrance to a new geopolitical era. The reasons for this include not only corporate strategies, new scientific discoveries and technologies, artificial intelligence and climate change, but also the unreasonable ambitions of the leader and the people supporting him in a country that has become a banal victim of mass anger, self-indulgence, resentment, and the desire of revenge. My name is Batir Boromangnaev. I am the chairman of the representative body of my nation, the Congress of Oirat Kalmyk people, and I'm a member of Free Nations League. For the last 35 years, I have been professionally engaged in politics, as well as in public investment, human rights, party activities, business, teaching, historical education, etc. As it turned out, in the conditions of Russia, practically everything I was engaged in, except politics, was politics, pure, underground, or official. And today I will talk about what I have been engaged in politics for these 35 years. Dreams that the Oirat Kalmyk people could become the owners of their own independent state was born in the earlier 1990s. But after Putin's arrival, people's consciousness became infected with thoughts of a great Russia, not Kalmykia. Gradually, people began to realize that it is impossible to preserve their culture, traditions, language, their ethnicity, or simply to develop in this criminal Russian state. It is a reverie self-deception and utopia. Either our people and other peoples will sooner or later be eaten up by purposeful assimilation, or they will be killed by obedient service to the Moscow homeland. This is exactly what is happening in the case of Russia's war against Ukraine. Tens of thousands of people from among non-Russian peoples are sent in the interests of Putin and the Russian Empire to commit war, crimes, and death. The alternative and the only guarantee of liquidation of a threat not only to the peoples living within Russian state, but also to all mankind is a termination of existence of Russia and creation of independent states on this post-Russian territory. I must say my people have had several independent states in the past. Now, I just want to list what an independent Oirat Kalmykia would be and what benefits it would bring to United States, Europe, Ukraine, and the whole world. Oirat Kalmykia has a favorable position in many respects and is part of several historical, natural, geopolitical, cultural, economic areas and macro regions at the same time. Territory of the Republic Kalmykia is part of the Black Sea, Caspian macro region, and the northern Caspian Sea. It has a long coastline of the Caspian Sea with a shallow shelf, located within the Caspian oil and gas province. Estimated hydrocarbon reserves are about 20 billion tons of fuel equivalent. It occupies a transit position on the north-south, Russia, Transcaucasia, Iran, and east-west, Central Asia, Ukraine. Trade routes and may become part of the bridge between Europe and Central Asia. It's located on the path of the shortest air routes between Europe and East and Southeast Asia. This is territory through which a significant part of the Caspian Oil Pipeline Consortium passes, which annually pumps about 70 million tons of oil from Kazakhstan and southern Russia to terminals in the Black Sea. It could be used as a route for new oil pipelines from the Caspian Sea to Ukraine and further to Europe. Can be used for fiber optic routes and the information traffic from Europe to Asia. May be of interest for the diplomatic, economic, and military presence of the United States, European Union, NATO in the Caspian Basin area. This is a small part of what I would like to say. I'm ready to talk about it in more details, as I have a lot more to discuss on the topic. Welcome to our independent oil at Kalmykia, to all our friends. Thank you.
Thank you, but it's so important to stress the economic opportunities and potential of those regions and how they can sustain themselves if and when they become independent. I would like to invite now Vasilina Orlova with her online presentation, online talk. Vasilina is anthropologist. She's at the University of Texas here in the United States. She studies Siberia, post-Soviet ruins, immobility and potency and toxicity of Soviet effect. Thank you, Vasilina, for being with us today. Is she here? She's there, right? Can you hear us, Vasilina? I don't think we have her. All right. Then we have Yuri Terehov, who is at Fletcher School. He's a visiting scholar at the Fletcher School at Tufts University right now. Otherwise, he's a political analyst and media manager. He's also going to speak to us online. Yuri.
Good afternoon, good morning in Washington, D.C. Thank you for inviting me to speak at your conference. I'm sorry for not being in D.C. These days. So I don't claim to represent any particular region or nation here right now, but I want to share with you my recent research on the crisis of Russian nation building, Russian nationhood that I did during my stay at the Fletcher School recently, and hopefully it's going to be published in full soon. When we hear Putin's assertion that Russian borders do not end, are we compelled to ask, is it merely rhetoric or reflection of a deeper truth? In light of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, questions about the essence of Russia's identity surface, urging us to scrutinize its social and political landscape more closely. This examination challenges the conventional notion of Russia as a unified political entity, and here I totally agree with Mr. Goebel. Therefore, it becomes imperative for us to reassess conventional perspectives on Russian identity and explore alternative pathways forward. Through this exploration, we aim not only to grasp the tapestry of Russia's reality, but also to pave the way towards a sustainable peace. Let's embark on the brief exploration of nationhood and the process of nation building, considering whether Russia's experience aligns with established theoretical paradigms. Benedict Anderson's seminal work, Imagined Communities, provides a valuable framework for understanding nations as imagined political communities. Anderson's insights underscore the pivotal role of collective imagination in fostering a sense of belonging among diverse populations, challenging the notion of nations as fixed entities and highlighting their constructed nature. However, the conventional dichotomy between civic and ethnic nationalism put forward by the scholars like Michael Ignatieff fell short of encapsulating the complexities of national identities. Ignatieff's advocacy, for example, for good civic nationalism over bad ethnic nationalism oversimplifies the intricate processes of identity formation, particularly within culturally diverse contexts like Russia. There in Russia, the government has often utilized such distinctions to quell dissent within breakaway regions like Chechnya and to justify aggressive actions against neighboring states. Instead, scholars like Will Timlicka or Gregory Yuzdanis advocate for a more holistic approach that integrates cultural dimensions and political representation into the fabric of nation-building endeavors. The historical trajectory of nation-building in Russia reveals a complex interplay of imperial aspirations and autocratic rule. As noted by British historian Geoffrey Hosking, the omnipresence of monarchy inhibited the emergence of cohesive nation state, perpetuating a political landscape marked by autocracy and stagnation. Attempts by the emperor, for example, Nicholas I, to co-opt the concept of nationality as a metaphysical bond between the ruler and the people further impeded the development of representative governance, essential for modern nationhood. Furthermore, Russia's expansive territorial conquests and militaristic culture have profoundly influenced its historical development. Research by Russian historian Alexander Etkind sheds light on how the Russian Empire's expansion contributed to the colonization of various ethnic groups and the assimilation of ethnic Russians in its core, shaping Russia's relationships with its subject. The term Russian itself has undergone significant evolution, reflecting shifts in rulers' vision and political contexts. As we navigate through these historical and theoretical insights, it becomes, in my view, evident that Russia's identity is far from monolithic. Its complex tapestry of cultures, histories, and political dynamics necessitate a nuanced understanding and a reevaluation of traditional paradigms. By embracing this complexity, we can chart a course toward a more inclusive and peaceful future, not just only for post-Russia, but for the broader international community. And as we delve deeper into the complexities of Russian identity and nation building, we confront contemporary challenges of imperialist legacy and the rise of Putinism. The confusion of nationalist fervor and imperial nostalgia underscores the task of navigating divergent ideologies in today's Russia. While Putinism's stronghold rests on notions of national greatness and post-Soviet resentment, it faces opposition from the ethnic minorities and alternative forms of Russian nationalism that challenge the state's hegemonic narrative. Uh, uh, the task of redefining Russian identity amidst historical this baggage and present-day hurdles represent a formidable yet imperative task. Unlike the trajectories of many European nations, Russia's journey toward a unified national identity has been marked by deviations. Under Putin's regime, a this paradigm rooted in statist imperialism has supplanted the notion of modern political nation, limiting Russian identity to adherence to the state agenda rather than individual self-identification, roots, or cultural affiliations. It begs the urgent question, can Russian nation building pivot toward alternative, non-authoritarian foundations, thereby fundamentally reshaping the continent? Alexander Atkins' recent book, Russia Against Modernity, casts light on Russia's struggle against progress, highlighting its reliance on fossil fuels and exacerbation of social inequality. Atkins foresees potential scenarios for decolonization, or as he calls it, defederalization, suggesting that Russia may face fragmentation, but potentially giving rise to self-sufficient and probably successful entities. However, the realization of such scenarios hinges on the cultivation of a coherent narrative and new national identities. Without this, these potential transformations may remain elusive or exacerbate existing grievances. To avert further resentment after the breakup of the Russian Federation, it is imperative to empower communities seeking the empire-less future and the establishment of their respective national homes, including those for ethnic Russians. One avenue for redefining the identity of ethnic Russians lies in, for example, Ilya Lazarenko's vision of a Russian nation-state, Velikoressia or Zalesia. Such a state would encompass some regions in the Russian ethnocultural core in European Russia. This approach aims to provide ethnic Russians, or whatever they choose to call themselves, with a home defined by clear boundaries and historical cultural foundations, countering the expansionist rhetoric prevalent in Moscow's discourse while following a Euro-authentic path. The unique experiences of regions like my own northern homeland, Pomoria, may serve as exemplars for the redefinition of nationhood on new grounds. By prioritizing local and regional identities and nurturing a sense of rooted cosmopolitanism, pro-democracy civil society groups can counterbalance the Kremlin's homogenizing narrative, fostering a modern national identity rooted in the rich diversity of their respective cultures. The empowerment of grassroots resistance, the preservation and celebration of local heritage, and the advocacy for decolonization represent, in my view, promising avenues for reimagining post-Russian identity beyond authoritarian and imperial legacies. Though this path may be bumpy, I know this, but the rewards of charting a new course are boundless, and it falls upon us to take the first step. Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
once again.
Thank you very much, Yuri. And now we have our last speaker for this panel, Noma Zarubina, who is an anti-war activist, a researcher of Central Asia and information warfare in post-Soviet states. She was also an NGO representative at the United Nations Economic and Social Council in the past. She lives in New York. Thank you very much, Noma, for being with us today.
Thank you, Margarita, and good morning, dear colleagues. I was born and raised in Western Siberia in Tomsk, and today I want to raise awareness about several things related to Western Siberia. This include, of course, the region's natural resources, scientific and cultural heritage, and the impact of propaganda on the younger generation in Siberia through different tools, first of all, through universities and specific youth forums. In addition, I want to draw attention to students from post-Soviet states. If you follow specific news about higher education in Russia, Russia issued the most significant number of higher education quotas this year for foreign students, not only from post-Soviet territories, but from other countries as well. But however, we all have to understand that actual motive behind the Kremlin's offer is not to promote some scientific cooperation between states and regions, but to re-educate or educate young specialists with current Russian political standards. They aim to make young students, first of all, ideologically, but also financially and socially dependent on pro-Kremlin narratives and Kremlin-controlled institutions. And Tomsk has become a popular destination for international students who are often recruited for pro-Kremlin projects under the appearance of education initiatives. This is part of a larger strategy by the government security services to create a network of groups that are loyal or can be loyal in the near future to the Kremlin. University administration are often involved in such collaborations, which aim to engage young professionals for political objectives in Russia. So dictatorships often manipulate young people at forums and conferences to secure their future power. The Kremlin uses students and researchers as tools for current and future propaganda efforts. Also, Tomsk possesses a cultural and scientific heritage of global value, including its wooden historical architecture. Unfortunately, we cannot restore many wooden buildings in Tomsk because our architecture is not an economic priority for the Kremlin and for the local authorities as well. In the near future, we can lose this heritage. So the history of scientific centers in Siberia is shadowed by pain due to political repressions from the past and the practice of exiling highly educated individuals to Siberia in previous centuries. Just some historical facts. So how we all know, thousands of people were imprisoned, murdered, and tortured in labor camps in Siberia, especially until 1953. In the past, Soviet authorities masked places where thousands of people were murdered. As an example, Kolpashevsky Yar. This is a big grave with people who were shot and hidden by their own authorities. However, the truth was hidden only until 1979, when part of the bank of the Ob River collapsed, exposing the brutal reality of the past for people. But even after this discovery, the authorities tried to hide this event again. A large number of individuals living in Siberia don't know about such essential stories about our region, because such stories are never included in our school programs. The significant state control in Russia has led to the banning of non-profit organizations, such as NGO Memorial, for example, which advocates for the rights of victims of Russian repression. The Kremlin has been using the manipulation of people's memories as one of its most effective tools. It's a fact that most people are not aware of the dark side of the Soviet history and about the current situation in Russia. In other words, we don't know who we are. The gradual influence of disinformation on the younger generation can lead to specific consequences. First of all, this is aggression towards some nations, mainly European and North American countries. It can also lead to an inclination towards conspiracy theories and a tendency to constantly perceive the United States in a negative light after being educated in Russian institutions. Russia's leadership seems exclusively focused on its own interest while exploiting other regions to satisfy its own desires. People in Siberia fail to recognize the significance of local heritage and the richness of Siberian land. As a result, we are missing out on huge opportunities for success in tourism. Many Americans ask me when we can go to Siberia, when we can travel to Siberia to see the real Siberian winter, to feel the real Siberian vibe. But my answer is always, I don't know, because I'm afraid to go home. And I think you're afraid to go to Russia too, because of politics. Moscow's leadership has developed a long-term plan to exploit the resources, but also population of Siberia. Moscow heavily relies on natural resources from Siberia, such as wood, coal, gas, oil, diamonds. Using this money, the Kremlin has brutally continuing attacking Ukraine for more than 2 years already. Western Siberia is a hostage of Kremlin's desire to increase its wealth and power. When we free ourselves from Moscow's control, we can gain a deeper understanding, first of all, of our history, unlock our full potential of the region, invest in the growth of our region, and have the freedom to be ourselves. So, and I just want to conclude my speech with a citation from Financial Times, which is, "What happens in Siberia matters to the rest of the world." Very short and very true. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nama. And we will continue with the topic about Siberia. We have 6 more minutes left. Vasilina, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The topic of our panel is captive nations and captive regions. Just yesterday, the news went viral of the dwellers of Orenburg Oblast in Russia, who cooperated to block the water from raising and flooding their homes. Earlier, a dam in Orenburg broke. The people came together to create a dam that prevented the Ural River from inflicting further damage, in addition to the damage that the flood already caused in Orsk and Orenburg. The people built a new dam by themselves without the help from the government. Doing things by themselves without the help of structures that were supposed to be there becomes the only form of self-government in Russia that can protect the people from the natural disasters. The government abandoned the people as whatever means and resources the government has. The government directs to the Russian unlawful war of colonial aggression and genocidal land grab in Ukraine. The notion of captive nations and captive regions represents the Orenburg Oblast in Russia, even if not everybody there might agree. The Russian government has been touting the vertical of power, a notion invented by Vyacheslav Surkov, as a way to justify the uber-centralization along with such notions as sovereign democracy and stability. Everyone can see now that stability was not as stable as it appeared. If anything, the stability of extraction, impoverishment, and depopulation is the stability that Moscow regime is offering to the nations and regions that are currently loosely united by the name of the Russian Federation and a broader notion of the Russian world. The vertical of power is extremely rigid, and the central government habitually adopted an extremely extractivist approach to the regions. During my anthropological fieldworks in eastern Siberia, I often heard that people complained. And they related the feelings of abandonment, the feeling of abandonment by the central power, the feeling of extractivist approach of Moscow's government. Those were prominent. These feelings were betraying the expectations of a paternalistic government, which comes as no surprise to anyone who observed the video messages recorded by Russians of the content "Putin, help us." One of such videos was even recorded in Orenburg Oblast during the recent flood as a result of the broken dam. Looking at such expressions of expectations from the government and a demonstrated loyalty to the government, one could ask if our hopes for self-directedness and local governments are futile. However, the voices of the local intelligentsia, regional intelligentsia, the elites of the national republics, which we hear at these forums, the forums of the free nations of post-Russia, are not to be dismissed. These voices must be heard and appreciated, and one of the reasons why we hear them outside of Russia more often than coming from Russia is because such speakers are being labeled extremists and terrorists in Russia. They are silenced and imprisoned. These people are doing everything that depends on them to build connections with the allies in the West, in the East, and in Africa. They expand our understanding of colonialism to include Russia as one of the colonial powers. The tasks of the Russians, or at least the way I see it, is not to publish memoirs titled Patriot, as the widow of Navalny announced Navalny's memoir is going to be titled, but in supporting Ukraine and the national liberations movements. The work in Russian by an ethnic Russian that could be worthy of attention will be titled National Traitor. Russia needs to be decentralized, and the Moscow regime needs to lose the ability to gather vehicles and manpower throughout Eurasia for its colonial pursuits, inspired by the vengeful desire to reattribute Kiev as the capital of the Kievan Rus and the cradle of the Russian civilization to the current Russian Federation. The recollections of Rurik and other myths of the Russian statehoods can happen in interviews, but they cannot be the ground of such wild revisionism as Russia is currently attempting. I hope the world may come together once again, together with China and the global South, to denounce the violent unilateral revision of sovereign borders in support of Ukraine's heroic fight and in support of liberation and decentralization movements in Russia. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasilina. Thank you, everyone, and on this wonderful panel. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but we are going to be here all day, and you are going to be able to ask our panelists questions in the meantime, and also during other panels. Please direct your questions to these panelists as well. Don't limit to one panel only. Thank you. We are switching now to the next panel. Another 8 participants here with their take on their own aspirations for independence or more freedom. And our moderator is going to be Taras Gbik. Well, that's 5 more to go.
You did a great job.
Just if anything is not found, maybe we just put this in on mute or something, so that the email is not. Oh, sorry.
Okay, but the next one.
I don't think we have any presentation right now. We don't have any presentation that is numbered.
We have a number 2, but we don't know when, what time. Oh, no, you're saying what is labeled as the second presentation? Who is it gonna be? She's asking for the numbers. Yeah, number 2. So the one we just did was this one.
Okay, we don't have.
We have 3-1
Panel 2.
and 4-1.
Okay, we don't have panel 2. These are the panels.
Yes.
As their number.
The first number is the panel?
The
Or
first
second?
number is the panel.
Oh, okay. And then number 2, so this is the 3-2.
We don't,
Third panel,
yeah,
fourth panel.
you have 13 for panel, no
Okay,
more.
2, okay. Yeah.
No.
And the videos are for later, right? The videos for the third panel as well?
I will be around, so.
Okay, yeah, just let us know too when you're
Yes, I
moderating.
will be around. I will not going to moderate, I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody
So
else.
we won't have anything till the third panel.
For the second panel, we don't. For the third panel, we do have
Right.
two.
Okay.
And for the fourth, we have two.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it, okay. Sounds good.
In this 42, what is, it's double.
This one, it's the same thing.
Okay. all right.
Yeah, it's the same. Yep. Like that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue. Please come back to the audience, to the room. Yesterday I was speaking to one of the think tanks in Washington, and I was raising this topic. Why don't you promote the idea of decolonization of Russia? And they said, like, well, this topic is too marginalized for our think tank and for many other think tanks. And I would think, back in 1980s, late 1980s, early 1990s, the topics of the collapse of the USSR was too marginalized. And imagine if the USSR did not collapse, tens of millions of people would have lived today in this prison of nations. And imagine if then there were like early 1990s, and topic of independent Ichkeria was too marginalized. As a result, there was war in Ichkeria, and 300,000 people died. Imagine if this topic was not too marginalized, we would have free Ichkeria, 300,000 people would not have died. Possibly we would not have had war in Georgia, atrocities in Syria, war in Ukraine, and so on. So I'm really grateful to the Jamestown Foundation, to everyone here who is not afraid of this topic, for whom this topic is not too marginalized, and I'm sure together we will win. I would like to open our panel, and by giving first of all the floor to Ms. Rajana Dugarde-Ponte from the Committee of Buryat Independence and President of the Free Nations of League. You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Rajana Dugarde-Ponte. I'm a co-chair of the Democratic Movement Buryat Mongol Erheten and the president of the Free Nations League. It's a great honor and privilege for me to take part in the joint event of Jamestown Foundation and the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum, Russia's Rupture and Western Policy. The history of the Buryat people under Russia has been a litany of trials and losses, of lives, lands, resources, culture, and language taken away by the empire. A history of enormous pressure and resilience, of persistent and continuous struggle for existence. Throughout history, the Russian state has pursued a deliberate policy of reducing the number of non-Russian indigenous peoples in the occupied lands. Since the end of the 19th century, the Buryat demography was affected by the Stolypin reform, the First and Second World Wars, the Civil War, collectivization, industrialization, the division of the Buryat Mongolian Republic in 1937, and the Stalinist repressions. Buryatia has over 700 explored deposits of various minerals, including gold, uranium, tungsten, beryllium, and molybdenum. Yet it is ranked among the poorest regions in the country. Moscow takes all this wealth. I'll give just one example. The highest quality jade deposits in Buryatia belonged to the Ivenki Artel Delacha. In 1994, it received a license for mining in the north of Buryatia. Jade began to bring good profits to the Artel, which attracted the attention of the federal authorities to it. In 2012, Rostec, with the help of the Russian Jade Company, whose personnel consisted of FSB officials, squeezed out the deposits from Delacha. In 2014, the Russian Jade Company was replaced by the Transbaikal Mining Enterprise, which was also connected to FSB. At the end of July 2023, a shooting incident occurred on the territory of the Ospinskaya Jade deposit in the Oka region of Buryatia. In a video that appeared on the internet on September 2nd, people who look like private security officers shoot at an unarmed man. Jade is also fossicked in riverbeds and valleys of the South Island in New Zealand. In the late 1990s, the New Zealand government vested ownership and guardianship of all Punami jade to the South Island tribe of Ngai Tahu. In Buryatia, the natives, robbed by Moscow, are forced to become illegal diggers on their own land, and like 300 years ago, die at the hands of armed robbers who appropriated their natural resources. Lake Baikal is a sacred sea for the Buryat people. It is the deepest lake in the world, containing 20% of the planet's freshwater reserves. Uncontrolled logging and pollution has brought Baikal to the brink of an environmental disaster. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Buryatia has faced disproportionate losses in the war. Even though Buryats make up only 0.3% of the population of Russia, they form 2.8% of the official war debt, a figure that means that the war is costing our future as a nation, just as Putin is trying to take away the future from Ukraine. So what needs to be done to liberate Buryatia and help ensure its development? Russia will disintegrate not only because we want it, but because the time has come. The process of collapse of the empire is irreversible. The victory of Ukraine is imperative not only for the sovereignty of our nations, but also for the world security. We call on the world leaders to mobilize all efforts to ensure this victory. Russia is functioning because the propaganda and Siloviki hold it together. Wagner mutiny has shown how thin Russia's defenses are. Russian opposition leaders hoping to seize the power after the collapse of the regime do not have a long-term political program. Once the thaw is proclaimed, the system will fall apart. This has been the pattern in the Russian history for at least 2 centuries. The rise of hawks or failed anti-Putin coup would lead to preserving the current imperial system and re-escalating the war in Ukraine. This scenario may occur if the West would strive to keep Russia unified at all costs. Another realistic scenario is the parade of sovereignties, in which national republics assert their independence, fueling Russian imperialistic chauvinism and eventually leading to a civil war. The uncontrolled process of collapse brings unacceptable risks of nuclear weapon proliferation and humanitarian crisis. The only type of plan to ensure sustainable global peace is the controlled dissolution or reconstruction of post-imperial space. A series of steps is required to increase the chance of positive change in post-Russia. First, support should be given to the independence movement of the captured nations of the Russian Federation. The empowering of the Russian so-called liberal opposition will lead only to either the scenario of consolidation of the hawks or the scenario of chaos. Diplomatic relations should be built with the newly independent states in advance. The neighboring and culturally related countries such as Ukraine, the Baltic states, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Turkey, and the global leaders must be interested to take part in the reconstruction of the ex-Russian space in order to sustain their interests and expand influence. Secondly, it is necessary to explain to Western societies that the risk of continuation of the war and the risks of uncontrolled chaos in Russia are unacceptable. And thus, the only option is the controlled reconstruction of a post-imperial space. Thirdly, the world community should insist on key reconstruction principles based on the United Nations ones: denuclearization, peaceful resolution of disputes, protection of rights for all citizens, and accountability for war crimes. These principles are already included in the Charter, Freedom and Independence, signed by the members of the National Liberation Movements united in the Free Nations League on April 6, 2024, at the first Congress of the Free Nations League in Estonia. The captive nations have to be given the opportunity for self-determination and free choice of their geopolitical vector.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carteponte. You know, I always, when I hear about the stories of those republics, I realize that, you know, this colonization is in particular because of resources, so that Russia can control those resources. And imagine that each nation achieves possibility to invest those resources into development of these nations, instead of supporting, sustaining Putin's criminal regime or Putin's imperialistic wars. Imagine how developed those nations could become if those money, for example, could be invested in building dams in those republics instead of destroying dams in Ukraine. These republics would be like really rich and really successful. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite, we will move from Buryatia to Udmurtia. I would like to invite Mr. Artem Medvedev, who is working in defending Udmurtian language and the culture. The floor is yours.
Judge Burish, that means hello and welcome in our language. We will talk about the territory somewhere in the middle of the Russia. It's between the Volga River and the Ural Mountain. Not so far in Siberia, like in Buryatia, but really not really close to the Europe. My name is Artem. I'm 38 years old, and I started my life in the Soviet Union. So I start my elementary school in the Soviet Union style, and I want to tell like a USSR is oftenly called like a prison of the nation. Totalitarianism, unfreedom, compulsion. So my surprise, Udmurtian Republic stayed much better that time in the Soviet Union. We have tons of the local folk singers, tons of the books, textbooks. We even have the adaptation movies like Rudyard Kipling, Kingdom Jungle. We had this movie in our native language. We even have in the late USSR Terminator 1 in a pirate version with the Schwarzenegger in Udmurtian language. And it was like in the USSR prison of the nation. 38 years later, in a so-called free and democratic Russian Federation, what we have? I have to say that in culture aspect, we live way much worse. Our Udmurtian population, unfortunately, decreasing, and this is the common situation with the all small nation in Russia. First of all, decreasing of the population, and the second problem, we are dissolving. We are dissolving in a big Russia like a sugar in your morning coffee. This is really, really, really sad for me because I would like to save my culture. So I have to say like what you're hearing about like a free democratic Russia, in my opinion, is a big fake, first of all. 30 years later, we have only few singers, and I personally would like to support the singers. I donate money so they can create like kind of the video clips or music. You will be surprised, in the last 3 years, more than 50% of our nation video clips was donated by me. Where our local Ministry of the Culture, where our local Ministry of the National Politics, where this money? I have to say, we just talk about the cultural aspect, and I asked my subscribers to tell what you're feeling when you live in Udmurtia, local Udmurtian guys. And one of them said, you know, we had a law. According to that law, every parent can choose which language he will use in the school, like elementary school, for the education process of his kid. And when I try to choose in the Sarapul city, I want to learn it in Udmurtian. My teacher said, no, you make a mistake. Do not choose this box. Only choose my kid have a Russian language. Because anyway, we don't have any teachers in Udmurtian. That's sad. Another guy said, I feel like my son, after 11 years in the Russian school, he don't even know about who is these people, Udmurtian, what the culture. And many people don't know how many letters in the Udmurtian alphabet. That's really sad. And why this happens? The culture aspect is just another step of the economic aspect. We send about 70% of all our taxes to the Moscow, and this is exactly the same with the another regions. Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Mari people, Komi people, Buratian people, Sakha, Yakutia. We all send our minerals. We have oil in Udmurtia. We have to live like in Dubai, I guess. Do we live as a Dubai? Oh my gosh, you will surprise. No, we live far from the Dubai. Hey, Dubai, can you please join Udmurtia in your part? I will be glad. I'm just kidding. Sorry about it. So another one part, which is also said after the world meet this situation with the like a war, or like Putin said, special tactic operation in Ukraine. We start to send our guys there. A lot of troops sent to the distance of the 1,700 kilometers. We don't have any common border with the Ukraine. And honestly, I do not understand why our Udmurtian people have to go there and fight with the people who didn't even call them Vatyak. Vatyak is a bad word which some Russians use to describe like Udmurtian people. I guess every nation have these samples, and I don't want to like I mentioned N words, which was unfortunately used here, but we still have this situation right now, and I'm not really happy about it. What I'm dreaming about, there is a small country. It's named Estonia. This is another small Finno-Ugric territory somewhere in the Baltic Sea, and I guess probably you never heard about it. They are not great. They never have Olympic champions. They don't have any billionaire. They never had a great barrier in the past future, but they're living well. They were part of the Soviet Union for many, many years. And they start to discuss the process of the independence in 1985, when I was born. And right now they have good economic. They probably not the wealthiest guy in the world, but should you be a wealthiest guy in the world to be happy? No, they live in a peace. They don't have like a really big empire plans, but this is, in my opinion, what we need for our small territory between the Volga River and the Ural Mountains. Thank you so much. Tao Bajim.
Yeah, thank you so much, Artem. We know what you're living through because Russia was trying to destroy Ukrainian language, Ukrainian culture as well, but we have survived, and let's hope that your language, your culture will survive as well. Let's move now to the territory between Europe and Asia, to Ural. And I would like to invite Vyacheslav Afanasyev, who is an expert in journalism, in Russian propaganda, and can tell more what's happening in the world. And once, yes, well, nobody's perfect. He was entrusted person of Vladimir Putin.
Good evening. My name is Vyacheslav Afanasyev. We strive to show the resident of the Urals what it is benefit for the Ural to be free and independent. To be honest, is a difficult task. Residents of the Ural are very reasonable and warm people. This is a future of our people, who are like Americans. Like Americans, we combine the best parts of many national, Bashkirs, Tatars, Russian, Udmurt, Germans, Khanty, and Mansi. Just like in America, we have our hot Texas with salted Ural. We have our own called Alaska, Norilsk City. Finally, like the Americans in the 16th century, we understand why we need a metropolis. Moscow doesn't give us anything. Moscow is just takes from us. The Ural need independence. It will get it soon, I hope. What I'm sure of this. Let's start globally. If we will look at political procession in Europe, we will see clear dynamics. Great empires have not future. Small or national states are stable, prosperous, and live will with its neighbor. The explanation is simple. Any state is united with patriotism. However, patriotism extend only to what a patriot can call native. A resident of ancient Rome cannot imagine the Egyptian pyramid as a part of his homeland. A London citizen could not imagine himself among the Hindus. As a result, the Roman, British, and Spanish Empire shrank to Italy, England, and Spanish. This is the life of the history. A Moscow can't imagine himself in the Chukotka with Kalmyk prairies or Udmurt with the Rem. So sorry. These months what the Moscow Empire should be reduced to Moscow. It is just matter of time and historic process. Our task is to be ready for this moment. The main thing is what the population itself must be ready. Nobody is asking ordinary people to take an arm and go against the Kremlin occupation. But people need to understand what is happening. People should not be afraid of this process. For example, we are confident what a wonderful and rich future await the independent world. Wife the Kremlin. In the 5-4-year dream, we decided to turn to the wisdom of the Ural people. We sure the Ural what we are being rabid. The Kremlin appoint governments. The Kremlin appoint the owner of our factories. At the same time, last it allow the Ural paid the Kremlin to hundreds billion rubles in task. The population of the Ural is only 12 million people. Another part of the job in information. The truth to show and talk about how our regions and fighting for their freedom and independence. Show their victories. Thanks to the Bashkirs, our neighbors. This is a way proved what the people can we have their voice. In my native Chelyabinsk region, people support the fixed for Kushtau Hill. Today, an ordinary Ural citizen know a lot about the Ingria and Kalmykia. Of course, we know a lot about our great neighbor, the United States of Siberia. I am unsure you if tomorrow in Yekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk, Tyumen, they are not the sovereignty of the Ural, no one will oppose it. Of course, we are not talking about official, the army and the police. They are subordinated to the Kremlin and they will immediately begin military repression. Whoever any repression will cause a strike back. The Ural had a rich experience and armed struck against the Red regime in the 20th of the last century. The Ural declared itself an independent republic too. The last time was recently in the 19th of the last century. The people of the Ural clearly not what they call live white Moscow. Here are the facts. Imagine a country that has an area of 1 million square kilometers. This is 1/6 part of the area of the entire United States. Imagine a country that divide the Russian Empire in half. North border task the Arctic Ocean and the southern border task independent Kazakhstan. This country have everything: bread, oil, gas, minerals. The country produce atomic weapons and tanks. At population, it's more than 12 million people. Every 4 rubles of Putin empires is money of Ural. To summary the report, I want to tell. Ural are the place where the fight with Putin's empire will be decided. Where will be a free Ural, Putin empire will end. The Ural are an ideal place to start a total liberation movement against Mr. Putin. Ports of North City Road and access to Kazakhstan from the soul, it enable the world community to actively support the independent movement and people and Egyptian and technology. The Ural are the center of Putin empire. Through Ural, it is possible to support the liberation movement in both the western and eastern part of the empire. The Ural Republic will not have international of national conflict. We don't have a court national. Absolutely all Ural residents will be equal. The Ural are a territory with high industrial and agricultural potential. Ural will be a prosperity country, and the example of the Ural will show our national advantage of independence from the empire. Finally, the Ural have the highest potential of people for nuclear center, world-class university. All 20% of the adult population of the Ural Republic has higher education. This is an important fact. The level of culture, it's a guarantee what Republic will not drown in the civil war. The Ural will quickly go through the stage of separatism from the Moscow. Dear colleagues, the independence of our regions, it's the undisputed future. But I'm sure will the Ural, this future will not come right tomorrow. As a Uralian, I urge the entire world society to focus on the independence of the Ural, on the creation of the Ural Republic. Let me remind to all you of the geography once again. Where will be a Ural Republic, where we be not Putin Empire, where we a Ural Republic, where will be a springboard for the advancement of freedom both to the west of Putin Empire and to west-east. With this, I want to finish my block of speech. I spent 20 years in news journalism. Recent years I have been living in America, I have seen a difficult picture. Media what work we Russian auditoria in America are afraid to raise the topic of post-Russia. American protest organization of Russia are afraid to raise the topic of post-Russia. Of course, I attribute this to the fact what the Kremlin owes enormous influence on these people. But these people meet you congressmen and senators. Why offered wire imperial project to American politician discussing them anti-Putin protest. It's not a secret. I believe one of the hottest topic right now should be the entry of the post-Russia idea into the US political and media platform. We must break the negative images of what the Kremlin and the imperial oppositionists for around us. We have great speakers, great ideas. We agree what our countries do not need Putin nuclear weapon. In essence, we end to extend the European Union to the Pacific Ocean. This is beautiful idea, but we need to talk about it, talk a lot. This requires a strong media platform. I'm sure it is time for it to propose an idea to the European and American politicians. Great is scary Vladimir Putin. Sorry, great is scary Vladimir Lenin. said the idea it's starting to be a real force when it take over the people minds. It's real, it's a result we create with Soviet Union. Our main task for today is to promote our idea throughout the people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afanasyev. Yeah, so now we know the best geographical point to start decolonization and decolonization of Russia. It will be much easier if if Ural gets independent.
Yes.
Yes, and let's move now to the European part of Russia, of today's Russia. I would like to invite Ilya Tugar, the chairman of the International Council of Circassians and well-known human rights activist, American Circassian human rights activist. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. You know, when you come to a conference and Mr. Paul Goebel is giving a speech, you always think about the speech you prepared, and you would say to yourself, I should have prepared a little bit better. You get more information, you get more ideas, and anyway, back in 2007, we had our first conference in Washington, D.C. And it was Circassia, past, present, and future. And of course, the Jamestown Foundation at the time was right next to the American Embassy. And later on, we knew that the Russians were really furious how Circassians were holding a meeting hosted by the James Foundation at the time. Mr. Paul Goebel said earlier that if Russia is decolonized, they will be a Russian state, and probably it will be around Moscow. And I do agree with that 100%. And then my dear sister Aset said that the Russian Empire, Russia as an empire collapsed, but I mean the Tsarist Russia, and then the Soviet Union collapsed, and the Federation will collapse at one day, we hope, but the empire stayed. And I think that the new policy of the world, policymakers and others, should really focus on making sure that the Russian state, if there is one around Moscow or somewhere else, that it would not be a dictatorship. It would be a democratic country where the people of Russia are able to choose leadership that is not criminal. And that would be probably a guarantee for the civilized world to make sure that the threat of this empire is not imminent in the future. When we, going back to the Jamestown Foundation first conference, at one time, Mr. Goebel told me that we had Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty at one time, and we were broadcasting in different languages of the Caucasus and other nations that are captive in the Soviet Union. And the Russians really, I mean, they did not like it, but they did not think much of it. They were not furious. It was only when Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty had put a program to speak to the people of Circassia and the Soviet Union and outside in a Circassian language, and that's when the Russians became furious to the point that they strongly objected how to address Circassians. And why is that? Is because that we did not know, but Russia always knew the potential of Circassians. This is the largest nation of the Caucasus between its diaspora people and its people in motherland. And as we talk about decolonization of Russia today, Russia would not have been able to become the colony that is today if they did not have the coast of Circassia. That gave them the ability to expand their military ability and naval ability and otherwise, to access the warm waters of the Black Sea. And then they had become the bigger evil empire that we see today, attacking, occupying parts of neighboring country, occupying their nations, abusing human rights, and colonizing as much as they want. And they have the intention to even extend their colonization. So today here, I am a Circassian activist and has been in the international Circassian movement since 2006. I have most of our colleagues who have been with us here joining us today to participate in this event. And our goal is to raise awareness of our Circassian nation, both in motherland and in diaspora, of the need and the awareness for Circassians inside and outside the North Caucasus to become aware of the tragedies committed by Russia against us and the genocide, the forced deportation, the ethnic cleansing, and the crime against our culture and ethnicity, to a point where we are under the threat of losing most of it. We are the largest nation of the Caucasus, but we are also the only captive nation in a Russian Federation and in the Soviet Union that almost suffered entirely, and it was entirely almost annihilated. Thanks to my friend Zach, the one who brought that to my attention last night. Circassia and Circassian is the only captive nation that Russians actually intended to erase it from history. And they might have very well done so had it not been really for the true Circassian resistance and the ability for Circassians inside and outside the North Caucasus to maintain their cultural identity to the extent possible. This is one of the most ancient nations of the world. Our times in history is immemorial. Our language is a root European language. Our nation is a European nation on the eastern borders of Europe. We have our own culture, we have our own tradition, and we have maintained those not only in our motherland, but also in our diaspora communities against all lands, specifically here in the United States of America. Needless to say, had it not been for the group of Circassians here in the United States of America, the world would not have known about our hidden genocide, our hidden tragedy, and our desire since 1864 until now to reestablish our existence as a nation. It is the freedom of speech here, the no fear of Russia here in the United States of America that ignited us to make the Circassian world aware for the past many years that there is a need really to advance along those lines. And now we do see a lot of movements throughout the world among Circassian to unite and to advance their own cause. Needless to say that in the North Caucasus, Circassia is one of the largest nations who really sustained the brunt of the Russian attack for 101 years, one of the longest wars in history, one of the longest war in a Russian nation since old times. We lost most of our population, 90% of our population, between forced deportation, genocide, and other elements of Russian atrocities, lost their lives and lost their country. But also, we had our other nations of the Caucasus, Chechnya, Ingushetia, and Dagestan, and Abkhazia. They also suffered very similar circumstances and very much the same tragedies and genocide, to the extent that they also were almost annihilated, but it was the Circassian nation mostly that took the brunt really of the Russian atrocities. Chechnya, Ingushetia, and Dagestan, there was the strategic depths, although not coordinated at the time in a military way, but it was the strategic depths of Circassia and the North Caucasus. And of course, if the world at the time realized the importance of the Black Sea as they do now, and they listened to the ambassadors of Circassia and Chechnya and Ingushetia in 1864, before and after, of the need to help Circassians, then there would not have been a really today the Russian Federation as we know it. Now the world talks, the American media speaks of the Black Sea today as one of the most vital areas of the world, not knowing really it was the Circassians actually who brought it to the world attention that if you help Circassia, if you help Circassians, we are able to fend off this evil enemy that is coming from the north. And now it came, it built its evil empire, and now it's threatening the world. We need to learn the lesson today that if you support Circassia and Circassians, and this is more than possible with a population of more than 7 million people in the neighboring country in Turkey, then the potential of decolonization of Russia becomes more practical and more doable if Circassians are given the opportunity to repatriate, to build their own nation, and to confront the Russian policies and to help decolonize that evil empire that we know today it's the threat, the biggest threat to the peace of the world.
If I may ask you to be short.
Yeah, of course. I wanted to, yes, thank you for reminding me. I mean, when you start talking about this, it's very, what's essential today is that we have built in Europe, in Kiev, actually, we had a conference in Kiev, we had a conference in Brussels, and we have built a so-called the North Caucasus Nations Committee. And this is in many ways, many thanks to my dear brother, Prime Minister Ahmed Zakayev, who developed the idea, who built this idea, and now we are in Circassians, Chechens, Ingush, and Dagestanis, and others. We are building this committee today to be able to mobilize the North Caucasus inside and outside in order to become an effective element in helping decolonizing the so-called Russian Federation and occupation of the captive nations inside the Russian Federation. Lastly, I wanted to make it very short and sweet, and very important actually. Today, Ukraine is the hero of the world today in defending freedom, in fighting against Russia. The help to Ukraine is essential, not only to Ukraine. It is essential for the whole entire civilized world. Today, Ukraine is the one fighter that is stopping Russia. If we make it our political reasons not to extend the help, the financial help to Ukraine, then we are helping Russia. This is needed. This is a must. It doesn't have to be involved in politics or Congress or Senate or anyplace else. It has to go to Ukraine. Please, anyone who has the ability to voice out this concern, that help must go to Ukraine now, without exception. Today, Ukraine is the hero of the free world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yugar. Indeed, without free Ukraine, we will not be able to talk about free nation of post-Russia. So everyone who has ability to influence their members of Congress, of House of Representatives or Senate this week, please do so to support Ukraine. And thank you for disseminating this information because, you know, usually this is not something they teach you at the Russian departments at the Western universities. So this is really important to share this.
Mr. Chairman, this is the book that I'd like to introduce, written by my dear brother and colleague, Captain Adil Bashkawi. It's called Circassia and Ukraine, Two Nations, Even Russian Genocide Cannot Destroy.
Brilliant.
Very important book, very strong documentary about the Circassian and Ukraine.
Okay, we have some 15 minutes left, so I'll ask all speakers to be short, and we will move now to the Northern Europe, to St. Petersburg, to Free Ingria, and the leader of movement Free Ingria, Denis Ugrumov.
Dear colleagues, thank you so much for possibility of speaking. My name is Denis Ugrumov. I represent the social-political movement Free Ingria, which advocates for sovereignty of the Leningrad area and the city of St. Petersburg. Yes, it's not joke. The area, the name of our area doesn't correspond to the name of our capital. Our area and our city is captured by Putin and Chechens, residents of Far East, Bashkirs, Siberians, Ingush, Tatars, Buryatians, Karelians, Tuvins, and residents of other regions will say you the same thing. A multinational state cannot be unitary due to its cultural and historical characteristic of its population. But Putin's Russia, it's a separate unitary state governed by one person. In fact, it is an empire. The Soviet Union was also an empire. The Bolsheviks promised the people that they would give them land and independence for their support, but USSR was created and the decided people did not receive any freedom. In the 1977 Constitution states that the USSR is a single union multinational state based on the principle of socialist federalism. The sovereignty of 15 republics and their right to secede from the USSR were proclaimed. It was impossible to realize this right because the republics and regions was captured by Moscow. The Soviet Union collapsed, among other things, due to the excessive centralization. The new government tried to build a real federation. In 1992, the federative treaty was signed. Moscow gave sovereignty to the national republics, basic powers and taxes remained to the region, and the economy became independent. But the federal treaty was not signed by Tatarstan and Chechnya, because, as and before, the people of the region wanted independence and saw not a federation, but a confederation. The authorities understood that it would not be possible to draw a line between the federation and the confederation, and the country will disintegrate because the people want freedom. On the one hand, Yeltsin's words, take the share of power that you can swallow. On the other hand, Chechnya didn't sign the federal treaty and wanted to gain more independence than Moscow allowed it. Representatives of the People Liberation Movement and a significant part of the people didn't want to dependence on the federal center. The center know about the similar trends in other national republics. Regions striving for sovereignty decided to subjugate Moscow by force. After, oh my God, I'm only on the first page. Okay. After the Second Chechen War, the reason for which was fabricated by FSB, Putin built a system where he makes all political decisions. The captured Chechnya was calmed down with repressions and subsidies, the money for which was taken from other regions subordinate to Moscow. In 2001, Putin bans regional political parties. Parties become federal with branches in the region. Power moves from the region to the center. In 2005, after the terrorist attack in Beslan, which Putin turned into a massacre, elections for the governors were cancelled, and the president received the right to arbitrarily remove them from the office. For example, due to the loss of trust that is for anything and anytime. So the governors lost their independence and became a Putin overseers. In Ingushetia and Dagestan, the head is elected by a parliament of the region, which financially dependent of the center. In Buryatia and Bashkortostan, there are pseudo-elections taking place according to the Kremlin's scheme. First, Putin's man is appointed to the post of acting governor, and then he wins the election. To call a spade, this is a seizure of region by Putin. Putin's governors are changed from time to time so that they do not gain influence in the region and do not have unfavorable connections for the Kremlin. At the slightest disloyalty to Putin, the FSB will come to the governor. After short trials on a corruption, the governor of Kirov region, the head of Komi, the head of Udmurtia, and others ended up in prison. Local self-government in the region has been destroyed by Putin's propaganda. People were made to believe that politics is a dirty business, that a normal person will not go into politics, and it is always been this way, and that who's at the top know everything better. People are convinced that they do not decide anything outside of their home. In occupied territories, the struggle for the rights of population is impossible. A rally for the resignation of governors, the careless words on social networks lead to a trial for extremism. But this is not extremism, but an attempt to draw the center attention to the situation in a region. The invaders are not interested in anything other than money and power. The representative of region in Moscow is a Federation Council. In the 19th, the council was independent because its first composition was elected in the direct popular elections. Putin carried out a reform as a result of which members of the Federation Council began to be appointed by regional authorities in need of the Moscow loyalty. Now senators are people useless for the region, most of whom are Moscovites. As a result, Russia turned into a unitary state in 2008. Today, the Federation Council doesn't have a power to restrain the president. In February 22, Putin appealed to the Federation Council and received the right to send troops into Ukraine. If the senators were not people appointed by Putin, but real representatives of regions, for example, Buryatia and Tuva, whose residents are now killing and dying in Ukraine, Putin will not have been given such a sanction. Sorry, never. The take and give system of taxes allow Putin to control regional authorities. If the governor is loyal to Moscow, then he received more money into the regional budget. If they are not very happy with the governor, the region will pick up a breadcrumbs from the table. Captured region and national republics do not develop in such a system. For example, people live in poverty in the Sakha Republic, although the regions rivals South Africa in its reserves of precious stones and metals. The development of captured regions can lead to their strengthening and create problems to the central government. Putin keeps the region in poverty. Propaganda directs the discontent of people outside the country, and the population is destroyed in the war. If Federation Council were a real functioning body, senators from the regions would not approve the sending their fellow countrymen to war. The genocide of the Ukrainian and Russian population will not be happened, but Putin benefits from the militarism. And more residents of National Republic are sent to war, and more of them die there than Russians. Putin exterminates the inhabitants of the captured national republics. Putin made them cannon fodder on the one hand, and war criminals on the other hand. When Putin's powers is shaken, powerful centrifugal forces will arise based on the memory of the victims of this war and hatred of those who didn't end up in this war. On March 17 of this year, Putin once again took over the country. But Russia is a huge and different country. It cannot continue to exist as a unitary state where everything is decided by one person in the center. Otherwise, the new Führer will come after Putin, and World War will follow the Ukrainian war. I have to say, each subject of federation deserves the right of autonomy, its own elections, its own parties, its own financials, and its own self-government up to end, including sovereignty. We need your support today. It is necessary to create information resources that will constantly convey to Russians the ideal the ideas of local self-government, decentralization, confederalism, and way how to achieve them. If successful, the population of the occupied region will be able to escape from Moscow's control painlessly. If the regions continue to be kept in unitary state by force, we cannot avoid civil wars and humanitarian disasters. Thank you for your attention, and please excuse my perfect pronunciation.
Yeah, it's getting more and more better every time. So thank you. I know you had to shorten your speech since yesterday, so thank you for being shorter. Yes, I hope we can extend our session by 10 minutes because we started a bit later. So we have three more speakers. Let's stay in Europe. Let's move to the most European part of today's Russia, and including its name, the Königsberg. And I would like to invite Mr. Rustam Vasilyev, who is head of the Baltic Republican Party of Königsberg, which is known today as Kaliningrad.
Yep.
The floor is yours.
Well, dear friends, I'm from Baltic Republican Party from Königsberg, not Kaliningrad. We are the international team, multicultural and multilingual. I represent pro-European residents of Königsberg region. I represent unlawfully expelled East Prussian families. I represent people from all over the world who support the free Königsberg political movement. I am pro-European and pro-American. Our region has many historical names like East Prussia, Prussia, Borussia, etc. Let's call it the Baltic Republic for now. Eastern Europe is rapidly changing for the better. After decades of communist oppression, Königsberg is Europe. Moscow has no monopoly over Königsberg region. We are much closer geographically, economically, and politically to European capitals than Moscow. We have got our own voice, the voice of free Königsberg. The ruthless Kremlin regime wants an isolated Soviet Disneyland instead of prosperous and open Königsberg. Königsberg is not a North Korea, never was and never will be. That's the original plate from American embassy, from American consulate in Königsberg before World War II. I believe someday the American consulate will reopen its doors in Königsberg again. There are lots of historical connections between our region and America. We are aiming for open borders with our European neighbors and democratic countries. We support Ukraine, Belarus, and pro-European regions of Russia in their movement towards European civilization. We are for return of expelled East Prussians to the homeland, to Königsberg region. There are nothing to divide amongst brothers in our European home. Historically, Königsberg was a melting pot of Europe. We are open for cooperation. Moscow is threatening Europe. That is totally unacceptable. To ensure, you could see Baltic American line that was connected 100 years ago, our region with America. Second, there was a Baltic, yeah. Let's keep that tradition in the future and reconnect America directly with Königsberg. Königsberg was a part of his Hanseatic League, Hansa. It is very important for us to build back the economic links with our Baltic Sea neighbors. We need political freedom, open borders, and economic growth. We support Königsberg. We care about region and residents. And even at this time of crisis, join us, work and act for the liberty of Königsberg. There are few recognized political prisoners in Königsberg. I knew some of them personally. Let's not forget about them. Freedom to political prisoners. There are people from Königsberg fighting the Kremlin tyranny on the Ukrainian side within Russian volunteer corps. Basically, Königsberg is fighting with Kaliningrad. I don't want to see I don't want to see brothers fighting brothers, but it is like it is. So that's some of them who's fighting like on the Ukrainian side against Kremlin, basically. The Baltic Republic has the future. Providence glory, God bless America. So if you got the questions, you could ask me later.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll have time for questions after the panel. And let's switch from very western part of today's Russia to very eastern part, to the Republic of Sakha. I would like to invite Dmitry Pavlov, who represents Sakha Independence Movement and Sakha American Cultural Association. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Dmitry Pavlov. I should make a notice that I'm not Russian, nevertheless, of my Russian surname and Greek name. I'm Sakha, and I'm proud of my Turkic, Mongolian, and Tungus Manchurian heritage. And I want to say that we are living 400 years under Russian oppression. It was very bloody. It was very bloody. When they came, we lost about 70% of our population. And not only that time, in Soviet Union, we lost about 40% of our population. We have seen a lot of bad things. We have been raped. We have been murdered. We have been burned alive by people who came to wild tribes living somewhere in Siberian forests. And we have been used as resources. We have been used to colonize Alaska, to people who actually close to us, who actually could be the part of our people too, because our history is very long. We have been our peoples. We have not only Sakha people, but also Evans, Dolgans, Loravitlans, Yukagirs, and other nations. So I'm really proud of my republic because we are rich not only in natural resources, but also in human capital. Our people are very talented, and we already very democratic state, I would like to say, because Turkey says in their tax service that Sakha Republic is independent Turkic state. It's they put it like separately from Russia. So I want to say that we're ready to fight. We're ready to fight for our independence, and we already achieved some successes in that. I was from early development and foundation of Siberian Battalion, thanks to Civic Council from Poland, and we established that in the armed forces of Ukraine. So there are our like commander from Sakha, Vladislav Amosov. So really doing progress in that direction, because previously it was almost impossible to imagine that we will have some that we will start collecting some power outside of the country, because we had history of fighting for our freedom. About 100 years ago, we together with Tungus Republic, with Tungus people, Sakha people, and also Russian people who fought against the communists, we established Tungus Republic. So there, of course, was a few of us, and we're getting smaller in numbers. Nevertheless, we're trying to grow. You know, our people really appreciate understanding of family. So I want to say that we're ready to shut down Russian aircrafts, Russian helicopters, because our people are already famous for their accuracy in hunting. That's our nature to survive in very, very difficult conditions. And it's even colder than Finland, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have only one road to our republic. and it's really getting down minus to 72 degrees of Celsius. So it's not about Siberia when you talk about winter. So I want to say that it would be much easier to do that with stingers than just with rifles. Yeah, rifles. Yeah, thank you. So seeing failures of United States of America in Afghanistan, for example, 20 years spent for nothing, and they left a lot of weaponry to people who overtaken the country, and seeing the very difficult situation in Ukrainian front line, I would like to say that maybe it's time for us to start real actions while we all still here, and at least send F-35s to Ukraine. And I think it will be very good direction, because previously the West was mostly supporting and funding Russia. Nevertheless, saying that the Soviet Union or Russia is the biggest fear and the opponent and the foe, they were still supporting them. Like, for example, in 19th, feeding them while they were selling it to people, actually, and our republic even haven't seen it mostly. So maybe it's time to support independence of republics, of national republics, and start seeing as other subjects, not talking to us through the Moscow, because Moscow never represented us. We're different, and we want to survive. We want to develop. Our people do their best, even in that conditions. We very developed in IT, in cinema, art and culture. Our people really peaceful people. When we were fighting only to defend ourselves. And I think that's a good point to support us. Thank you.
Paulo. Thank you so much. Yes, it's high time to support captive nations and high time to finalize our panel. And probably the most important that not only your language, your sovereignty was stolen, but even your name, like, because in Russia it's known as Yakutia, not Sakha. Even the Russians even stole the name of the republic. And I was like thinking, you know, your republic is the closest one to the United States. And since we're in the United States, geographically, you're the closest one from all the speakers. Last but not least, we have one more short speaker who will tell us about, once again, Buryat Republic. We started from Buryatia and we'll finish from Buryatia. I invite Marina Khankalayeva to speak about her republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marina Khankalayeva, and I represent the Buryat Independence Committee, and I'm representative of the Buryat Committee in the Secretariat of NESA. That is the Peaceful Alliance of Five Peoples: Buryats, Yakuts, Bashkirs, Kalmyks, and Ingush. And we work together despite our differences. This is already my fifth speech at similar platforms. And to my great regret, we have good conversation, condemn Putin's state's latest crimes, but for us indigenous peoples occupied by Russians 100 years ago, the reality doesn't change. Putin mobilized us for war with Ukraine, sending back the dead or maimed. Our natural resources are plundered by Moscow, and our people barely survive on meager salaries, while Russia needs more soldiers for the war and offers our men who struggle to feed their families huge sums of money by our Buryat standards to fight in this war. And many go to pay off mortgages, to break out of poverty. I do not justify them. And I curse the day when imperialists set foot on my land and occupied it. Because if it were not for this centuries-long occupation, neither of us, Buryats, Yakuts, or other native peoples would ever think of creating an empire of slaves. as the Russian Empire had been its 300 years of existence. We would never think of build communism with Gulag over half the country, and definitely do not need Crimea, Kiev, or any other city or territory except our own. Our participation in Ukraine war and other Russians' war is a result of only one factor, the occupation of our countries. That's why we five peoples have united in the NASA alliance, guided solely by one idea, freedom. For many peoples living in their countries, choosing their governments, the word freedom has become something pompous and commonplace, something ideological and impractical. But for us, it is sacred. Because for us, freedom is life. Without freedom, the Russian Empire will destroy us to conquer Ukraine. As we see, they are very bad at fighting wars. As they go on their endless meat assaults, as they had been under Trotsky during the Civil War and under Stalin, no Russian general has ever spared soldiers' blood. We have united in the NASA alliance with the goal of creating a safe space for living. We want goods, services, finances move as easily as they do in the EU and the US, so that peoples can create their own states, revive their cultures, languages, build economies without Russian Empire considering us their properties and making us participate in their imperial projects. We are open to dialogue with the civilized world. We want to be a stronghold of peace. Without Yakut, Bashkir, Ingush, Buryat oil, gas, diamonds, gold, and other minerals, the Russian Empire has nothing. Today, using our resources, our taxes, including the blood tax called mobilization, they try to occupy their people. To what end? To use them to occupy more countries. The Baltic states, Eastern Europe, they only seems to be a matter of time. We desperately need the world's support because we want to build civilized states with working economy and working laws. And most importantly, we want to be peaceful, safe, and open. The economic news I've heard from Ulan-Ude is that we have a new second-hand market, a market for belongings of young men killed in Ukraine. This is not the kind of economy we want to build. Other peoples also express interest to our alliance, and ultimately, I'm sure that all people will join it because we all want a peaceful, civilized future, not war or a Russian world or Buratian world or any other world. The world gave Russia a chance in 1991. Then it was war in Chechnya, in Tajikistan, with Georgia, etc. And what Russia have been doing in Ukraine since 2014, what did it orchestrate in 2022? Where was the opposition in 1991? When Russia occupied part of Moldova, and in 1992, 1994, and 1999, and 2014. What is the new democratic Russia that is sometimes promised to us? We've already been there and are fed up with it. Build whatever Russia you want, but not on our land. Let it be in Moscow, Vologda, Ryazan, Suzdal, but not in Ulan-Ude or Ufa or Magaz or Yakutsk. Enough of the Russian Empire. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being on the point. Due to time restraints, the summary of the panel will be very short. Support captive nations and captive regions of the Russian Empire. Support Ukraine. Thank you so much.
So much to Margarita and the Jamestown Foundation for inviting me to moderate this distinguished panel. The panel is focused on the impact on Russia's neighbors. We heard from the previous panelists on interesting insights on captive nations of Russia, post-Russia. So this will be an interesting panel to hear about potential impact of Russia's collapse. My name is Milda Matachunaite-Boyce, and I'm Director of Fellowships and Coalitions at Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And I'm going to have a shameful plug. I'm Lithuanian. Somebody brought up Estonia, but and hearing Königsberg and Karaliaučius, in Karaliaučius and Königsberg, Lithuanian first book was published. And it was one of the first countries who withdrew from Soviet Union. So with that, I would like to frame the discussion and provide a few instructions for panelists since we're running out of time and we're starting late. I will kindly ask panelists to present for 7 minutes, and hopefully we will be able to have Q&A before lunch. So with that, I will turn to Janusz Bugajski, a senior fellow at Jamestown Foundation and author of Failed State, A Guide to Russia's Rupture. Janusz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Milda. Russian version is available also of my book. I think there's still a few copies left. There's a Ukrainian version that's doing very well in Ukraine, and a Polish version is coming out a little bit later, actually in June. I'm going to be over there in June. So that said, I don't have a lot of time. I may speak fast. No, I think I'll cut it down a little bit, but I'm going to jump right in. Growing turmoil in Russia will definitely impact on all neighboring countries. And it's going to present both challenges that must be managed and opportunities that must be grasped. Some states may be vulnerable to Moscow's provocations, designed to divert attention from its own domestic upheaval. Other countries stand to benefit from Russia's cleavages by easing their security concerns, expanding their influence, and even regaining territories that were lost to various versions of the Muscovite Empire. In sum, and I think this is important to bear in mind, 35 republics, krais, and oblasts in the Russian Federation share a frontier with 14 foreign countries. Before the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was only 12 of the federal subjects of what was then the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic had land borders with Norway, Finland, Poland, China, Mongolia, and North Korea. With the establishment of the Russian Federation in December 91, the administrative boundaries of another 23 so-called federal subjects gained international borders. In addition, it's worth bearing in mind a number of federal subjects that do not share borders with foreign countries have long-standing ethnic, religious, cultural, and linguistic connections, either with Russia's immediate neighbors or with nearby states. Now, Russia's constitution, and Paul Goebel mentioned this earlier, does not explicitly prohibit unilateral secession. It doesn't allow for it, but doesn't prohibit it. However, new states emerge regardless of constitutional provisions, but because of a breakdown in central authority and intense centrifugal pressures, as we've seen with the collapse of previous empires. And I do believe the Kremlin will not be capable of handling several simultaneous secessionist initiatives when state authority is receding and the loyalty of its military and security units is not guaranteed. Growing unrest, power struggles, fractures in Russia will reverberate around its borders. Some neighboring capitals may recognize kindred entities within the fraying federation as independent and contribute to state building. And as aspirant states reach for greater sovereignty, they all seek mutual recognitions with each other, but also diplomatic recognition by nearby states, as well as membership in multinational and regional organizations. Several federal units may gravitate towards particular neighbors, especially those with long-standing, as I mentioned, ethnic, linguistic, and other connections. There may be, in some cases, there may be disputes over territory and resources, could materialize within the Russian Federation. And some new Republican regional governments may well appeal for international mediators or even peacekeepers in some cases to help ensure national security during the transition to statehood. This provides, I think, an inroad to international organizations, to Western governments, and so forth. Any aspiring state is very unlikely to call on Moscow for mediation, of course, as this would be widely viewed as restoring an occupying force. Some nearby states would be attractive models and partners for numerous post-Russia regions, including, I'd say, neutral Königsberg, Królewec, I can't remember the Lithuanian, Karelia, Arhangelsk, Murmansk, Ingria, Pskov, Krasnodar or Kuban, the North Caucasus republics, the Middle Volga republics, Kalmykia, Astrakhan, Altai, Tuva, Buryatia, and Khabarovsk. Ukraine will be widely viewed as a catalyst and role model of self-assertion against Russian imperialism and can develop significant influence amongst the post-Russian states. Turkey will become a major player with expanding influence among Turkic-speaking nations inside Russia. Kazakhstan and Mongolia can play a similar role along their long borders with several emerging statelets. And while Japan will reclaim its northern territories, I do believe Chukotka is likely to see closer relations with the prosperous Alaska. You know, the Russians have been promoting this idea Alaska should return to Russia. I think actually it's the other way around. I think Chukotka is going to go towards America. A weakened Moscow will also find itself in a weak position when asserting its maritime claims in the Arctic. Don't forget the Arctic. We talk about the Pacific. We talk about the South and the West. There's also the North. This can benefit Norway over the limitation of state boundaries in the Barents Sea and Svalbard, where Russia claims primary rights and access to energy resources. Denmark can reassert its claims to the Lomonosov Ridge, that Moscow unilaterally declared to be Russian territory. Copenhagen maintains the ridge as an extension of Greenland. an autonomous territory within Denmark. And I point this out in my book. The status of Greenland itself may also feature in the calculations of several Russian federal subjects, as its self-government and local control over natural resources, law enforcement, borders, and other domains can be an example for several Siberian high north entities, including Sakha, Komi, Nenets, and regions, non-ethnic regions seeking genuine autonomy and a stepping stone to independence. Lastly, China will prove a challenge. I'm leaving China to the end here. Beijing will try to benefit from Russia's rupture. Okay, they are allies at the moment, but I think they calculate in the long term. It will try to expand its presence amongst emerging states in Siberia and the Pacific Rim, or even reclaim territory seized by the Russian state or the Russian Empire during the 19th century when China was weak. The West must therefore deepen its presence in these regions and work with Pacific democracies, including Japan and South Korea, to establish links with embryonic post-Russia states. Regions and republics in the Pacific region will seek political connections, state recognition, and economic investment. And similarly to the Caucasus and Central Asian states, they will resist incorporation into an expanding Chinese economic empire. Very last paragraph, because I know we're short of time. Lastly, the most effective way to prevent any imperial resurgence by Moscow is to recognize the independence of all republics and regions that seek statehood. One must not fear the collapse of a failed empire, but embrace it as an opportunity to intensify multinational cooperation, to open new markets, to facilitate new security or broader security alliances, and to help emerging democracies to develop. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Janusz. So without me even clarifying the questions to speakers, Janusz answered it really well. Just to repeat for the audience, the main questions that speakers are covering are: what scenarios do you all envision, and how should Russia's neighbors prepare to manage the process of coming Russia's Federation's rupture? And with that, I'm giving the floor to Walter Zaritsky, who is Executive Director at the Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations and Professor of Political Science.
Well, yeah, incidentally, with the demise of the Russian Federation and its impact on neighbors, initially, I quickly want to just point out very quickly that there's a lot of neighbors. In the West, you have everything from the North Balts and the Poles in the Black Sea basin, in the Baltic Sea basin, to the Ukrainians, the Romanians, Moldovan, Bulgars, Turks in the Black Sea basin. In the South, you have the Caucasus nations to the waters of, to the nations of Central Asia. In the East, you have China, Japan, the North and South Korean Peninsula, the United States. And in the North, the Arctic waterway, you have that large stretch of Canada on the other side of northern Russia. So my focus has to be much bigger, given the fact that my background is the Center for U.S.-Ukrainian Relations. And what I'm going to be talking about is a small group of nations that the Nords and the Poles touted and supported as the Eastern Partnership. That would be namely the Guam nations, that's Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Moldova, plus Armenia and Belarus. For the touters who were the minimalists, this was supposed to become, at the very least, a kind of friendly, neutral belt between Russia, the Russian Federation, and the West. For the touter maximalists, and the people that I met in several conferences in Poland, this should have been the last haul for the Euro-Atlantic world, bringing the six in and making Europe whole, free, prosperous, and at peace. So what I'll do is a couple of minutes or 2 minutes for the collective group and what the consequences might be, and then 2 minutes for Ukraine, because I think that there's an Ostpolitik, a special Ostpolitik that can develop there. When it comes to the collective group, I said that Russia's demise, whether it's in a sudden collapse or in a more tempered implosion, has immediate impacts on sovereignty issues for all six, especially for the Guam group. The Guam nations, since independence, have been plagued by issues of territorial integrity. Not sure whether, Russia, not sure that it can get it all back. That devised a series of hybrid warfare situations that led to frozen conflict zones. We know that Georgia, with Ossetia and Abkhazia, Azerbaijan with an older like Nagorno-Karabakh, Moldova with Prednistrovia or Transnistria, Ukraine, obviously a fake sort of frozen zone created by supposedly liberated, I guess, Crimean Tatars and ethnic Russians in Donbass. And these frozen conflicts, I think that without Russia's being in play, whether covertly or overtly, I think these frozen conflicts will disappear rather quickly. So that's the first consequence. I think we already noted that with Nagorno-Karabakh. I know that that's not quite pleasant to hear for the Armenians, but that kind of situation has disappeared. I think that frozen conflicts will disappear once the big brother is not in the picture. And that also leads me to a second. It's not just what, in terms of territorial integrity, but the second part of that dynamic is the internal dynamic of said countries. Their politics, their economics, or their culture. I think Ariel Cohen once put it best about the Russian uncles. This is something that doesn't just concern the Eastern Partnership countries. It also, we see it now in Poland and Slovakia and other places. And that is these watchful Russian citizens who somehow are involved in the intricacies of the political, economic, and cultural spheres in these other countries. And they've been there for a long time. They play a very decisive role, but they play it covertly. They play it in the background. I think that the moment that Russia begins to absolutely implode or even gradually implode, I think those Russian uncles, we're seeing it already in Ukraine in the military industrial complex, those Russian uncles start disappearing because those countries are able to fully assert control over not only their external sphere, but their internal sphere, their cultural, economic, and political, especially the economic, where the Russian uncle oligarch then keeps propping up old Komsomorsky elites. And I think with that, the reverse, I think that in the post-Soviet space, that the Russians had sort of envisioned and stuff, they didn't think that national democratic movements would take air. I think they have, certainly in Ukraine, the three Maidans of 91, 2004, and 2014 have proved that. And I think that that will happen in all the rest of the republics. I certainly am sanguine about that in Georgia and Moldova. I think I could even be sanguine about that in Belarus and in Armenia, and the Al-Shabaab element in Azerbaijan, even with Aliyev supposedly playing his game and so on and so forth. I think sooner or later. Now, if that's the case, then the point that I want to make very quickly about just the collective group is that at the end of this, if this is true and those six manage to do that, then the plan, that maximalist plan of the people that touted Eastern Partnership would come about by strong bilateral relations with North America, eventual membership in the EU, and eventual membership in NATO for those six. And Europe would eventually end up being whole, free, prosperous, and at peace. Now that's the Western, and so very quickly to the Ukraine, because the Ukrainians have a special spot. Everybody's right about that. I mean, the fact that they've got a million-man army, and they've got the potential that they've got, and they've got all the values that they've got in terms of a military industrial complex that is now developing weapon we haven't even heard about. Glenn Howard from here once called it Merrimack versus Monitor, the equipment that's being created, sea drones that revolutionized naval warfare. The Ukrainians have a special kind of little place that eventually, if this implosion happens. Now, they're what I call the three temptations. The first is a good temptation, and that is they develop an Ostpolitik. They develop as the Germans and everybody else in Europe had, a look at the East and what they can do. If they take, the first temptation will be to help the free nations of post-Russia to consolidate themselves. And so in effect, Ukraine should be the place then that creates the institutes for the training for the new national elites. It should create its own version of Voice of America and stuff like that to blast to the nations. It can play that role very effectively. I think that would be sort of mentorship role is proper. Now there's the second foundation of temptation. The second foundation of temptation is as Russia dissolves, let's not kid ourselves. Ukrainians have got territory next door. The Kursks, the Belgorods, Kuban, though I'm not sure that I would want to debate this with the Northern Caucasian. So the Northern Caucasus about this. But that temptation, I would say that yes, could possibly press for that if the place was absolutely exploding and it was low-lying fruit. Otherwise, the temptation is if you really have a Western anchor already and you're already part of the West, playing around with trying to grab territory in a forceful way might be a question. On the other hand, again, I will say this, if it comes to Ukraine, and that these territories may end up, these ethnographic territories may end up with Ukraine. I think Ukraine really has to be very judicious about the way it treats the issue. Much more important for it to support the nations that are yearning to be free and finding to be free. Now the final temptation is the one that Piontkowski once, who's the only true serious Democrat that no, I'm kidding. That is one of the few truly serious Democrats in Russia. He once said that at some point in time, when Russia implodes, and he actually predicted this 10, 15 years ago, there may come a time where there's only a rump state called the European Rupture. And it may be terribly tempted, because Ukraine is already in NATO and EU, it may be terribly tempted to try to say, why don't we unite the great lands of Rupture? Sort of like the risk board, this big thing called Ukraine, it's mega size. I think that temptation would be a strange temptation. And that temptation, let's put Rush to rest. Even Rush was a very interesting situation. All the Rushi were all interesting, but I think at that point, I think Ukraine would have to give a pass. Go ahead. The ethnic Russians, if it's based out of Moscow, you've got 800 years of history. Go do your thing, but don't come in our we're fine. We're part of Europe. We're part of the Euro-Atlantic world, and we're hoping that someday all of that may stretch all the way to Vladivostok, when all the free nations that we can extend that in that direction. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you to Walter. We will now turn to Marcin Jerzewski, who's joining us online, I believe. Marcin is the head of the Taiwan office of the European Value Center for Security Policy.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure to join you all from Taipei, Taiwan. May I confirm if you can hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Then in my remarks today, I would like to focus specifically on ramifications of a potential scenario of Russia's collapse for Taiwan. And while, of course, if we look at Taiwan from perspective of geography, we might ask ourselves, why would Taiwan be included in the discussion about Russia's neighborhood? And while this geographic connection is simply not there, something that is of particular interest to Taiwan is the question of statehood. And this is precisely because following the withdrawal of the representation of Chiang Kai-shek and the Republic of China authorities from the United Nations in 1971 as a result of UN Resolution 2758, international recognition of the Republic of China and of Taiwan has declined significantly. On October 25th, 1971, the UN General Assembly passed its Resolution 2758, which stated that the People's Republic of China is the only legitimate government of China, and it effectively replaced the Republic of China with the People's Republic of China as a permanent member of the Security Council in the United Nations, and decided to restore all rights to the People's Republic of China and to recognize the representative of its government as the only legitimate representatives of China to the United Nations, and therefore expel representatives of Chiang Kai-shek. Ever since, Taiwan has underwent a remarkable transformation. Taiwan is known globally as one of the economic powerhouses. It is still remembered as one of the 4 Asian tigers. But I think that equally important is the remarkable democratic transformation. Taiwan is one of the poster children of successful transition under the third wave of democracy that we have observed also in Central and Eastern Europe. And therefore, in the course of democratization of Taiwan, the question of statehood has appeared in waves. For example, following the first transfer of power in Taiwan, when the Kuomintang lost the presidential election for the first time in the early 2000s, there has been an ongoing discussion about the possibility of Taiwan reclaiming some sort of presence in the United Nations, either under its own name, so under the name Taiwan, or under the name of the Republic of China, Taiwan, or as it was stated on the referendum ballot back in 2008, any other name that aids success and national dignity. So all of this is to say that Taiwan, in case of Russia's collapse and dissolution of the Russian Federation, would be looking at how the international community is reinterpreting existing conceptualizations of statehood. And I believe that the main lesson from Russia's collapse for Taiwan will be the practical implications of the theoretical debate between declarative and constitutive theories of statehood. So here, declaratory theory of statehood submits potential states to an empirical test that equates statehood with possession of a defined territory, a permanent population, effective government, and the capacity to engage in international relations, either through formal diplomatic ties or informal, albeit substantial relations. And as a matter of fact, Taiwan already possesses all of these attributes of statehood. It has a clearly defined territory, which consists primarily of the main island of Taiwan, the Pescadores or the Panhu archipelago in the Taiwan Strait, and outlying islands of Jinmen and Matsu. So this territorial definition is reflected very well, for example, in the official name under which Taiwan has been admitted to the World Trade Organization, which is the special customs territory of Taiwan, Panhu, Jinmen, and Matsu. It has a permanent population of about 23.5 million, an effective government. It passed the standard political science test of 2 transitions, therefore demonstrating that it not only has an effective government, but it also has an effective democratic government. And as I mentioned, the capacity to engage in international relations. So despite the fact that the Republic of China only has 13 official allies, it is capable of maintaining strong, albeit informal diplomatic, albeit informal and not formally diplomatic relations with partners around the world. Actually, last week, in the context of Taiwan's relations with the United States, there has been quite a lot of reflection about the 45th anniversary of the Taiwan Relations Act. However, in case of Taiwan, we see that the People's Republic of China is really trying to manipulate the constitutive theory of statehood. The constitutive theory of statehood that holds that an entity has to be legitimized. It has to be given external sovereignty. It has to be legitimized by other states in order to be a state. Whereas declaratory theory that I just discussed considers the existence of a state as a question of fact and not law. And some legal scholars even posit that based on the declaratory theory of state, the possession of these 4 primary attributes of statehood that I enumerated actually imposes an obligation on other members of the international community to recognize them as such. And one example that is used in legal scholarship to back the declaratory theory of statehood is the evolution of the situation of Kosovo that started with only very limited diplomatic recognition that grew significantly. But the issue for gaining international legitimacy and for the ability of states such as Taiwan or the republics that would be formed as a process, as a result of secessionist processes in Russia, as a part of this journey towards liberation, is that the United Nations Charter clearly favors the constitutive theory of statehood, given that a membership can be granted by the consent of members of the General Assembly. And here, China, much like Russian Federation, would be very likely blocking access of these newly established states to the structures of the United Nations using its veto power. So in case of Taiwan, we see very clearly that the PRC can advocate for interpretations of statehood that further marginalize Taiwan in the international community. And it is very likely that we would see the Russian Federation use similar mechanisms if it still retained its veto power in the United Nations as a member of the Security Council. While Taiwan lacks official recognition in the form of diplomatic relations with majority of its partners, it possesses these other major attributes of statehood: a territory, a robust civil society, a vibrant democracy, a military, and relations with other states, even if they're not formal. Therefore, an important lesson from Russia's collapse will be a test to the international community. It will be a test of whether states are able to develop a coordinated approach by supporting the declarative theory of statehood to apply gradual pressure and potentially loosen the rigid restrictions that have been placed around states pursuing formal membership in international institutions and expansion of their international space. The declarative approach would enable individual international actors to determine statehood of republics that become independent from the Russian Federation or Taiwan on a case basis. And then in turn, this could legitimize international involvement in case of armed conflict or any sort of escalation from the regional hegemon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcin. We're just trying to stick to the times. We will now move to Brian Glynn Williams, professor at the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. And I guess Brian has a presentation. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. So this whole conference is premised on something that we're not discussing. How does this dreamed of, and I dream of it, collapse of the Russian Federation actually unfold? My talk is going to be a visual, hypothetical journey into how Russia is going to fall apart based upon futurism. I personally, in the background, I used to work for the Office of Director of National Intelligence and for the CIA. And we did a lot of this wargaming to try to figure out how things are going to happen. So I'm going to try walking us through what I think is the most likely scenario for the collapse of the Russian Federation, which I dearly hope happens. So speaking of things I hope to have happen, should, God forbid, this chap die and we have chaos in the Russian Federation, what I'm hoping for is that Congress gets this act together, that the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Matt Gaetzes and the Donald Trumps who love Putin lose power. They only have a two-person majority in the House right now, and Congress passes the aid package. The Ukrainians start arming themselves with F-16s. They couldn't advance last summer with all the Leopard tanks, etc., because they didn't have air support. You need close air support in static warfare to make advances. We get the F-16s to them. The Germans get the Taurus cruise missiles to them. These are bigger, heavier cruise missiles than the ones they have so far, which are mainly Storm Shadows from Britain and Scalps from France. This leads to an offensive on the Crimea. I believe the weakest link in the Russian Federation is, of course, the Crimea. It was annexed in 2014. It is linked to the mainland by the Kerch Bridge and the so-called land bridge. If the Ukrainians can knock out the Kerch Bridge with these heavy Taurus cruise missiles, this will leave the Ukrainians an advantage and the Russians at a disadvantage because they'll have to arm their troops via the land bridge coming down through Zaporizhia. At this time period, we have the Crimean Tatars, who I'm close with, rise up and start attacking as partisans. The Atesh movement, Atesh means fire in Crimean Tatar. They start doing partisan guerrilla efforts. They've done that already, but they stepped them up in my scenario. This is me in the Crimea with some of their leaders who, in many ways, mobilize this highly mobilized ethnic minority to fight against their ancient enemies, the Russians. I took this picture of Mustafa Jamilov years ago. He's still the paramount leader of the Tatars, although Refat Chubarov would probably take over as he's younger. This leads to, I say, an attack coming south with the Ukrainians also getting ATACMS. ATACMS are Army tactical missile systems that can go 190 miles, and they carry a heavier payload than the famous HIMARS. If the Ukrainians can use F-16s for close air support and the ATACMS to destroy Russian logistics, they can break the land bridge that Russia has created to Crimea, and they liberate the Crimea. And of course, go into the Donbass and get the so-called People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. As always, when you have battlefield defeats and the army comes home, it creates instability in a country. We've seen this time and time again when defeated armies come home and they cause coups d'etats, palace coups. Dmitry Medvedev, who survives, is not as strong as Putin. They call him Putin's shadow. He's much weaker. He doesn't have strong support. He's tried talking about dropping nuclear weapons, but he's a weak person. I think the military will try doing a coup d'etat against Dmitry Medvedev. They will blame the civilian leadership for the battlefield losses in Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, and they will try overthrowing Medvedev, much as Yevgeny Prigozhin did. I wish he won last August, when he marched up through Rostov-on-Don and almost got to Moscow. In this case, my general, who comes to try doing a Wagner-style coup d'etat of the government, is going to be General Surovikin. They call him General Armageddon. He's popular among the troops. He led the war to destroy Aleppo. He got Palmyra from ISIS, and he went down the Merv and got Deir ez-Zor. The troops like Surovikin. He organized a successful withdrawal of Russian troops from Kherson across the river. He dug the famous Surovikin line. He has much more popularity among the troops than any general I know of in Russia today. Far more than, for example, Gerasimov, or, God forbid, Shoigu, who's a civilian prancing around pretending to be a general. So I put my money on Surovikin, who's under house arrest right now for his role in the Wagner approach from Rostov-on-Don to Moscow. He's a man who I think will overthrow Medvedev. This leads us to the Caucasus. Without a strong central government supporting Ramzan Kadyrov, without that patronage, he starts losing money. The whole system in Chechnya is based upon bribery. Kadyrov bribes the Taips, the clans, and they get tired of having no money. We have Chechens who come back, Circassians come back from the diaspora, my colleague Fatima's people. There's a large diaspora of Circassians living in Turkey, millions. Turkey, I met them in Kafr Kama, Israel, Jordan. They start migrating back to Circassia. They've been denied the right to return to their homeland by the Russians ever since the 1864 genocide, but they are mobilized and they start returning back to the Caucasus. This man on my side right here then becomes leader of the Chechens, Ahmed Kadyrov. He takes over because Ramzan Zakayev is a moderate nationalist. He comes back from exile in London and leads the Chechens in overthrowing Kadyrov because he has no more patronage from Moscow. Kadyrov dies much as his father did, Ahmed Kadyrov, hopefully in a bombing. The Chechens who've been fighting in Ukraine are demobilized, and they come back home and help Kadyrov establish a democracy. Ichkeria is reborn again. Zakayev, that's a Freudian tumble. Zakayev comes back and overthrows Kadyrov, sorry. And we have a moderate democratic government. I'm friends with members from the Chechen Democratic Party, and they're striving to end all this foreign Wahhabism that Kadyrov has implemented Sharia law. It doesn't belong in Chechnya. They never had this in their Naqshbandi Sufi traditions. Circassians come back in large numbers. Remember, there are millions, especially in Turkey, what they call Cherkezler. And they rebuild their nation, much as the Jews rebuilt Israel, coming in aliyahs, in waves, to rebuild Israel. Dagestanis, they have been revolting for the last 2 years because they're dying disproportionately in large numbers as cannon fodder, joining these meat waves of people attacking places like Bakhmut. They're dying in large numbers for Putin's war. They revolt, and they have a jihad. They're more Islamically based. They recreate the imamate. Remember, they had a Kavkaz imamate for a while there, and they recreate a sort of multi-ethnic imamate led by the dominant ethnic Avars. Which brings me to the large number of Tatars. 4 million Tatars in Russia. They had autonomy in the 1990s when Mizmir Shemiev ran Tatarstan. They're oil rich. They revolt to get their autonomy back. The Bashkirs join them, the fourth largest ethnic group in Russia, and the Volga region becomes liberated under Bashkirs and Tatars. Tatars, once again, have the 4% of the population of Russia are Tatars. The ethnic implosion spreads to Buryatia. They've also been dying, and the Tuvans, Mongol Buddhists, have been dying disproportionately as cannon fodder in a war being waged that they don't really have a dog to fight in this war. They're angry about being used as cannon fodder. They revolt too. There's anti-war Buryats. And of course, I'm not going to go into the regionalism, the far distances in the Far East. There have been anti-war protests, pro-environment protests in Siberia in the last year. The country sort of implodes in a regional basis, in addition to the ethnic basis, all stemming from these battlefield defeats due to America getting its act together and finally acting as the arsenal of democracy, which it always was under Ronald Reagan. And this insidious Trump love for Putin comes to an end. We arm the Ukrainians with everything they need, from Taurus missiles to F-16s. They do a draft. They bring in hundreds of thousands of young people. They lower the draft age to 21, and they resist, and they break through the Surovikin line and get to Azov, and that brings down the whole house of cards. I'll do a shameless plug here to end. Should you be interested in buying a book that's like, it's part Harry Potter, 50 Shades of Grey. Thank you, I appreciate that. And that's finally another book I've written about the Chechens, who I love so much, and I'm rooting for them to regain Ichkeria and the Vainak people to be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We still have 4 presentations, so we will move right to Fatima Tlis, who is the editor of Voice of America and Polygraph.info.
I'd like to begin by thanking the Jamestown Foundation for hosting this event. It's important, and everybody in this audience recognizes that. I also would like to greet my panel, my colleagues at the panel. With some of them, we spoke at many other places, and I'm glad to be with you again today. To begin, I have to make a disclaimer. My views and opinions do not represent those of the U.S. government and the Voice of America. That is because my organization is funded by the American government. For the last, since 2016, I've been leading the Voice of America's first anti-disinformation unit, which was at the beginning focused completely on Russia and Russian disinformation and propaganda. The term Russian hybrid war is familiar to most of the world, mainly in association with the association with the current events or the Soviet period. However, Moscow has been engaged in a hybrid wars against its non-Russian citizens since the time of its expansion and colonization of those nations. This hybrid war uses different strategies, tactics, and tools specifically designed for specific nations. Yet all those hybrid wars have a single goal, which is a total elimination of national identities and complete Russification of all colonized nationalities. This policy does not depend on the regime change in Moscow. It's systematic, it's consistent. It includes historic revisionism, deprivation of economic, political, cultural, linguistic rights, disinformation and propaganda aimed at discrediting and misportraying the captive nations. In the North Caucasus, Russia's hybrid war historically uses the most radical and brutal tactics. This is due to multiple reasons, which include the region's strategic position and the nations of the North Caucasus' traditionally strong resistance to Moscow. In the Northwestern Caucasus, Moscow perceives the Circassians, the largest nation in the region, as a particularly acute and persistent threat to its hegemony. That is the reason the Russian Empire eliminated Circassia and removed the nation from the map. And up until today, there is no Circassia in Russia. As part of this hybrid war, Russia also created and maintains multiple ethnic conflicts in the North Caucasus. Most of them are artificial and could be easily resolved when the main beneficiary of those conflicts, Russia, is removed from the play. Others, where the blood has been spilled, will take larger efforts, including potential outside moderation. Despite this complexity, the countries of North Caucasus remain a robust, beautiful region with vast resources and potential of becoming a successful, secure member of the democratic world. What could be done from the outside to help those processes? I'm not a policy advisor, but from a journalistic point of view and from somebody who born and grew up in the Caucasus and spent most of my life there, here are my recommendations. The European Union and the United States should not impose any state structures on the peoples of the North Caucasus. Instead, allow a period of transition. They should sponsor studies to define scenarios of risks versus success, including identifying grievances and the ways of peaceful resolution, economic and political potentials. Create educational programs for people to study everything from governance to law enforcement, diplomacy, English language, media literacy at the Western institutions. Support, including financially, the development of free press, specifically in national languages. Create journalism programs. Support and short and long-term training opportunities, specifically for the journalists in the North Caucasus. Support the inclusion of the studies of Russian genocidal colonial policies and the history of captive nations into the academic circular in the West, which is not the case right now. Encourage a more active coverage of these peoples in the Western mainstream media. Moderate, coordinate, support the society's engagement with the free democratic societies in Europe and elsewhere in the democratic world. Provide legal diplomatic support to the nations. create an environment beneficial for economic, trade, business, technological development, encourage citizens' entrepreneurship, provide security assistances, security assurances and assistance in case Russia engages in revanchist special military operations. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Fatima. And we have a video address by Kazuhiro Ito, All Japan Karafuto Research Organization.
East Asia after the coming collapse of Russia. Since the late Tokugawa shogunate era, in the early 19th century, the greatest threat to modern Japan has been Russia. As a result, war finally broke out between Japan and Russia in the beginning of the 20th century, 1904. Fortunately, it won. Now that Russia has transitioned from an authoritarian system to totalitarianism and even started a war of aggression, the greatest threat to Japan and East Asia has returned. But what if Ukraine wins against Russia and our cooperation causes Russia to collapse? Let's try simulating it. First, the peoples of Siberia and other countries ruled by the Russian Empire would be able to become independent due to the right to self-determination. Karafuto and Chishima Islands, which have been illegally occupied by Russia, will also be returned to Japan. The circumstances of East Asia will change drastically. It's North and East Asia spring. With the Russian threat eliminated, Japan no longer needs to worry about the security of her northern border. And the emerging nations of Northeast Asia, which desire freedom and prosperity, can be supported by the United States, Europe, and Japan, which is Asia's only responsible developed nation. It will take time for free economics and democracy to take root in these countries. However, if we succeed in this, we will be able to bring a spring of prosperity to the region, not only through political growth, but also through economic growth. Japan already has a wealth of experience in bringing prosperity to countries such as Taiwan, Korea, or Manchuria. What happens next? It will be the shakeup of North Korea's dictatorial system and the spring spread to the oppressed ethnic group in China. Russia's collapse means that the Chinese Communist Party's totalitarian regime loses its largest and most powerful ally. In the best case scenario, the so-called People's Republic of China will suffer a similar fate to its twin sister, the so-called Russian Federation. Hope will come to Tibetans, Uyghurs, Manchus, and Mongolians, and other oppressed peoples. These peoples have the potential to become like the nations that will succeed in Northeast Asia, and Taiwan will be freed from the Chinese grip. If that happens, North Korea, having lost two major pillars of support, will also face the prospect of collapse. South Korea may be able to look after the North Korean people, just as West Germany used to unify East Germany and still taking care of it. And this impact extends not only to land, but also to the ocean. In other words, it is the collapse of string of pearls and one belt, one road by the current Chinese empire. This signifies the completion of the free and open Indo-Pacific, which is strongly supported by the US, Australia, India, and Japan, Quad, and the countries that support it. And it will be the beginning of a new and real one belt, one road of freedom. However, I would like to draw your attention to an important point here. This is about nuclear weapons in the region after the collapse of Moscow, Beijing, and Pyongyang. What I am reminded of is the failure of nuclear control after the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think it was really necessary to take away the nuclear weapons and denuclearize the entire region with the collapse of the Soviet Union. We certainly tried very hard to prevent Soviet nuclear technology from falling into the hand of other countries and terrorists. But I think we should have been more proactive in eliminating the very nuclear weapons that threaten free countries. I think the retribution for not doing so is what is happening in Ukraine now. Therefore, we should take this opportunity to pay close attention to the denuclearization of the upcoming New Russia and New China. Otherwise, history will just repeat itself. To this end, it is necessary to consider in advance specific processes and programs such as their nuclear abandonment and subsequent strict nuclear inspections. I believe that the nuclear abandonment process that took place in Ukraine and the strict nuclear inspections of Japan to date can serve as precedents. This is a message of me and a message from Japan. From now, as an appendix to this speech, I would like to send the following heartfelt messages to you from 2 locations in Japan.
But we got the message from Japan, and we're going to post the video online once we manage to reduce the noise.
Sounds good. Thank you, Margarita. We will now move to Kennedy Lee, independent researcher, formerly with the Hudson Institute.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for providing such color on the ramifications the future of Russia will have on Russia's neighbors. In my remarks, I would like to focus on the United States' current strategy and policy towards these neighbors, and to emphasize that policymakers in Washington would be wise to act swiftly to maximize U.S. and Western influence in the region, while these states are still signaling a willingness to do so before this once-in-a-generation opportunity recedes. Moreover, I will speak about how it would be to the benefit of these nations to plan for any future Russian scenario, given the intense fissures and instability in the country, and particularly in its outer regions, which of course border these neighbors. In the 2 years immediately succeeding Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, numerous states across Eurasia, and notably many Russian allies with scant history of ruffling feathers in Moscow, conveyed, if at times subtly, their displeasure with Russia's actions in Ukraine, as well as defied Moscow on a number of other geopolitical matters. In numerous cases, these states simultaneously signaled, also often subtly, a greater willingness to work with the United States and our Western partners on a range of diplomatic, economic, and security matters. For example, aside from Belarus, no heads of CSTO member states spoke in favor of Putin's war efforts. On stage alongside Putin at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in June 2022, Kazakh President Tokayev conveyed that his country had no intention of recognizing Moscow's illegal annexation of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. CSTO members Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan backed Azerbaijan over fellow CSTO member Armenia in last fall's conflict, and notably, the day after Russia led the unsuccessful charge to adopt a resolution at the UN Security Council on October 16th that neglected to name and condemn Hamas for its atrocities committed in Israel, the Tokayev government released a statement explicitly naming and denouncing Hamas's actions. But the tide seems to be turning away from such defiance in recent months. While the groundwork was laid for greater U.S. engagement in the region, in particular, U.S. President Joe Biden's convening with the C5+1 heads of state on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly high-level week in September, many of these overtures stayed at the symbolic rather than substantive level. And above all, U.S. stalling of additional military assistance to Ukraine and U.S. leaders' timidity in enabling Kyiv to prevail on the battlefield by sending the necessary military resources such as long-range strikes and air power are making these Eurasian nations question Western commitment to the region, as well as allowing Moscow to once again tighten its grip over governments in the region. The reintroduction of the Foreign Agents Bill in Georgia, along with the pressure the Kremlin is exerting on Central Asian governments and foreign nationals within Russia following last month's ISIS-K attack in Moscow, are signs that the tides once again are turning in favor of the Kremlin and its allies in the region. It is safe to assume that pressure will only continue to mount on Russia's neighbors to fall in line with the Kremlin's wishes in Ukraine and beyond. Additionally, as last month's ISIS-K attack has been used by the Russian government to intimidate and crack down on migrant workers from Central Asia, Moscow may use this tragedy to bring Central Asian states closer on a number of security and political matters, even if through intimidation. Of course, there should be no illusions that historical Russian allies across Eurasia could have been fully removed from the Russian camp over the past 2 years. Their natural position is to balance between powers. But the failure of imagination from U.S. and Western policymakers to capitalize on this rare window of opportunity by going on the diplomatic and messaging offensive puts the West at a disadvantage to respond to the incoming Russian pressure throughout the region. Despite ISIS-K's public claim of responsibility for the attack, Moscow continues to publicly place blame on Ukraine in the West, even going as far as to recently insinuate that Ukraine is nefariously utilizing the tragedy to boost recruitment for its war of survival. But if anything, it is Moscow who has emboldened extremists in its immediate neighborhood and beyond in recent years. The Taliban takeover of Afghanistan in August 2021 has allowed the country to once again become a breeding ground for extremism, and particularly for ISIS-K. But the Russian government, no doubt motivated by its deep loathing for the United States and US-led alliance structure, embraced the Taliban in its rise back to power in August 2021. One day after the Taliban retook Kabul, the Russian ambassador to Afghanistan praised the group and called its actions good, positive, and businesslike. And the Kremlin has since finalized a series of deals with the Taliban to supply Afghanistan with gas, diesel, wheat, and more. Meanwhile, while the Russian government is putting pressure on its Tajik counterparts in the wake of the attack carried out by Tajik nationals, as well in some cases denying Tajik migrant workers entry into Russia and even deporting others, Western analysts and policymakers should remember that while the Russian government welcomed the Taliban back to power in late summer and fall of 2021, it was Tajikistan that most resisted the Taliban's return to the community of nations and was even dubbed the Taliban's toughest critic for its efforts. All the more, the Kremlin has emboldened extremists elsewhere. Russia was the first country to welcome a delegation of Hamas officials just weeks after the terrorist group carried out its brutal attack across southern Israel. And Ukrainians know all too well the extent of Russia's growing partnership with the Islamic Republic of Iran, as Russia continues to strike Ukrainian civilians and infrastructure with the Iranian-made Shahed drones. In December 2023, it was estimated that Russia had fired a total of 6,700 Shahed drones at Ukraine during its then 22-month full-scale invasion. While the Kremlin continues to put misplaced blame on Ukraine, the West, Central Asian states, and Central Asian nationals for this extremism, the United States and European partners should use this time to boost strategic and diplomatic ties with Russia's neighbors, including ramping up intelligence sharing efforts, and before the Kremlin's pressure is too much to resist. It is also easy to envision a scenario in which the Kremlin uses this to further clamp down on ethnic and religious minorities along its periphery, which Western societies and NGOs should diligently track and shed light on. Overall, as I argued in a report co-authored with my former colleague Luke Coffey at the Hudson Institute earlier this year, the United States needs to go on the diplomatic offensive across Eurasia, which can take many different forms. A few ideas we propose are to bolster engagement with the Organization of Turkic States, think creatively and substantively about the C5+1, engage with the National Resistance Front of Afghanistan, and go on the communications offensive in more Eurasian languages. Most importantly, the United States should change strategy and enable Ukraine to prevail and not merely survive on the battlefield. Greater American engagement in the region would be mutually beneficial, as well as provide a buffer and help Russia's neighbors prepare for any possible scenario involving the future of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Kennedy. I know that we're out of time, but I got a green light for Margarita to extend for a few minutes. I know you're anxious to get to lunch. We have an online presentation by Tasha Bayin, representing Movement for Independence of Manchuria.
All right, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tasha Bayin from the Congress of Manchuria. I believe you don't need a PhD in anthropology and history to know where Manchuria is. But I'm sure a lot of you did have a PhD in history and anthropology. Let's first look at the history of Manchuria. Manchuria had built a strong bond with other nations from as early as the 20th century. Even back in Qing Dynasty, the United States of America has already built 3 consulate buildings in the major cities of Manchuria. One of them is still operating until today, which is the General Consulate of Shenyang, also known as Mokdin. Even under the occupation of the Japanese Empire, the United States of America was also the biggest consumer of agricultural goods of Manchuria. And during the World War II, Manchuria provided asylum to Jewish communities from Eastern Europe, also the Tatar community. The Jewish temple and the Tatar mosque is still operating until today in the northern Manchuria. And also, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is still operating by the local Manchurian Orthodox Christians. Even under the occupation of the Communist China, the people of Manchuria, we did not lose our hope and our tradition of freedom and self-reliance. In 1989, the people of Manchuria spontaneously formed different kinds of resistance organizations, even militias, against the tyrannical occupation of China. Of course, we did that because of our tradition. However, we cannot made into that way without the cultural influence of the Western nations. In the 1990s, because of the discriminatory economic policies and the cultural genocide, thousands of people lost their home, their work, and even some of them committed suicide because they cannot afford to live. Even today, as an Aboriginal member of the Manchurian community, I cannot freely study my language without the censorship and the surveillance of the authority. However, the people of Manchuria, we did not lose our hope. Our overseas community, we formed a congress and we worked collaboratively with other free nations around the world. Manchuria were the neighbor of Japan, South Korea, North Korea, Saha Republic, and Buryatia. Our industry capacity is similar as Kuwait, Ukraine, and France. The amount of fossil fuel production is similar with Kuwait, and the amount of agricultural good is similar with Ukraine and France. We believe Manchuria should be responsible to the stability and the prosperity of Northern Asia, and we are willing to work with other free nations from the East and the West to achieve our goal. Let's work together and make our nation free again. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Tasha. Thanks to everybody. Thank you, the audience and the speakers. And I would like to invite everybody to join me for the round of applause. And I'm sorry we ran out of time of Q&A.
Thanks. We're going to move into our lunch session, I think, in about 20 minutes. So grab and eat.
Check, 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 check.
I don't know. That's crazy. That's
Okay, what do we got?
Hello?
Who are these two guys, Rita? Have you met Margarita, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good.
Или там есть предложит должность посла Украины в Штатах.
We figured out this. My parents are in Poland and my daughter is in Bulgaria.
Participate in that. photo.
She's Bulgarian citizen, so
incredible.
So
You're a coach.
No, my daughter is in Bulgaria. That's what I'm saying. My parents are in
Poland,
and my daughter is in Bulgaria.
She's in Bulgaria.
It's like I joke.
In Varna, yeah.
Well, you guys have to take.
I'll wait until they finish. It's like I joke with people and they say, "What's your identity?" I say, "I'm a coalition of the willing."
Yes.
I'm Polish by ethnicity, British by birth, American by choice, Bulgarian by marriage, and German by dog.
Hello, everyone. Please come and take your seats. You take your picture. It's okay. I'm calling on the people who are in the corridor and in the lunchroom. Please come back. We are going to start our panel. It's going to be a short panel, so please come back.
All right. I can start?
Yeah.
Okay, I can start. I've been given the word. Have you heard the one about the Ukrainian, the Pole, and the Russian? No, I'm joking. It's like the beginning of the joke, isn't it? We should make some up. But,
But Ilya has a Ukrainian passport.
okay, now I'm talking about ethnicity. But I'm everything, so it doesn't matter.
He is Ukrainian politics.
Yeah. Okay, folks, settle down, everybody, please. It's time for our lunchtime discussion with two prominent anti-imperialist activists, a Ukrainian parliamentarian and a Russian parliamentarian. And I think it's going to be invaluable to listen to their perspectives on the future of Russia and to test the hypothesis that Ukrainians and Russians can work together to finally end the colonial Muscovite state or Muscovite empire. So let me introduce very quickly. Oleg Dunda is a member of the Verkhovna Rada. He's a member of the Committee on the Organization of State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning, also chairman of the Subcommittee on Construction and Design, and a member of the Interparliamentary Friendship Groups with France, Baltic countries, Czech Republic, and Luxembourg. That's not where you could.
Nice country.
Wow. On my right, I should have said on my left. On my right is Ilya Ponomarev, member of the Executive Council of the Congress of People's Deputies of the Russian Republic, not the Russian Federation. He is a Russian politician, tech entrepreneur, and investor, a member of the Russian Parliament between 2007 and 2016. He became a leader of the Russian protest movement in 2011, forced into exile by Putin and company in 2016. He moved to Silicon Valley and then to Kyiv, where he established an investment company that, as the first Ukrainian company traded in the US, went public on NASDAQ in 2018 and is now a Ukrainian citizen. Welcome, both of you. Let me start with Oleg first. And Oleg, in your comments, and again, I'm not sure how much time we have, probably have a little bit more than the others, but in your comments, I'd like you to address two questions in particular. First, what is the position of the Ukrainian parliament and Ukrainian government on the future of Russia? In other words, what would be the long-term solution for ensuring that Ukraine's security is not threatened and that you don't face genocide every generation? In other words, how to ensure Ukraine's permanent neighborhood. And second question is, tell us about concrete actions undertaken by Kyiv to assist the captive nations in Russia, including the Verkhovna Rada Special Commission for Interaction with the indigenous peoples of Russia. So those would be my two questions. You can cover other issues as well if you want, but that's what I'm most interested in.
Thank you.
Thanks, Oleg.
Thank you, Janusz, for your questions. If you, I will answer in Russia, and I ask Taras to.
There's a spare mic here. Oh.
Yeah. Ну, у нас здесь много говорит по-русски, поэтому будем использовать трофейный язык.
So we
Я
will
так к нему отношусь, Илья, не знаете?
we will use the trophy language. That's how I treat this language.
Он весь твой.
It's all yours.
Илья, может к нему придать еще замороженные активы 300 миллиардов?
It would be good to have Russian assets as addition to the Russian language, you know.
Нравится, нет?
Конечно.
Спасибо.
И уже мать городов русских.
Все, я свою задачу выполнил, я могу уже идти. Все, что хотел, получил. Взгляд Украины на Россию.
The view of Ukraine on Russia.
Ну, по-хорошему, Украину, в принципе, никогда не волновала Россия, все, что там происходит. Да и, в принципе, никогда бы не волновало.
So in general, Ukraine has never been worried about what's happening in Russia, and it would continue as so if not.
Что бы там ни приходило в голову Путина, Медведева и всех остальных, Украина всегда думала только о себе и думала о своей стране, и это нормально.
Whatever happened in Putin's head, in Medvedev's head, Ukraine was always thinking about what's happening in Ukraine.
Но та война, которая активизировалась в 2022 году, поставила вопрос кардинально, и это не мы поставили, это поставила Москва, о том, что империя, Российская империя и Украина, они не могут существовать совместно.
But the war, which was reactivated in 2022, has changed the situation, and it was Russia which forced Ukraine to change the situation, realizing that Ukraine and the Russian Empire cannot coexist.
Это не наш выбор, это так случилось, это наша задача.
It's not our choice, but now this is our task.
Если мы как страна хотим существовать дальше, как нация, то это неизбежно то, что Российская империя не должна существовать.
So if we, Ukraine, want to exist in the future as a nation, so there is one inevitable argument for this, that Russian Empire cannot exist anymore.
Более того, даже руководство Москвы, Московии, как говорят, они сами себя фактически, и тут Илья, наверное, подтвердит, они сами себя считают империей.
Moreover, even leadership of so-called Moscovia, Ilya might confirm this, they consider Russia to be an empire.
По истории мы знаем, что ни одна империя не существует бесконечно. У них всех судьба одна и та же, не распадаются.
From the history we know, there is not a single empire that existed forever. Sooner or later, all empires collapse.
И фактически наша война за независимость, она обречена завершиться тем же. Российская империя должна... Это не последовательный процесс, это одновременно. Российская империя должна быть распаться на отдельные государства.
And de facto, our war for independence is doomed to the same result. The Russian Empire should collapse.
Более того, это и цель должна быть не только Украины, это должна быть цель Европейского Союза. Я напомню, Россия всегда была тюрьмой народов, всегда была угрозой для большого европейского проекта и в 19 столетии, и в 20 столетии, и сейчас в 21 столетии. Это взаимосвязанный процесс.
Moreover, the Russian Empire has always been threat not only for Ukraine, but for the European Union. If you go back to 19th, 18th century, the Russia has always been threat for the big Europe.
И это вопрос безопасности по одной простой причине, и мы с Ильей это уже обсуждали. Я могу привести пример такой страны, как Венгрия.
Moreover, this is question of security. I can give here an example of Hungary.
В таких странах, относительно небольших, любой человек может быть лидером. Контролировать это невозможно. С любыми идеями, хорошими, плохими, левыми, правыми, не имеет значения.
In such relatively small countries, anyone can become a leader, and this leader can have both positive and negative ideas.
Почему в Венгрии есть Орбан, который часть своей политической повестки дня аргументирует Великой Венгрией, Большой Венгрией?
Why I'm talking about Hungary? Because there is Mr. Viktor Orban who is talking about so-called Big Hungary.
Очень похоже на Путина и все его окружение, только есть одна небольшая разница. У Орбана нет ресурсов для реализации своих идей.
And his ideas are basically quite similar to the ideas promoted by Mr. Putin. But there is one big difference. Orban does not have resources to realize these ideas.
И в чем трагедия для Украины и для Евросоюза наличия такой государства, как Российская империя? Огромное количество ресурсов, где любой диктатор с любыми идеями имеет возможность эти идеи реализовать.
And what is the tragedy of Ukraine in the existence of the Russian Empire is because any leader of this empire having so huge resources can realize those ideas.
Соответственно, история и логика нам подсказывает, что решение этого вопроса, а удержать там различными демократизациями, федерализациями империи невозможно. Империя либо она распадается, либо она абсолютно централизованная, жестко централизованная. Другой, история за там, тысячелетия нам других примеров не дала.
Well, the history and logic tell us one thing. You cannot democratize these empires. They are either, the state is either democratic or they are like rigid, strong authoritarian empires. There are no other options.
Поэтому в данной концепции для общей безопасности, для безопасности европейского проекта, и вообще системы безопасности наиболее оптимально, когда эта Российская империя распадается на отдельные независимые государства.
So the only option we have is for the Russian Empire to be dissolved into separate independent states,
которые не обладают достаточными ресурсами, которые позволят им проводить агрессивную политику.
Who do not have sufficient resources to conduct aggressive policies.
И не обладают соответствующими ядерными арсеналами для того, чтобы быть ядерными шантажистами.
And do not possess corresponding nuclear arsenal to become to conduct the nuclear blackmail.
Как пример, опять же, можно привести пример, это распад Советского Союза.
We can use the example of the collapse of the Soviet Empire.
Которая, этот распад как таковой, которого, кстати, не желала ни Штаты, ни Великобритания, никто не желал. Но
it was neither the United States nor United Kingdom. Nobody on the West basically wished for this collapse.
Но этот распад привел к 30-летию рассвета западной демократии.
But this collapse has led to 30 years of renaissance of the Western democracy.
По одной простой причине исчезла угроза.
Because of one simple reason, the threat has disappeared.
По приблизительным подсчетам, Европейский Союз сэкономил за 30 лет на экономии оборонных бюджетов с 1991 года 10 триллионов долларов.
According to estimate counts, the European Union has saved since 1991 on saving on defense budget around 30 trillion USD.
И это был причиной этого рассвета. Соответственно, любой распад империи это влечет за собой рассвет государств, которые находятся вокруг него, вокруг границ.
Therefore, we can tell that any collapse of an empire leads to a renaissance of the states neighboring this empire.
Более того, это решение в том числе и ядерного вопроса, угроза ядерного решения. Опять же, нам дает подсказку процесса 91 года.
Moreover, this is solution to the nuclear threat. We have some experience from 1991.
Когда новые лидеры новых независимых государств, можно по-разному к ним относиться. Они были частью коммунистической системы, где-то были смесь криминализованных с КГБ, но практически все они ради легитимизации себя, они готовы и отдали ядерное оружие.
Because when we are talking about new leaders of new states which had emerged in 1991, yes, those leaders, many of them were connected to communist regime, they were connected to criminal world, to KGB, but in order to legitimize themselves, they have decided to give up their nuclear arsenal.
Это позитивный пример, как это может осуществляться, но была допущена одна большая ошибка.
So this is positive example how this can happen, but one major mistake has been made.
Вместо того, чтобы уничтожить это ядерное оружие, либо отдать под контроль международного сообщества, его отдали Москве.
Instead of destroying this nuclear arms or either to give it under control of international community, well, all these nuclear weapons were given basically to Russia.
При этом эту ошибку нужно учесть, и при дальнейшем распаде Российской империи это должно быть одним из основных условий при признании новых государств, независимо кто там будет лидер. Уничтожение ядерного оружия в принципе на этих территориях.
So we have to take into account this mistake. And when we are talking about future collapse of the Russian Empire, we should talk about a total elimination of the nuclear weapons.
Относительно, вот был вопрос, Януш спрашивал, относительно работы с коренными народами, вот комиссия в парламенте Верховной Рады, есть одно большое заблуждение. Не следует считать, что есть национальные республики, Тыва, Бурятия, Татарстан, Башкортостан, а все одно большая Российская империя. Нет, это не так. Российская империя – это Московия, Москва и области вокруг них. Поверьте, представители Екатеринбурга, Хабаровска, Новосибирска по идентичности – это не русские.
Responding to a question, Janusz, about policies, about our attitudes to Russians, quite often people are misled that there exists one big Russian state, Russian identity. It's not so. There is Teva, there is Bashkortostan, there is Tatarstan, there are many other regions. In Khabarovsk, people do not have any Russian identity. So basically, if you're talking about Russian identity, this is Moscow and surroundings.
Поэтому, когда мы говорим о национальных республиках, мы должны говорить о национальных республиках и Сибири, и Урала, и Дальнего Востока, всех как таковое. И есть одна вещь, которая объединяет все эти регионы, вот начиная от Кёнигсберга, он же Калининград, и заканчивая Владивостоком. Независимо от того, языка, религии, системы управления, это ненависть к Москве.
So there are different identities in all over Russia, but there is one feature that unites all of them from Königsberg to Far East, and this is hatred towards Moscow.
И вторая вещь, которая объединяет, это то, что Москва ко всем регионам, без исключения даже к Санкт-Петербургу, относится как метрополия относится к своим колониям. Абсолютно имперская модель поведения.
On the other hand, there is attitude of Moscow to all those republics. It treats all these republics, including St. Petersburg, including every single republic, as much as any metropolis treats any colony.
Когда Москва забирает все необходимые ресурсы Урала, там, Сибири и всех остальных и направляет на прекрасную жизнь в Москве и на продвижение своей агрессивной имперской политики. При этом мы видим параллельно Орск, Оренбург, вот Илья скажет, Оренбург же там недалеко от нефтеносных полей.
Газовый большой регион.
Да, а посмотрите, что там творится. По одной простой причине, что все ресурсы с колоний, фактически Москва к ним относится как колония, отправляет в Москву на имперскую политику. Чем это заканчивается? Ну, мы опять же по истории все прекрасно знаем, поэтому не надо говорить о том, что есть национальные отдельные республики, есть Большая Россия. Нет, Большая Россия – это Москва и пару областей. Все остальное – это колонии, потому что в том числе, во-первых, идентичность другая, во-вторых, отношение Москвы к этим регионам как к колониям.
So what Moscow does, it collects all its resources and deprives of those republics of any resources. And as a result, we see a situation like in Orsk, Orenburg, which are today flooded with water. Why? Because all resources, instead of building dams, are going to Moscow to sustain the empire, to sustain imperialistic wars. So therefore, we cannot talk about a big Russia, big empire, and many national republics. Basically, today's Russia is all about national republics and one small Moscow with the surroundings around Moscow, which pretends to be the Russian Empire.
Как вариант, в таком отдаленном, конечно, понимании мы наблюдали этот процесс по Пригожину.
We have witnessed this Prigozhin scenario.
В каком-то степени это опять же бунт колоний в каком-то понимании против московского центра, который забирает ресурсы все на себя и никому ничего не дает.
In some sense, it was a kind of coup of colonies against the Moscow center, which deprives of colonies everything it can.
Как пример, вот можно привести распределение ресурсов. Вот есть Татарстан, который мы буквально перед этим обсуждали и говорили о том, что 80% доходов от экспорта сырья с Татарстана идет в московскую казну.
We have discussed the situation in Tatarstan, and 80% of from export of raw materials from Tatarstan go to the budget of central budget to Moscow.
А что тогда происходит в Урале и Сибири? Там ситуация, ну, как минимум, точно такая же.
And what is happening in Ural or Siberia? The situation is absolutely the same there.
Поэтому, когда мы говорим о работе Верховной Рады и комиссии по коренным народам России, мы должны призывать не только Тыву и Бурятию, мы должны говорить о всех регионах России, без исключения, кроме Москвы и Московской области.
So when we are talking about policy of the Parliament of Ukraine towards captive nations, we should talk not only about captive nations, but about every nation, every region, except for Moscow and surroundings.
И с моей, опять же, с моей точки зрения, и мы с Ильей это недавно обсуждали, я предлагал, что с учетом вот этой позиции наиболее целесообразно это уже сейчас прорабатывать и создавать какой-то прообраз временного правительства, которая задача основная будет его на завершающих этапах войны, это проработать стратегию определения и самоопределения регионов и своей независимости, определения границ, определения систем управления, определения соглашений, по которым будет отдаваться ядерное оружие, по которым будет происходить транзит сырья и во внешний мир на торговлю, и которая обеспечит транзит перехода мирный и спокойный транзит перехода власти, чтобы не было войны друг против друга и против всех. Я думаю, что это абсолютно, с учетом территории огромнейшей, с учетом лидеров, которые находятся, это абсолютно реальное развитие событий.
And we have discussed this idea with Ilya that we should think about some prototype of transit government of Russia. We should think about how those captive nations will decide about their borders, about their government, about their distribution of resources, so that this transit government can secure it in as peaceful way as possible, so that we can avoid wars between new nations.
И в завершение, мы постоянно слышим от наших американских партнеров переживания, давайте не эскалировать, давайте, чтобы не было ядерной войны. Опять же, есть такой, был такой товарищ Пригожин, который дал хороший пример, который шел с Ростова на Москву, и почему-то я не видел ядерного удара по этой колонне, потому что это невозможно. Никто не будет наносить ядерный удар по Казани, по Уфе, по Чечне и все остальное. Поэтому это наиболее реальный вариант и безрисковый вариант для всего мира завершения этой войны. Разделение России на отдельные территории при поддержке местных лидеров и при необходимости их лимитизации в будущем. Другого варианта настолько безрискового не существует. Без рисков.
And this is something we have discussed as well about the threat that usually America is telling that do not escalate because of the nuclear threat from the Russian Empire, because Moscow may use nuclear weapons. But the Prigozhin case actually has demonstrated that Prigozhin was basically walking with his army from Rostov almost to Moscow, and nobody used nuclear weapons against him. That's why Moscow will not be using nuclear weapons against Kazan, Ufa, or any other city. Therefore, a dissolution of the Russian Empire is the most risk-free scenario to end this war.
Okay, thank you, Oleg. Turning to Ilya, you can speak Ukrainian if you want. Probably English would be best. That way we speed things up a little bit. And I have two main questions to address to you as well. I mentioned this before, but please can you outline the objectives and activities of the Congress of the Russian Republic? Again, not the Russian Federation. Again, explain to us how the future republic will differ from the Russian Federation. And second, can you give us an update on the armed revolutionaries who are actually seeking to overthrow the Putin regime, especially the Freedom of Russia Legion and its relations with the Congress, as well as the Russian Volunteer Corps, the Siberian Battalion, and the Chechen formations, including the Jokhar Dudayev Battalion and the Sheikh Mansour Battalion, and other groups that are forming for armed resistance within and outside Russia.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the invitation. First of all, about the Congress. The Congress is a pretty unusual creature because it's a shadow parliament of the future country. Usually people create shadow governments because they want to split immediate power. We wanted to create a stable institutions. And we wanted to create a vision of how the country may develop and live in the future. And that's why we established the parliament. Also because there is not much to govern at the moment. But at the same time, we have people who have legitimacy because they were elected during real elections that were internationally recognized. And altogether, in the work of the Congress, we just recently superseded a little bit 100 MPs who are present there. Then they represent all political parties which were ever represented in the State Duma. And currently they represent 36 Russian regions. So it's a pretty representative body, not the most potentially representative body like the real parliament, but still, if we count number of people who voted for those deputies, we will get to approximately 8 million people, which in terms of State Duma, it means like 15% of legitimacy of State Duma. So it's like the second largest faction in the State Duma of the moment. So it's not exactly like State Duma, but nevertheless, it's something that can be compared with. In terms of our position, we have so-called fundamental declaration of the Congress, where there are some certain basic principles. And one of those principles is the respect of right of nations for self-determination. So everybody who is joining the Congress needs to sign under this declaration. We do believe, my personal belief is that both the forceful keeping of nations inside one country and forceful dissolution of one country are equally imperialist. So our position is that people need to decide whether they want to be separate. We will respect this. They want to stay, we will respect this. So our job is to propose them certain vision, which could be the common vision for all the nations that are currently live on the territory of the Russian Federation. But at the same time, if they want to leave, we will respect this. And that's what differentiates us from many other the Russian liberals. Because they are ready to send armies to Chechnya, to Ufa, and to others. We are not like this. We will respect the will of the people. We just want to use this time while we still are not the parliament. And while we are not in Moscow or in any other cities of Russia, to design those institutions and to create the rules of the game, which would be shared by everybody, which would be transparent and understandable. And we are currently moving in terms of regional policies. We are moving from one macro region to another macro region. We first, our pilot case was to make a resolution, pass a resolution on the relationship with the Western neighbors of Russia, starting from Finland and ending with Romania, including Baltic states and Poland and Ukraine, and where we were the first Russian body which recognized Holodomor as an act of genocide of Ukrainian people. And so we try to analyze the relationship with every of the country, with every of the nation, which is to the west from Russia. And that was the first step. Then on the last plenary session of the Congress, we made a similar work on the relationship with neighbors in around Caucasus, Northern Caucasus and Southern Caucasus. We again deliberately decided that we will not separate Northern Caucasus from Southern Caucasus because those nations who are right now already recognized as independent nations, or those who are right now inside Russia, we treat them equally. And we stipulated that the relationship would be based on the international law. There were representatives of Chechnya, of Dagestan, and some other nations. Georgians were there, and we recognized the genocide of Cherkessian people in that statement. We were discussing the treaty with Shamil, Imam Shamil, and then the fraudulent inclusion of Georgia in Russian Empire. So like again, we analyzed all the problematic historical things that were separating and saying that in future we will live based on the international law. We are planning to continue this work, go to the Central Asia, and then to Siberian region. So we will do it one by one. Still, we think that right now it's very important that we'll be talking together with the representatives of national liberation movement of different nations and regions that are currently inside Russian Federation. And we very thankful for those of you who are sitting here, because we, for the first time, we made a joint statement with the League of Free Nations. At the last Congress, we picked up a relatively neutral subject of the so-called elections that were in March, and denounced the legitimacy of President Putin and his regime, which is kind of the most obvious thing, but we think it's just the beginning, and we hope that we will do more. And we want to engage in a dialogue with the League and with those of you who are not part of the League as well. What we also propose to do is, because we all have similar objectives and challenges for us, we are struggling and fighting for our recognition. Many of you are doing the same. So we want to build an international infrastructure that would assist in this quest. And hopefully in May, here in Washington, D.C., there would be a free Russian Nations House opened. It's one block away from the Capitol. And that would be a representation office where the ambassador of our Congress, Mr. Yankovsky from Siberia, would be presiding. But we invite everybody to join. So our house is your house. And we think it could be very helpful and useful, because what we want to achieve is we want to work with the staffers and politicians from the Capitol Hill so that they can come. It's literally 3 minutes walk from the Senate building. And so you can organize events there, bring your speakers, put like whatever hot topics to discuss. So it's an infrastructural element here, as well as the same house would be in Kyiv soon, hopefully also in May. And again, you all are welcome to open your representation there. So I think it would be very useful for you. Now about the military side. You know that the founder of the Soviet Union once said that to get united, we need to get separated. I am saying the opposite. To get separated, we need to get united. We have a common enemy. And it is impossible to beat this enemy separately. We can beat this enemy only together. And I am speaking not only about the nations that live in Russian Federation, not just the regions in the Russian Federation, but also other nations of post-Soviet space and beyond that. We already partnering with people from Cuba Liberation Movement or from Venezuela Liberation Movement, because they all very much dependent on the same evil, which supports them, which feeds them, and I mean their adversaries, their enemies, and this evil is in Moscow and needs to be defeated. I think that we need right now to do everything to use help, assistance from Ukraine, which Ukraine is offering to us, to build our armed capacities, to build resistance, to train fighters which would fight for the freedom and liberty of our regions, nations, like who represents who. There are already 3 different regiments of Chechens. There is a regiment of Belarusians. There is a regiment of Dagestanis. There is 2 regiments of Georgians, and many others. There are plans to create more. Actually, I believe like it would happen in May. It would be this Venezuelan group inside International Legion of Ukraine formed, and there are also 3 Russian regiments there. Siberian battalion that unifies not only people from Siberia, but also they have a group of leftists, anti-authoritarian leftists inside that union. Russian Volunteer Corps, which unifies people of right wing, and the largest and the most politically agnostic Legion Freedom of Russia, where there are people of many regions and nations which are sitting in this hall. There are people from Tatarstan, there are people from Bashkiria there are also people from Siberia there. Obviously, there are people from St. Petersburg there, and many others. So this unit can be used as a vehicle to grow your ranks without firstly identifying yourself as a separate unit, but then you can make your own separate regiments, your own separate formation, which would be identified under a certain flag and under a certain slogan. Obviously, nothing is smooth, nothing is easy, but the fight can definitely happen, and you can achieve your objectives using that vehicle. Thank you.
Okay, Ilya, thank you very much. Great summary. If I could, if I could ask, maybe we just have 2 minutes for questions, because I know we're running a bit short of time. If anybody has a burning question either to Oleg or Ilya, please speak up. Very short question. Please, can you give a microphone over here? Just introduce yourself and affiliation.
Марина Ханхалаева, Альянс НЕСА. Господин Пономарев, вы признаете, что Россия исторически оккупировала коренные народы?
Russia has historically occupied the indigenous peoples,
like all empires.
В связи с этим делать с оккупированными территориями?
And what are you going to do with the occupied territories?
We offer you the right to choose your way. And those nations who would decide to stay in and get autonomy, they may stay in and get autonomy. Those who want to go separately, they can go separately. It just has to be your decision.
But just one moment. Когда вы оккупировали эти территории, у коренных народов не было референдума, правильно? Но это как-то несимметрично.
When you occupy those indigenous people, at that moment, those peoples did not have referenda. So it's not like really a symmetrical response.
No, you are referring to the debate that we are having for quite some time.
Since London, I remember.
It's more than that. You know, the question is, I'm not talking about right now, say, the indigenous people and Russians, for example, who are living on certain territories. Even if we're putting the issue of Russians aside, like Chechnya, now 90+% of inhabitants of Chechnya are Chechens. But there are 15 different Chechen groups. And they have different vision of what to do. And they have different projects for your country. There is Islamic project, there is a secular project, there is a project to be inside, there is a project to be separate. We say it's up to you. We don't want as Russians to dictate you what you need to do. We just want to have an interface how we can talk to each other. And if you want divorce, let's do divorce. If you want to stay in, let's stay in. Just let's design the way how to do it. And that's why we are offering you to start talking about this right now. And it's a question of borders. It's the question of property. It's the question of military. It's the question of law. It's the question of social guarantees. It's the question of
reparations.
Yes, finances, which is very important. Yeah.
There's not much time on.
No.
Oleg, do you want to jump in very quickly on this or not? No. Okay. Okay. Very last question because we're very short on time.
Thank you. Oleg, I just want quickly to make a comment. I mean, it might be sometimes beneficial to consider the Russians to be a captive nation also by a criminal regime. And if that criminal regime freed this captive nation, then maybe all other captive nations will be freed too. It's just an idea that it might work at one time. And Ilya, I wanted to mention to you also and ask you a question. As you know, Circassia was about 55,000 square kilometers. Today, Circassia and the Circassian territories are less than 10% of what it used to be when we were expelled from the Caucasus and our land was occupied. What are your views on the future of Circassia and the Circassia and the return of the people? They are part separating the Circassian territories that are part of the Russian Federation right now, but these are Circassian territories, names of rivers, mountains, hills, roads, villages, is all in Circassian. And that we as Circassians of about 7 million people would be looking to have a future in those territories so we can reconstruct.
Okay, could you keep it short? Because really we're
Yes,
very short.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Start with Oleg. Oleg, I think the question to Oleg.
Если я правильно
Are the
понял,
Russians a captive nation? We're not keeping you.
если я правильно понял, это в какой промежуток времени возможен развал России, правильно?
Нет, вопрос, неправильно ли считать россиян тоже угнетенной нацией?
Смотрите,
It's a question for a conference.
Вернемся в историю.
Let's go back to the history.
Started like Putin. Да. Очень быстро.
Shortly, yes.
В Соединенных Штатах была война за независимость.
There was the war for independence in the United States.
По статистике 90%, около 90%, кто бился за независимость Соединенных Штатов, это были выходцы с Великобритании.
Around 90% of those who fought for independence of the United States came from the United Kingdom.
Вопрос.
Great Britain.
В тот момент, когда они были за независимость, они были британцы либо американцы?
So the question, when they were fighting for independence of the United States,
Мое
were they
мнение,
British or Americans?
они были уже американцами. Независимо от того, что они имели ту же религию, тот же язык, но они уже были американцы.
In my
Другая
opinion,
идентичность.
they have already been Americans, even though they had the same religion and
И
identity.
имели право на независимость.
Metropolis. And they had right.
Имели право на свое независимое государство и не быть колонией.
So they had right to
Поэтому-
be independent states and not to be a colony.
Поэтому в какой-то мере я с вами согласен, что жители Екатеринбурга, Тюмени это не в чистом виде уже русские, это другая идентичность. И они фактически являются жителями колонии, являются колонизированными.
So therefore, I would agree with you
Народом.
that to some extent, residents of Yekaterinburg, for example, they are not really Russian. They do not really have Russian identity. They have their own, already their own identity, and they feel a kind of captive nations.
Very last comment, Ilya, because we really have to close. Two sentences. Okay, one sentence.
One more.
Losing time.
Look, the question of Cherkessian people, I think, is the most difficult for the Caucasus. And I really have no clear answer because it's the question that would involve all the nations that live in the Caucasus to discuss this issue. And I think that that's exactly why I am calling all the time, let's sit down now, before it's too late, because then when we'll be already in the phase of liberation, it would lead to fight, to bloodshed, and the question would not be resolved. Right now, we have a time to sit down and talk to each other and resolve this peacefully.
Excellent. And we're going to continue this discussion, not right now because there's no time. We have the next panel. That's not fair for the next panelists. So thank you for both.
What's the question?
Thank you. No. Sorry, I'm sorry, because if I allow one person to be able,
continue
thank you so much. Thank you so much for both of you. Thank you. See Poles and Russians and Ukrainians together. Thank you. Sorry, but there's no time. I didn't even have time to do this. There wasn't enough time. Now, are the panelists here? Ah, okay. Okay. We're doing a quick group photo before the next panel, apparently. So, hello, we're doing a group photo. Please bring your flags. Okay. All the speakers. Who do you want on the group photo, Oleg? Who do you want on the group photo? Speakers. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, all speakers are invited So we could say together, what's Russia?
1, 2, 3.
What's Russia? Please join this. Big flags here, of course. Cherkessian.
Flags here.
Yeah, thank you.
Where's your Russian flag? Thanks so much.
Okay, our next panel is going to be on the European perspective, what the Europeans think about the future of Russia and the potential dangers. But before that, I want to say something to all of you here today and those who are listening to us online. We should have a course how to deal with Russian trolls who are coming to our conferences and trying to provoke our participants. Because today we had a troll called Moss Robson who provoked one of our participants and managed to get him in trouble. So I'm warning everyone, be careful don't get into any arguments with anyone. Just walk away. Tell the organizers, we're going to escort that person immediately from the room. This is private property, regardless of who is registered to be here or not. We have the right to escort them out. Thank you.
Did he get punched out? What happened?
Let's look at the panel.
Okay. I don't want to. Okay. We go ahead and wait.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying for our afternoon sessions today. I want to thank all of the participants and the discussants today. I think we've had a very fruitful and deep discussion on Russia's rupture and a post-Russia future for the many nations and participants and activists here today. I want to give a special thanks to Ukrainian Member of Parliament Oleg Dunda and Ilya Ponomarev for a very fruitful lunch discussion. I think they brought up some very important points that I think we should take away with us to our respective corners of the earth and to help these nations and these people in need. So our panel today is on the European perspective of a post-Russia future and how European countries and others can help in those movements. My name is Joseph Bebel. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Eurasia Daily Monitor at the Jamestown Foundation and the senior program associate for our Russia and Eurasia program. And before I move into introducing my distinguished panelists whose experience and expertise far outweigh my own, I did want to put in a shameless plug for two of Jamestown's most recent books. The first being from our senior fellow, Janusz Bugajski, who we were all had the privilege of hearing from earlier today. His book, Failed State, A Guide to Russia's Rupture, is the most comprehensive book of its kind that looks into what will happen with Russia's rupture within Russia, as well as the surrounding regions and in Europe. And in a lot of ways, Janusz's book is a guide for how we should look at and expect and prepare for Russia's rupture. And the second book is from another one of our senior fellows, Thomas Kent, How Russia Loses, Hubris and Miscalculation in Putin's Kremlin. Tom does an excellent job of going into a number of case studies that show that the Kremlin, more often than not, tends to shoot itself in the foot. And we in the West and elsewhere should do more to try to capitalize on those situations. And in many ways, the actions of Putin's Kremlin is set the foundation for Russia's rupture. Both books are available for purchase or the free PDFs on Jamestown's website. And I encourage you all to read them, as in many ways those books lay out what we are discussing today. And so now I'd like to turn to our panel for today. And I would ask our panelists to try to keep their remarks to about 5-6 minutes so that we can have time for questions later today. And so to begin with, I'd like to turn to the gentleman to my right, Pavel Ivlev, who's an attorney of law and executive director of Chris Poliskola, a nonprofit organization with offices in Riga, Latvia, and Brooklyn, New York. Since 2021, Mr. Ivlev has dedicated much of his time and efforts at the House of Ingria in Narva, Estonia, where he serves as a director. And so, Pavel, we'll turn to you. And we discussed briefly before the panel that the idea, the geographic, sort of borders of Ingria have been set out, have been taken care of. But you mentioned that more needs to be done to sort of develop consciousness within the Ingrians themselves. And could you speak more to that?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Joseph. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to talk here and to be a representative of Ingria. And I'm sure not all of you know what it is. So it's a part of Russian Federation at the moment. That was part of Russian Federation, which is the region surrounding St. Petersburg. So you can sort of figure out by the map where it is. It's on the Baltic Sea. It's basically southeast and eastern side of the Baltic. So it's the size of the territory is more or less the size of Austria, and the population is also about the same. So it's around 10 million people lives there. So this is the land today still called and named after Vladimir Lenin. So it's Leningradskaya Oblast, Leningrad region. And obviously, a lot of people just hate to repeat this name. So the historic name of this land is Ingria or Ingermanland, just Swedish name because this land was first known as a part of Swedish kingdom, Kingdom of Sweden. And it was conquered by Peter the Great in the beginning of the 18th century. Since then, it's Russia. But it has its own name, historic one, which we were proud to promote, and this is the main thing we're trying to bring to the audience. And basically, unfortunately, not even every citizen of Ingermanlandia knows the name of the historic land. So that's one of the points we're trying to promote, that, look, this is your land, this is its name, and this is its history, because it's all been missing. The other burden we are facing, probably the key one, there is no such a nation as Ingermanland people. There used to be several people who lived in the region, and probably the majority at the time was the so-called Finns of Ingermanland. So these were Finnish people moved to that part of at that time Sweden, and who lived there, and there used to be a lot of them, but then Soviet regime started to fight these people and basically annihilate their lives and burn or close their churches. They are Lutheran. So at the moment, the percent of this people of Ingermanlandia, I'm talking about, who used to live on that land before Russia started to reshape everything, is probably less than 1%. So there is no national identity compared to Tatarstan or Bashkirstan or Ichkeria. That's the reality. On the other hand, modern nationalist theories, they all teach us that it's not that relevant for the political nationalism or political nations of today's world. So our task is to basically to create this new political nation of people of Ingermanlandia. So that's what we are trying to do. Of course, it's very difficult to move with such ideas inside Russian Federation today. So we're trying to do it from outside. And our location is in Narva, Estonia. Narva is the most eastern city of the European Union. It's less than 200 kilometers to St. Petersburg and a little more from Tallinn, which is the capital of Estonia. So it's really a hill facing the Russian Federation from where we want to, to show the people to the east that they can have a different state.
Thank you, Pavel. I definitely think something to be aware of is that there's a spectrum here in terms of the consolidation of these national movements that we're discussing today. And as Pavel pointed out, sometimes there's a bit more work that is needed to sort of galvanize these publics and bring them together. And I appreciate your insights there. And I think I can think of no better follow-up to that than with my gentleman to the left, Oliver Lud, who is the managing director at the Uralic Center, an Estonian NGO that focuses on protecting and promoting the rights of indigenous people. In particular, Finno-Ugric and Samoyedic people. He is a member of the advisory, and he is also a member of the advisory committee of the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. We discussed briefly before the panel that for you, civil society organizations are really one of the drivers here. And we've talked quite a bit about some of the top-down perspectives here, but could you give us kind of a view of what's going on with some of these grassroots movements?
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Hello, everybody. I would actually like to start by thanking Pavel for the great work he has done with this in-green house in Narva. I visited this house just on Sunday, 2 days ago, in Narva, and I think there's very good work being done there. So this in-green house has become a kind of a local cultural center for Finno-Ugric peoples of this region, the Baltic Finnic peoples. And this is quite remarkable in a city that is maybe 96 or 97% Russian speaking, though located in Estonia. And I think the work that Pavel has supported and led is actually very important and strategic for our country as well. So thank you for that. As for these grassroots perspectives, well, I can say that I represent one civil society organization in Estonia called Uralic Center, yes. And my main point is that I believe that civil society, as opposed to formal authorities in Europe, have an opportunity, but more than that, a kind of a moral responsibility to work towards Russia's decolonization. Simply put, our formal authorities have not gotten their Russia strategy right. Yet, this is an issue of our existential importance. So in my country, Estonia, for example, which is very pro-Ukraine, which is quite hawkish towards Russia, there is much talk by our authorities in our media about the Russian threat. The threat, of course, is real, and it is probably growing. But most of this media discourse, including statements by authorities, focus on how to somehow contain the threat, how to deter Russia, how to, as it were, raise the cost of aggression in the future against our country. For example, by increasing national defense spending. Initially, it was from 2% to 3% of the GDP. Now there is talk maybe even raising it higher. I would say this is a kind of a symptom relief strategy. And maybe this is a correct focus for the short and medium term. But clearly, this does not address the root cause of this Russian threat. For some reason, there is a reluctance to ask among authorities, what would it take to eliminate this Russian threat for good? But in my view, we should precisely discuss, and not just discuss, but more importantly, plan how to eliminate the root cause of the Russian threat, which of course is the colonial and imperial structure of the Russian state, and not even just a particular regime. The threat is structural. It is not personal, not even ideological. But for some reason, here in the, let's say, the public discourse, it is as if some kind of Foucauldian limits of discourse are reached. And we do not hear that. Even in a country like Estonia that quite recently itself liberated itself from essentially Russian Empire. So this is why this decolonization of Russia is such an important idea for both the peoples colonized by Russia, but also for its neighbors like Estonia and many other states in Europe. And here I believe the civil society has a particular role. Why? To fill this gap in discourse, but also I think civil society can do certain things that authorities cannot. We can be more independent. We do not necessarily have to align by some kind of written or unwritten agreements. We do not have to align necessarily with the existing EU policy or other allies or partners. We can speak our mind, and we can also be more creative. One speaker before said that maybe there is this failure of imagination in the West, and I believe that is the case, and civil society can be more creative and innovative. Now, how can civil society perform this role? I propose two key directions. One is to push the public discourse about the future of today's Russia, and secondly, to offer practical support for the movement of decolonizing Russia. First, pushing this public discourse. As civil society, we do not have formal power, but we have still one powerful tool at our disposal, and this is the word. Written word, spoken word. This is something that we can use in various ways. In a democratic state, in theory, this word by the civil society could also influence the thinking of our elected representatives and public officials. Secondly, I believe in a country like Estonia, but also other states, on the level of authorities eventually, our states should support this movement of decolonizing Russia much more explicitly and much more strongly. And of course, decolonizing Russia should be led primarily by the peoples suffering from that colonization. They must themselves want to remove those colonial shackles. But the West, including the civil society, cannot remain a passive bystander. It can and should play a constructive role by supporting this decolonial movement of Russia in various ways. And by offering at least moral support, by various expressions of solidarity, but more importantly, practical support. This could be intellectual support, technical assistance, for example, by sharing experiences of past decolonial struggles, for example, by countries like mine, Estonia, sharing experiences of nation building, but also I believe we can offer material, including financial support for those decolonial movements. So one example is my own organization, Uralic Center. We are very small. We don't even have salaried staff, but for the past 2 years, we have been doing what we can to support this decolonial movement. So in September 2022, Uralic Center hosted the Erzia National Congress in a southern Estonian town of Otepää. So Erzia is one of the Finno-Ugric peoples, traditionally living on territory of today's Russia. And this became a very important event. It certainly mobilized the Erzia national movement, but it also became a kind of an example or inspiration for many other national movements in Russia. And just 2 days ago, Uralic Center hosted the first Congress of the Free Nations League in the same town of Otepää. And now this was attended by approximately 10 national movements. The Congress adopted a charter, a resolution, bylaws, certain statements to compatriots, to the international community, and Estonian Parliament, Riigikogu. And this is just the last point I will make, that the statement to Riigikogu urged our Estonian Parliament to support decolonial processes in Russia, to support the right to self-determination of Russia's indigenous peoples, and most importantly, in my view, to urge the Estonian Parliament to set up an analogous parliamentary committee on cooperating with national movements of Russia's indigenous and small-numbered peoples, just like Ukraine's Verkhovna Rada has done, and what we heard previously from Mr. Oleg Dunda. Today, this is my firm conviction, Ukraine is the leader of Russia's decolonization. And this special committee that Verkhovna Rada has set up is the prime example of that. It is actually amazing. A country that is at war manages to think so long-term, manages to find the political will to plan basically Russia's decolonization. And I would like my country and other EU states and basically the whole Western world to follow Ukraine's example, to set up analogous parliamentary committees, to cooperate with Ukraine, because it takes more than Ukraine to decolonize Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. I can definitely agree with that Ukraine is setting the example right now for how we can prepare for the future. In fact, Ukrainian civil society organizations have been quite pivotal in supporting the war effort, in sourcing funding for drones and other military equipment, and the support that they're receiving is allowing them to do so. And so I can agree with Oliver that I think formally we can provide more assistance to these organizations to be able to carry out, what they're doing. And I can definitely say as an editor, I agree with the statement that the word, both spoken and written, can be quite effective. And during Soviet times, the war for hearts and minds was something that we struggled with the Soviet regime. But ultimately, that is what triggered the collapse of the Soviet Union. And in many ways, I believe that will also be a part of Russia's rupture. And so the more we can do to help these civil society organizations, I think the more we can move in the direction that we're hoping for at this conference today. And so now I would like to turn to our first online participant for this panel, Juraj Mesík from the Slovak Foreign Policy Association. After the fall of the Soviet Union, he held the position of chairman of the Green Party of Slovakia, was a member of the Federal Parliament in Prague, and director of the Department of the Federal Ministry of the Environment. He's the author of 6 books, 3 of which are about Russia and the Russians. Since 2023, he has served as an honorary consul of the government in exile of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. And so obviously, I think you'll be able to give us some background on what's going on in Ichkeria and what needs to be done there. But I'd also be curious to hear the view from Central Europe on Russia's rupture. We heard some concerning words from Oleg Dunda about what's currently going on in Hungary. And so in a lot of ways, the Central and Eastern European response to Russia's rupture will be important here. Yeah, I'll turn the time to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. Let me open my PowerPoint. Where it is? Here it is. Okay. Well, we were actually asked to speak about a little bit different things. And it was what scenarios do you envisage and how should Russia's neighbors prepare to manage the process of Russia's disintegration? So that's what I would like to focus on. And the answer really very much depends on the answer to the key question, which is, will be Ukraine and Europe forced to defeat Russia alone without the United States of America? As we are, or you are meeting in Washington, I think this is the elephant in the room, which we need to discuss. And Ukraine certainly must plan for a scenario where the hypothetical scenario, nevertheless not impossible, that making Russia great again is fully victorious in America, as partially already is. Even without Trump in White House, a U.S. retreats from the world history, becomes a kind of self-centric gerontocracy, changes from arsenal of democracy to just an arsenal. This, well, yeah, it would not be the first time in the human history that democracies failed to support other countries they promised to support. In Central Europe, we had Munich in 1938. We had phony war of 1939 when Poland was betrayed by by the allies of Poland. Then in France in 1940, our parents and grandparents witnessed zero American support to defend against Nazi invasion. In the Battle of Britain, there were zero US planes provided to defend the UK against bombing, and so on. And then, of course, December 11th, 1941 came when Hitler declared war against the United States, thanks God, because otherwise it's quite possible that the United States would just avoid the war in Europe and instead would fully focus on Japan. But that's just speculation. Nevertheless, by May 8th, 1948, over 225,000 Americans, probably more, were dead in Europe and Mediterranean, many more wounded. So does the European Union or the countries of EU and Ukraine have enough military strength to defeat Russia without United States of America? Well, the figures suggest that yes, even the NATO military budget without United States and minus Turkey, minus Hungary, even minus my own country, Slovakia, which behaves as it behaves, has a 2023 military spending together almost 5-1 compared to Russian military size. And qualitatively, the difference is even greater. So probably yes, Europe is demilitarized. Somebody was speaking about the peace dividend. I think it was Mr. Duda, but not quite entirely. Europe's share of global arms export is well over 30% recently, leading with France and followed by Germany, Italy, United Kingdom, Spain, and some smaller European countries. And some of those weapons are very advanced weapons which are exported and which are produced in Europe. So technologically, industrially, economically, there are resources to wage successful war against Russia or support Ukraine in waging that war, because to actually enter the war for Europeans is something we still avoid thinking about. Another measure, Global Firepower Index 2023, suggests something very similar. Europe is not totally powerless. Now, so Ukraine and Europe will win, but in longer attrition war. And instead of quick, less devastating defeat of Muscovy, the consequences of such war will be very, very serious global consequences. I'm not talking about the local consequences, but global consequences. We know that Russian economy is highly flammable, and the map shows the yellow dots show the Russian refineries which were attacked by Ukrainian drones by mid-March. Yes, we know that there are some European and American politicians who, for gasoline cheaper, 30 cents cheaper, are willing to sacrifice tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of lives of Ukrainians. But eventually the Ukrainian politicians must make decision whom they are serving, whether they are serving the political interest of foreign politicians or the survival of Ukrainian nation. This is the map which shows drone reach map several weeks ago. We know that both Ust-Luga and Novorossiysk, which are the most important fuel export locations, the oil export terminals from Russia are fully in the reach of Ukrainian drones. They are already in the reach of it. Now, Ukrainians are now producing drones which apparently have much longer reach. And so it appears to be a matter of political decisions of Ukrainian leaders which oil facilities, Russian oil facilities, will they attack and damage, eliminate. Now, the oil is obviously very important because it represents oil and other fuels. Most of the Russia's export incomes, and those export incomes finance the war against Ukraine. So by selling or by buying by buying Russian oil, those who buy it are financing killing of Ukrainian people. Now, another important source of Russian income is export of grains. We don't listen too much about that, but in 2023, over 43.5 for $500 million of dollars was Russia's gain from exporting grains. The map shows where the most important grain, the wheat, is produced in Russia, and it all is the most important wheat producing regions of Russia are within the reach of Ukrainian drones and are totally undefendable. And Ukrainians can learn from what Curtis LeMay did in 1945, just switching from strategic bombing of oil facilities, refineries, to strategic burning. That would have devastating global consequences. This is not a fantasy. This is something what was tested by real life. Maybe you remember fires of 2010. Those were spontaneous, but they also can be artificial. This is a real life experience. Wildfires, smoke cover in Moscow in summer 2010. Well, is it unhuman? Of course, but do we remember Dresden in February 1945? Do we remember Tokyo in March 1945? Not so many Britons, not so many Americans were dying, and certainly not civilians in those months. Yet, to protect the lives of American and British soldiers, these moves were done. And I'm avoiding discussing some other which are very sensitive. But the important on this is these were completely conventional. Now, attrition war will further accelerate collapse of Russian infrastructure. We have seen this during the winter. We are seeing this right now in some regions of Russia where the dams are collapsing and the floods, which are natural, but assisted by the failure of infrastructure. Lack of maintenance will accelerate the breakdowns of water, gas, electricity networks, industrial disasters, power plants, chemical and other factories, large dams, and so on. So the long attrition war will be much more devastating than the quick war with help of the United States of America. Well, to avoid wild Yugoslavia type of collapse of Russia, Ukraine, and the West must prepare for Russia's upcoming disintegration. And we have seen some hypothetical possibilities for the breakdown. This is the one which is in my most recent book. Janusz Bugajski mentioned Chukotka as a territory which eventually could become part of United States of America. I suggest that territory should be actually greater and should also include Magadan region and Kamchatka region. That's the Chumaka territory on this map. Well, we could discuss about these scenarios a lot. Now, after the defeat, no unity holders can keep Russia together. The questions are how soon, how quickly, which way, and at what cost will Moscow disintegrate the Russian Empire. There certainly will be peacemakers, and they will do whatever possible to stop Ukraine from winning the war. And that's even without the corruption and other factors. There will be crowds of diplomats and politicians trying umirotvorить, to peacemake Ukraine with Kremlin. At least to force the ceasefire. We already heard about the ceasefire ideas, but that would only enable Moscow to regroup. So it's from a military perspective, from a Ukrainian perspective, a nonsense. A quick summary. After hypothetical departure of United States from the world history, Ukraine and Europe can defeat Moscow in attrition war without the United States. Перемога буде за нами. But attrition war consequences will be heavy and will be global. Such a victory would come at a huge cost to humanity, possibly tens of millions of lives. The Arab world, Iran, and some other regions will sink to chaos in instability, something like Arab Springs on steroids. The China may be also seriously destabilized by such development. Or the territory east of Urals will effectively become part of China, under strong influence of China. Arctic Ocean may turn to North China Sea instead of Mare Nostrum of democracies. Nuclear armament of Poland, Ukraine, Turkey, Japan, Taiwan, and other countries could follow. Failure of United States of America to side with democracies. Its post-Russia economies and societies will be devastated. It will be a minefield of industrial disasters. Russia itself will disintegrate Yugoslavia way instead of velvet divorce of Czechoslovakia, which was proposed and discussed mostly during our morning session. And any remaining international credibility of United States will be lost, possibly in the credibility of US dollar, and so on and so on. Well, Washington, the choice is yours. If the eventual success of umirotvorenie would one more time confirm that there is the only thing that we learn from history, that we learn nothing from the history. And well, this is just my last map, which is the regional vulnerability to strategic burning, global food prices rise. And you see that the countries which are in red and orange and yellow colors, those are the most vulnerable. And in some of those regions, certainly the serious destabilization would follow. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for being a bit. I'm not. Well, let's call it pessimistic. Pessimistic about America. But 6 months of this of what's going on in Washington is just it. The imperative is that Ukrainians must start to think about winning the war without the United States of America. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. I certainly hope that we don't have to be that pessimistic, but I do have to agree that the time to act is now. In a lot of ways, Ukraine's ultimate victory over Russia and removing Russian forces from Ukraine's sovereign territory is perhaps one of the most important developments leading to a post-Russia future. And I really enjoyed what Ilya Ponomarev said earlier, that to become separate, we have to become more united. And in a lot of ways, I think we need to become more united behind the Ukrainian war effort if we want to help these national movements within today's Russia. And so now returning to our panel here in the room, I want to turn to Anders Osland of the Center for Social and Economic Research and an adjunct professor at Georgetown University. And he will speak on some of the transforming attitudes in the region toward Russia.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And what we agreed upon is that I will talk about what has happened to the Nordic countries. So I will speak as a Swede rather than as an economist on Eastern Europe in this case. And there has been a fundamental transformation in all the four Nordic countries, moving from naivety with regard to Russia to domestic mobilization and very strong support for Ukraine. Currently, the countries outside of the Baltics that have a stronger support for Ukraine are Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. So they are very strongly pro-Ukrainian and similarly anti-Russian. So what has happened? After the Cold War, there was a far-reaching disarmament in the Nordic countries. Denmark has never been much of a military power, and Sweden disarmed very heavily. The country that stood firm with about 2% of GDP in military expenditure all along was Finland. Finland and Norway did not abolish conscription, which Denmark and Sweden did. And the most ridiculous thing that you see in all the Nordic countries, it is selling strategic assets to Russian companies. So even Finland here sold a number of strategic islands in the Gulf of Finland to Russian businessmen who had the habit of establishing helicopter platforms there. I wonder what you need a helicopter platform for there, particularly, given that you have great yachts to begin with. And Sweden sold its main aluminum plant to a good Russian company called Rusal, which was then sanctioned in 2018 with Elektripaska. So Sweden, together with Ireland, was then heavily lobbying the US to ease the sanctions on Rusal, because otherwise 2,000 jobs in northern Sweden would get lost. And Norway, not to be lost in this competition, managed to sell its main boat engine factory north of Bergen to Transmash Holding, the main producer of submarines in Russia, which was, of course, a very natural transaction. But some local journalists thought that this was not quite good. So he raised hell and managed to get the Norwegian parliament to adopt a law that prohibited this transaction. So it had to go back. So this is what the kind of naivety that has happened before. And there are many other examples of what has been sold. For example, Stockholm happened to give the management of the underground to a Chinese company, which is, of course, very good. So in price-wise, but there might be certain other problems. So now all the Nordic countries have woken up in this regard. Sweden and Denmark have reintroduced conscription, and all of them are fully up to increase military expenditure. Finland already had it, and the others are now going towards 2% of GDP at a fast speed. So the naivety is done with, the popular opinion is right. And then we come to NATO membership. Sweden has been neutral or outside of alliances since the Napoleonic Wars in 1815. So that is a rather a long time. And in Sweden, after 2014, the 4 non-socialist parties were all in favor of joining NATO. The Social Democratic Party that had to come in, only 1/3 of the voters was in favor of it. So then the Social Democrats didn't act. After Russia's second invasion of Ukraine, all of a sudden 2/3 of the Social Democratic voters were in favor of joining NATO, and then the party leadership listened to their voters and changed position. You can also say that it was a different generation with a new prime minister who was much more sensitive to this matter. And the Sweden Democrats, who had previously been in favor of a certain not-so-gentleman called Putin, they had turned around in 2014 because the Sweden Democrats, who are a very right-wing party, you know, with nicely cut hair, just a long crew cut hair, they had a fight in 2014 because there were 2 factions on foreign policy. One was in favor of Putin and the other was in favor of Charles XII. And needless to say, the Charles XII faction won, and we were normally not so soft methods. They kicked out all the Putinistas from their party. So therefore, the Sweden Democrats are actually a normal conservative party in foreign policy today, and strongly supportive of Ukraine. So in Sweden, then you had 6 parties in favor of joining NATO, and only the small Greens and Communist parties being against. So that was a pretty easy thing, apart from in the Social Democratic Party, where they had internal fights. Where the old generations, the older 60s in the leadership tended to be against it. But fortunately, there is something called retirement, so it disappeared. And in Finland, it was completely different. So in Finland, there's one person who did it, the former president, Sauli Niinistö. He made a speech on New Year 2023. That is immediately 2 weeks after Putin's statement on how European security should be transformed. And President Niinistö, who's a splendid popular leader, originally center-right, but you can say that he's simply a national leader, he made a speech saying that Finland must be entitled to join NATO if it so desires, not saying that it's so desired. And the Social Democratic Prime Minister Sanna Marin came out straight away and said, we don't want to join NATO. And then President Niinistö sat down and had a private conversation with her. And then they both agreed that, of course, Finland should join NATO. And that came completely from the top. And after the 2 leaders had decided that they should join NATO, they gathered the party groups in the parliament, and happily all but the former Communist Party agreed that they should join NATO. And the former Communist Party was divided half-half. So they went further than the Swedish Communist Party in this regard. And then President Niinistö and Prime Minister Sanna Marin had it all done, and both of them visited Ukraine repeatedly and clarified where they stood. So what did Finland got in easily, while Sweden had problems with 2 countries, Turkey and Hungary, which seems, with regard to Turkey, Turkey had real complaints that alleged terrorists were given a too free a situation in Sweden. And I think that they had some good arguments. Having worked as a Swedish diplomat, I've seen a bit of what was actually allowed in Sweden. Sweden was very soft on it. Now it was tightened up, as it should be. And Turkey then accepted. Hungary did not have any good arguments at all. It's only that Sweden has complained about the lack of democracy and rule of law repeatedly in Hungary, and Viktor Orban didn't like that. So in the end, he had to give in, and essentially because of US pressure. US pressure was extremely helpful also on Turkey. Finland did not have these problems. And then you wonder, what did Russia do when these two countries joined NATO, with reference to the Russians claiming to be against NATO membership for Ukraine? In effect, nothing. There have been extremely few statements in Russia against these two countries joining NATO. They have existed, but not of relevance, and Putin has not emphasized it himself. What the Russians have done is that they have done the same trick as they did with regard to Lithuania and Poland, sending refugees from the Middle East and Afghanistan over the border. So Finland, which is a very tough country, they have now closed the border to Russia indefinitely. And I think that's the only way that you can do if you're of Finland, and they have a very long border with Russia, as you're aware of. So where are we now? Denmark is, outside of the Baltics, the biggest donor of to Ukraine, and Norway is in the same category. Sweden and Finland are lagging slightly behind, but are substantial donors. We are now arguing that Sweden has to get up to the level of Denmark and Norway. And this has nothing to do with political parties. Norway and Denmark have social democratic prime ministers. Sweden and Finland have now conservative prime ministers. It's a complete unity. So up we stand against Russia and for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your remarks. To me, in a lot of ways, the Nordic-Baltic view on today's Russia is one that I think all NATO members and EU members should follow. And in a lot of ways, they're setting an example. And I do think that the addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO has been a very important geopolitical development in the past year. And so I would say if our other panelists are present online, I would ask them to turn on their cameras. We're running late on time, so if not, okay, great, thank you. So with that, then I'd like to turn to Günther Fellinger, who is an Austrian economist and management development consultant, and he is also a member of the Austrian Committee for NATO membership. And so I'd like to turn the time over to you now. Please do keep your remarks brief.
Thanks a lot. I would like to be as optimistic as Professor Aslund, but unfortunately the situation in Austria and Central Europe is much different. Actually, we see a big counter-strike wave by the Russians, and especially Orban, who is trying to take over several countries in Central Europe and to bring them into his camp, where he's the leader of the pro-Russian camp. So that's very dangerous development, and I call on all in America, don't support Mr. Orban on his endeavor. He has taken over Slovakia now recently. He is actually very influential in Austria right now and trying in the October or September elections to also promote his party friends and build a coalition in his favor. And he's also doing the same in Romania and Croatia. Tomorrow is elections in Croatia, and he is doing the same in the June elections in Romania and also in Bulgaria. So we are in a big crisis in Central Europe, and we need all the help and attention we can get in order to keep the pro-Ukrainian position strong here in this region. But first, I will come to my presentation, and I will also share my screen and show you what I have here prepared. Because first of all, it's very clear everybody should be in NATO. This is the main message I want to give to you. There should be no acceptance from the NATO allies anymore of Austrian neutrality, of Irish neutrality, of Cyprus kind of specific way, Malta. You know, we need to put everybody in NATO, and there must be a big way for enlargement of NATO in Washington summit. It's a major mistake of the West to accept somehow neutrality, equidistance, the specificity of many of the smaller nations who for some historic reasons are still neutral. And really, this has to end now. Also Switzerland, ultimately also Serbia, and definitely also the Caucasus. All countries must be in NATO. And this is what we should really make as the policy here, and not accept neutrality in any form anymore in Europe. My point about more unity is very clear. I'm also arguing for the euro for everybody. The euro is the right thing for Austria, for example, for many countries. Some countries have not really done this transition. And every new country which has the euro is a really big advantage economically, and also in terms of unity. For example, Bulgaria now is delaying the euro introduction because the Russians have been successfully toppling this government coalition. This is a major mistake. So the Czech president at the beginning of the year had made a very good speech, and I was optimistic that Czech Republic will go into the euro, and that's absolutely now also not happening. So we are really delaying the unity of Europe, and that's hurting our enemies. That's hurting us, and that's serving our enemies. I'm also calling for the euro for Ukraine. This is the right policy. We are in a complicated situation, so we need also to euroize Ukraine. And this has proven as the right policy for Montenegro and Kosovo, and should be also done in Ukraine, and is essential to win. Because I'm speaking to American audience, let me make also a call now ahead of the European elections. In June, we have European elections. We need more unity between the US and the EU, and we need a free trade agreement between the US and the EU. That should be the result of the next mandate of the European Parliament. And this is ultimately, we win this battle with Russia economically, fiscally. So the stronger we are, the more united we are, the easier we will last, and we will succeed in this war with Russia. I call it a war with Russia, and the French president is now also gradually coming to this moment. And I think we all have to face the fact that we are ultimately in a war with Russia. We never wanted it, but we have to win it because Russia is waging a war against us, and we need to mobilize it. I want to shortly answer and enter the question of nuclear weapons, which is basically the ultimate protection of Europe. And we need more American nuclear weapons in Europe. We need a similar process like a double-track nuclear rearmament in '79. And we need definitely not just 100 nuclear weapons of America, but much more. Obviously, I put the number of 1,000. And we need also to put nuclear weapons in Finland, in, of course, Poland, in Romania. And this process is very painful, and it's very necessary as well. Coming to a moment also to the debate about the division of Ukraine, according to the German model, because this was a big debate the last month, I want to remind everybody that there were American troops in Western Germany. There was American nuclear weapons in Western Germany, and they still are there. So if we want to accept and go down that road, let's go with nuclear weapons into Ukraine, and also with American troops. Yeah? Otherwise, it's much better to liberate Ukraine fully and to win this war. When it comes to our enemies, I repeat, we must also have the dismantlement of our enemies as one foreign policy objective. That's very clear. And that's why I support the Free Nations Forum, and I call for ex-Russia. And we have also to work in the same direction towards the dismantlement of Iran, which is a similar hostile power. And we need simply to have a very clear assessment who is our enemy. The CSTO, BRICS, OPEC, and the Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Association, and we have the institutions to work against them. We have the OECD, we have the EU, we have NATO. We must believe in our institutions again and enlarge them. And this is the way to win this war institutionally. My last slide here, because I was asked to be short, for all the new nations of Russia and ex-Russia, this is very important. It's my concrete call. Russia until 2022 was a member of the Council of Europe. So it's only logical that all the constituent nations and republics of Russia who are now looking for independence, and which I support, they all have to look for the observer status of the Council of Europe. The human rights and the human rights protection of the Council of Europe was in place for all Russian citizens until basically 2 years ago. So the logic is very clear. You have to form government in exiles who then, and this is my call for a coordinated campaign, everybody from Tatarstan, from Chechnya, from Siberia, all the members of this forum, they have to apply in the next weeks. Yeah, the best would be really tomorrow to Strasbourg, to the Council of Europe, to get observer membership in that council. And the process is important. And the argument is the following. In the past, all the people, all the citizens of the Russian Federation had this status and the protection. So it's just logically that the successor nations to be will also get that status. And this is very important for everybody from the movements. Tomorrow, think how you can write this letter, and let's make a coordinated application that the Secretary General of the Council of Europe is receiving their official letter signed by the exile governments of Tatarstan, Chechnya, and Sakha, and Karelia, wherever, that this is really the way forward. And this is my call here. And this is the way then to soften the resistance, and also to make it very clear to the politicians of Europe that Russia is breaking up, and the future is all these new nations member of the Council of Europe. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are short on time, but I did want to wrap up with a quick two-part question that I'm going to direct to Pavel and Oliver. You both mentioned that your civil society organizations or similar ones to yours could use more support to achieve your goals. Could you speak specifically to what that support would or should look like? And then on the other hand, you talked about that a lot of your efforts are being carried out outside of Russia, but you're also trying to get your messages and themes into Russia. What more can be done to improve messaging to those nations and national movements that are still within today's Russia?
Well, the weak answer is funding. That's the usual one, especially in this city.
Yes, I think actually one of the reasons why for me it was important to attend this forum was it's not even so much funding, but I think it's contacts, transatlantic contacts. There is much talk about transatlantic cooperation on the level of states, kind of intergovernmental. But maybe we should also think more about civil society, transatlantic cooperation, and somehow join forces. When there are like-minded organizations, NGOs, they could be human rights NGOs, or political think tanks, maybe like the Jamestown Foundation. Whoever identifies themselves as not representing the authorities, not representing necessarily the voice of the state, but somehow voice of some parts of the society. I think that would be really powerful. And maybe in time that could lead to funded projects as well. But I would start with this kind of like a networking perhaps, and confidence and trust building. We also need to trust each other. And that could lead to very good things, I believe.
Great, thank you. And just quickly, what can we do to improve messaging to those groups still within Russia?
Maybe it's the opposite, actually. Maybe we need to listen to them more. I think they're actually doing the messaging. They've been doing it here. 2 weeks ago, there was very strong messaging by them in Estonia at the Free Nations League Congress. Let's listen to those who are already saying something, whether it's the Chechens or Buryats or Bashkirs, and try to support them, but still somehow allow them to lead the way in a way. which maybe is not so intuitive, especially, you know, in a place like the United States that is kind of used to maybe manage things a little bit, but maybe it's time to actually listen to those indigenous peoples and follow their lead. How about that?
I would have to agree, and you heard it here first, that these groups need more support from us, and those civil society organizations in the West can do more to partner with these groups and give them more funding. In a lot of ways, that will help these national movements achieve their goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Great,
it's time for our last panel.
It was very, very long.
Peter and Deborah gave them this evolution about the favorite here, about the forming here.
It's so much easier if I have a PC for it.
We don't want to in the middle of that. I'll slip one. But feel free to take a seat, sir. What's it for you? Well, I think somewhere like yes. Well, I apologize. I know it's not ideal. The staples are a little shorter than I prefer. Thank you.
3 out of 5 is okay.
Where's Deborah? Is Deborah here? Where's Deborah?
I think she's
here
in the next room.
All right.
So you are to switch because you're.
I have mistakenly parked in the garage that closes at 5 o'clock. So I have to be out of here by 1:45.
We should plan. We should all plan.
That's the right thing to do. Because you see how many people we've lost already.
Yeah.
These are people over here, but now they're gone. All right, let me let them. Hi, Deborah.
Bill, how are you? Bill,
Deborah.
how are you? I just say Bill a couple times.
That's it.
And then it covers
That's all right.
storefront.
All you need to do. Good to see you.
Good seeing you, good seeing you.
So we're supposed to end by then, and Deborah is going to ensure that we do.
Oh, I'm just gonna ask 3 fast questions and then I'll blow up the joint and then.
Blow up the joint.
I've got to go to a dinner for the Czech Prime Minister anyway. So.
There you go. John, come in.
Yeah, he's here. We were just working on something we're trying to publish, so.
Hey.
I'm glad to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah. Good to see you.
We tomorrow morning, we go to New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then he returned.
And he goes back.
Next
Okay.
day.
Very good. Good to see you. All right.
I will listen to you with pleasure.
The New York Post sent us a poll of Republicans, which is not.
I saw it.
Right, it's pretty good, not great. Yep. And wanted us to review the piece to make that from the center. But there's some ambiguities in that poll which would make us vulnerable. So we went back to the poll, but you don't want to make that the main frame. Good point. Because they leave out the views of Republicans in the swing district.
Yeah.
The good news about Republicans in the red district.
Right. But swingers should be even better.
Yeah, you think, but no, but given the data they have, which showed that there's basically a split, they said 56% of traditional Republicans want to aid, 56% of MAGAs don't want to aid. And they don't give us the overall numbers.
I saw also, there's someone else that put out.
Combing my hair.
Someone else put out a takedown of Sanchero in the heart.
The piece they just produced.
Yeah.
I was thinking of writing something once I get past this thing.
Okay.
No, so thanks. Dan Fritos.
No, you were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about.
Margarita. Why do you always put the legs of the table?
My suspicion says there's a connection between the fact that Putin just said he's up to the negotiations.
Oh, where'd Margarita go?
No, probably not a connection.
There's all sorts of Hazarai on this table. You know Hazarai? You know what Hazarai means? There's Hazarai on this table.
Thank you so much for joining.
You know what Hazarai is?
My brother, no, this is great. I've already heard my main topic, which is, the focus is.
So this one actually.
Ukraine wins.
These are my questions.
I'm pretty comfortable with that here. Exactly.
Excuse me for a second. Are you going to introduce them so I don't have to?
I just don't want to use.
I understand why they're upset.
No, we don't need to. We've been going
Point of fact, we can do it without,
a name and title.
without
Because this-
having to shoot down any
There might be
Russian
something
person.
that's a lie about his
Our
background or something.
jets, not within the territorial airspace of Ukraine. They can
Failed to fall
that function.
exam 13 times. Point of fact, never took foreigners. Was never in the foreign side.
Never trust someone who's known someone for over 30 years.
No, we've gone name and. Thank you. Name and title, that makes good sense. The bios are all accessible.
You already overfulfilled the plan. So relax. All good. All good.
I'm sure it's been wonderful because I spill water on everything.
Hold on, rules. It's actually pretty comfortable for a light shiver.
I don't know. Any order you want me to?
I'll go last.
Okay, you'll go last. Okay.
And
So we'll go this way.
in order.
Yeah,
Perfect.
we'll go in order. Otherwise I'll get confused.
And I'll be short.
Not, not when you hear some of my questions.
Well, I'm gonna give you time for questions.
No, you'll be short, but you'll be like. Like this one.
I don't think we. That's okay, water's fine. Absolutely.
Yes, we care.
Sorry.
It's a quota.
Oh,
check.
I saw that
No,
on
I
the
know.
agenda. And we're only, I guess we're about 20 minutes behind, but it's fine. And Bill Gordon's got to leave.
Okay, so
So we need to,
you're what? Executive VP? What are you?
just Vice President for Russia and Europe.
I'm just gonna say vice president.
This thing, no, that's fine.
I know what you are. Bill, what title do you want me to use?
Adjunct senior fellow around.
Okay,
Just see your excellency.
okay, I just call you all emperors and I'm the empress. How's that?
That's good. Joe Presley used to talk about the excellency of the club.
I had to go for a hospital procedure and they asked me what title I prefer and I wrote Empress of the World.
The last time I went to the ophthalmologist. And they,
Peter says you're ready. Whenever you're ready to call it, it's yours.
Are these,
They're on. You can give it a tap if you feel like you need it.
hey, good afternoon. I know you guys are all excited. Maybe you can calm down a little bit here. It's like the seventh game of the World Series or something. So we know it's been a long and really compelling day. And we want this panel to keep you both awake, interested, and maybe even a little upset at what some of them are going to say, including myself. So it'll at least keep you going here and your energy levels up. So my name is Deborah Kagan, and I am a senior advisor at the Atlantic Council with the Eurasia Center. And I am delighted that Margarita asked me to moderate this panel today. And we have a very auspicious crew here, and they're all very opinionated.
which I think is a good thing. So I'm going to start by, we have Ambassador William Courtney, who is an adjunct senior fellow at RAND, Ambassador John Herbst, who is the director of the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council, Ambassador William Taylor, who is the vice president at United States Institute for Peace. And we have His Majesty Peter Mattis, who's the head of this, and I prefer to be called Empress of the World, as I say jokingly to people when they ask me my title. So, so glad that you're all here with us today. And I think because it's been a long day, we're just gonna kick this off with a couple of questions, and we're gonna start by going left to right over here. So my first question is, you've looked at what this is about. This is about the US was not necessarily prepared for the collapse of the Soviet Union. And my argument is that, as with most things, those of us who've served in government, regardless of administration, we might have lots of plans on the shelf, but when it comes to crisis, we tend to act very reflexively, don't we? I mean, it's just like, oh my God, what am I going to do? And we rub our hands together and people throw out ideas, and some of them are palatable and some of them not so much. So I think this is a great conference and a great question to ask. So as I want to start with you, Ambassador Courtney, just say, please give me a few minutes on what the key issues you would highlight if the collapse of Russia happens, and how would you recommend the United States respond?
Thank you, Empress. Appreciate it. So it'll be different. The last time the Soviet Union collapsed, we in the West generally treated most Soviet people as innocent victims of totalitarian rule. This time, if there's a collapse, in the West, we're going to take a more careful, skeptical approach. Most of the citizens of Russia backed the illegal annexation of Crimea. A majority may still be supporting even the war on Ukraine. So our focus will be different. The last time the Soviet Union had been bankrupted, literally, at the end of Gorbachev's reign. So we rushed out, project Provide Hope. We flew large cargo aircraft full of medicines and food to the former Soviet Union. It was a very hard winter, 91, 92. And then we enacted something called the Freedom Support Act, $2.5 billion of assistance after that. We really went all the way. Later, we kept doing other things, including inviting Russia into the G8. That won't happen this time. This time, we're going to have higher standards. We are going to make sure that if Russia wants to be received in the West in a better way, that they're going to have to perform better. But there will be some things that won't change. One will be that there will be eagerness of Western business to get back into Russia, and particularly for Europe to obtain access to Russian gas, Russian energy, especially gas. Energy prices in Europe are 2 or 3 times higher than in the United States. For a lot of companies, Germany is a particular problem. The energy costs are so high that companies are no longer competitive. Some German companies are actually moving to the United States because our energy prices are lower. So if there's a regime change, but it will depend on the type of the regime change. If it's a liberalizing regime change, as occurred the last time, then we will be more open in the West. If there is not a liberalizing regime change and Russian troops stay in Ukraine, then we will keep the sanctions on, we'll keep aiding Ukraine militarily, and hopefully we will retain the $300 billion in central bank assets.
Thank you. Over to you, Ambassador Herbst.
Look, there is a conceit in Washington, maybe not surprising given the now almost 80-year run we've had as the world's indispensable nation, that somehow we're able to determine events in far-flung places. And maybe as a result of our failures in the greater Middle East over the past 20 years, we understand that's actually not possible. And I would hope that our policymakers, if in fact Russia were to begin to fragment, would understand the limits of our power. I'm not sure the fragmentation of Russia is in our interest. I am sure that for us to push for this as an outcome would only strengthen the hand of the bad guys in Russia. Because they're already saying that, you know, the crisis in Ukraine was provoked by a hostile West, especially a hostile United States, coming to take Russia apart. So this should not be our objective. We should not talk about it. But we need to be prepared for not just the dangers of the moment, but dangers or circumstances that might come. The danger of the moment, without a doubt, the number one danger is an aggressive nuclear superpower, not economic superpower, not conventional military superpower, but nuclear superpower that is trying to subjugate a large nation in Eastern Europe as a prelude to moving further west. So our attention should be focused like a laser on dealing with that danger and not proceeding with caution because of our worries about future contingencies that may or may not happen. And there is a problem that the current administration, which understands it will be a disaster if Putin were to win in Ukraine, is intimidated by Moscow's nuclear threats, and B, when they're not intimidated by Moscow's nuclear threats, has scared itself with the scarecrow of a potential Russian fragmentation later. Those things have hindered a more energetic response and have also made it easier for the know-nothing right to come in and say we have to stop all aid to Ukraine, which is just a reminder that now, however unhappy we are with the administration, there are political forces in this country which are more dangerous to our national interest than the timidity in the current White House. Okay, so let's win this war. Let's win it sooner. Let's start by getting the aid package passed and then sending the weapons to Ukraine that will enable Ukraine to win this war. I suspect were that to happen, we would see a loosening of central control in Russia. We probably see the end of Vladimir Putin as the leader of Russia. All good things, although I'm not predicting it would definitely happen. But Russian history suggests that's what occurs when splendid little wars turn out to be not so splendid. We saw it in Russia after the Crimean War. We saw it in Russia after the Russo-Japanese War. We saw it in a spectacular way after in the midst of World War I. We also saw it in a way at the end of the Cold War. So the prospects of decentralization in Russia following a defeat in Ukraine is real. The notion that that decentralization would lead to a lasting split up of Russia, again, if the historical record is any indicator, is not likely. And again, I see danger in us highlighting this as an objective now, because that just strengthens the guys we want to weaken. Now, going back to where I started, we don't control events in many parts of the world, which is a good thing, actually. And we should not overestimate our ability to impact such events. So if there's going to be a split up of Russia, well, it happened, and we should adjust to it. And our adjustment should include dealing with the problem we faced at the end of the Soviet Union of potential loose nukes and other weapons of mass destruction. We should make sure, were there to be a fracturing of Russia, that China does not gobble up significant portions of the Russian Far East or of Siberia. We're in a position to work with responsible powers, especially Japan and South Korea, on that prospect, and for that matter, India. These are all things we should have in mind. But the key, and I can't emphasize this enough, at a moment when the wisdom of American policy is greatly in doubt, and the prospects of continued American global leadership is truly in doubt, the need to focus on job one, which is concentrating our resources, first to get the aid package through the House and then the Senate, and then to arm Ukraine appropriately and beat Putin in Ukraine.
Thank you. So thanks for jumping the gun to my next two questions. Appreciate that.
I aim, please, Empress.
So I'm gonna do something a little bit different here. I'm gonna ask you the same questions, both of you, but also feel free to jump in and comment on what our first two speakers have said. I'd like to sort of mix it up a little bit and get a sort of a discussion and dialogue going here.
Mix it up a little bit, Deborah. Okay.
What a shock.
What a shock. Let me then comment on a couple things. One is our attitude toward the breakup of Russia. Not a frightening prospect. I agree it should not be our main topic. Our main focus, as John has said, is Ukraine. We want Ukraine to win. We want Ukraine to be victorious. That is our focus, and that is what we need to do. And John's outlined exactly the kinds of things that need to happen in Congress this week. But John has reminded us that the Soviet Union broke up. And just before it broke up, and this has already been referred to, I suspect. And in fact, as I saw a picture of George H.W. Bush on the screen, just as one of the last presentations there, which reminds us that our President George H.W. Bush, gave a speech in Kyiv after coming from Moscow, by the way. He came from Moscow and stopped in Kyiv in 1991. And said to the Ukrainians, stay calm. Don't rock the boat. Appropriately known as the Chicken Kiev speech. And my bet is, and here's where I disagree a little bit with John, I haven't heard anybody in this administration who's ready to give or has given or is thinking about giving a Chicken Kiev speech. I've not heard this. I think we've learned something from that first episode because that George H.W. Bush, may he rest in peace, probably regretted that speech to his end. And that's not to be repeated. And I don't think there's a danger of being repeated. And because we remember what happened. Soviet Union disappeared, imploded, as everyone in this room knows much better than I, and the sky didn't fall. There's a lot of work to be done, and John's outlined a couple of things that need to be done on nuclear weapons. There was a concern, I think Bill mentioned this big airlift in 1991, 1992. We were worried that there could be humanitarian disasters across. Well, we've learned some things. And that should not be our major concern. Our major concern, again, should be focused on Ukraine, providing the weapons and the other support that Ukraine needs to win to stop Russia in Ukraine, to move them back out of Ukraine. Then what happens in Russia is up to the Russians. It's up to the Russians. And John's right about this. It's not up to us. It's up to the Russians on what they do. And there are historical reasons that give us reason to believe that that's fine.
So Peter, I'm going to throw one other question just to mix this up a little more out here. So why should we care? If Russia splinters, why should we care? Why is this our problem? And the reason why I'm asking this is there have been a number of people, some of whom work for this administration, some in Europe, who would say things like, if we push Russia too hard, not just this escalation issue, but we might make Russia splinter and fall apart. To which I say, who cares? Should we care? I mean, why does it matter? And I heard some of my East European colleagues, great NATO members, say to me one day, that's Russia's problem, not our problem. Why are we constraining ourselves because of a Russia problem? So if you wouldn't mind, I hate to put you on the spot, not really, I don't hate it. But you know, if you wouldn't mind taking the compendium of what we've discussed here and sort of throwing that in, because I think Bill has sort of danced on the edge of this a bit as well.
I will say to Ambassador Earp's comments about balancing one contingency versus something that's happening now, as someone who leads a small staff that covers everything from the Bering Strait to the Baltic and back to the South China Sea, I feel in a small way the administration's pain of having to think about the world. The so what of this, I think, is a very simple and very human one, which is why should we care? It is simply that the dissolution of a political order always leads to harm and moral consequences for the individual in living in that political order. And I can't think of a single example where a political order has been dissolved, where a country has been conquered in some form remade, where you do not have a tremendous amount of human consequences on the ground, whether it is in the form of food shortages, energy shortages, inability to move things across the country, inability to get an economy restarted. And I think that this is one of those things that's easy to forget, that there are a lot of human consequences to this kind of thing. And that's why, to go back to some of the comments, I'm not sure, we should be humble about our power and our ability to influence the world, but we should also think about what are those things that we can influence. If we want the Russian people to decide what happens when it is fracturing, when it is, if the country is falling apart, then one of the things that we did learn from the 1980s and the 1990s, and indeed before that, but those were when the major studies were done, is that when the army is called out and it shoots on protesters, that pretty much forecloses the possibility of democracy. And so if I were to think about one piece that we should be trying to affect, and not just simply saying that, well, we can't see what this is. If we want the Russian people to have a decision about their future that they don't currently have, then we should be thinking about how to affect the decision-making of those with the weapons and those who might go out on the street. Because we want the Russian people to have a decision and to be able to make a different set of choices.
So let's pull the thread on this a little bit more. So I was thinking while you were talking about this shooting on your own people, I was thinking that happened initially in Poland, when the Jaruzelski government fell apart, but it quickly was dismissed. So I don't think that's always going to be the case of this happens and then everything falls apart. Democracy ensued after that. So I just highlight that one example where it was not a permanent condition and it did not lead to more authoritarian rule. But I want to pull the string a little bit on this, because we've talked about nuclear weapons, we've talked about power, Ambassador Courtney, Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Herbst. I'm just going to call you by your first names.
Good, we like
It's
that.
getting a little long for me. We've talked about this, but doesn't this then argue for the United States to be more clear about its deterrent capabilities? Doesn't this argue that instead of sort of watching something unfold, and I mean this for today as well as for tomorrow, doesn't this argue for the United States, who is the mother of superpowers, if you will, with a huge nuclear weapons force, the most effective military on the face of the planet, the most thriving economy, even when it's kind of down, it's never quite as down as everyone else's. So doesn't this argue for the United States to make it clear, without saying we have this stuff and we're going to use it against you, that we have this deterrent capability, and that we're not going to, we're not convey, without speaking very publicly, that we're not going to sit on our hands and watch you destroy a chunk of the world because you feel like it. And is that something that's been missing in the last few administrations? Is it something that you think would be missing in the future and could lead to disastrous consequences on the ground if Russia falls apart? So who wants to go first here?
Well, Deborah, let me just say, because Bill and John will have better thoughts than I, but on the business about deterrence, and making statements about deterrence, there's been a lot of concern, we've already talked about it here, about the possible tactical nuclear weapons use in Ukraine. And when that was a concern, a real concern, a year and a half ago, the administration, I say to its credit, made a very clear statement saying, if the Russians use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine, there would be catastrophic consequences for the Russians. all had conversations with people, but I've had conversations with folks in the National Security Council about this exact statement and comment. It was not made off the top of Jake Sullivan's head. It was not a throwaway line. It was well thought out. It was well thought out over time. And the Pentagon knows what catastrophic consequences would be. They have plans. So the deterrent is there and was stated. Now, your question is a little different. What happens in the case of the breakup of the Russian Federation? And the deterrent concern there is, but John and Bill were about to say something before I jumped in.
Bill.
Okay, on the deterrent situation. Unfortunately, in Europe, there has been an erosion of the West's willingness to modernize nuclear arms and go toe-to-toe with the Soviets, or sorry, the Russians. So 4 decades ago, when the Soviets secretly deployed an intermediate range nuclear missile called the SS-20 to Europe, NATO got together, made a decision that we needed to deploy a counter to that, which we did. All 5 of the NATO countries, basing countries, deployed that system. And then later, when the liberalizer came to power in Moscow, we were able to negotiate the INF Treaty, abolishing them on both sides. Most recently, the Russians again have secretly deployed intermediate range nuclear missile opposite Europe. No reaction in the West, no demand in NATO to revise nuclear doctrine or consider deploying a counter. It's been met with silence. So it is possible that the threats that we are seeing constantly now from the Kremlin are in part due to Kremlin perception that we are not as serious about the nuclear mission as we used to be.
So I'm gonna build on what you just said before I let John pop in.
You're in charge.
So no, I'm just saying, just let's keep in mind that Russians have maintained short range tactical nuclear weapons in Kaliningrad, facing 2 NATO allies, Lithuania and Poland, for decades now. And no one ever talks about it. And it's worth talking about, and it's an important point. So I think your comment, Bill, was very good. And John, I just throw it out to you, but I just wanted to put out what's in that battle space now.
Look, I agree with Bill Taylor that the one shining moment of this administration's nuclear deterrent policy came in September, October of 2022, when the president made a clear statement about catastrophic consequences if the Russians used weapons of mass destruction. And there was also apparently a private message delivered to the same effect. But sadly, before and after, and at least 10 times, maybe more, senior administration officials have said they cannot do X or Y or Z, like send, for example, ATACMS to Ukraine or F-16s to Ukraine, because the Russians may go nuclear. That completely undercut that one shining moment when that statement was repeated after the fall of 2022. And it has been repeated several times since. To make matters worse, Russian missiles have landed in Croatia, I believe have overflown Romania, you correct me if I'm wrong, Deborah, and of course Poland. And no visible reaction by NATO. None. Nichivo. And they understand this in Moscow. I've been not pleased with this aspect of the administration's policy in Europe. But I'm sorry to say the policy of failure to respond to provocations because of fear of escalation is even worse in the Middle East, where I think it's 120, 130 missile attacks, individual attacks, have been launched at American soldiers in Iraq and Syria, American ships in the Red Sea.
It's well over 200.
Okay, thank you. And we only responded after they killed some Americans. And even then, the response was not overwhelming. So there's a tendency on the part of our current national security leadership to cower when they need to be strong. And this is a serious problem. That has to change, although when I say that, I don't have any expectation that it will change.
So Peter, let's take this a little further down the road. So in light of the topic here, are we gonna be in bad odor here if we don't start changing that now? So if Russia does fall apart, will we have spent so much time not conveying what that deterrence is, not conveying what is in the realm of the possible, that it's gonna be hard to convince someone in a Putinless Russia that we still mean business?
I mean, if I remember my shelling and sort of the accumulated wisdom of deterrence, right? I think it gets to a point of you have to have a clear message. You have to demonstrate that you are prepared to act on that message when it's pushed, right? It is the uncertainty about the scale of your response, not the uncertainty of the response itself. And this is an area where, again, there is a timidity on the part of the national security establishment in terms of, as John put it, a fear of escalation, that we have to consider that, yes, we actually do have these capabilities ourselves, and that has its own deterrent effect against another side escalating. And as long as we keep letting the provocations go through, then at some point, you wonder whether or not anyone can pick up the message and whether or not you actually have the channel to convey it appropriately when you actually do mean it and you feel like something that is vital to the national interest is challenged.
So how do you think this affects how other countries might perceive us? So let's say there's a regime change. I'm one of the few people in Washington who's not offended by that term. I think sometimes it's a good thing. Let's say there's a regime change in Russia. And let's say that, you know, what Bill Courtney has said is pretty much true as well, that there's been, you know, these are not all innocent people who are just sitting in their homes and saying, oh, hand-wringing the poor Ukrainians and stuff, but they're really people who support this invasion and this imperial concept of Russia. So you have a regime change. What's the US gonna have to do in order to sort of keep China at bay? If China decides that this is an opportunity to do things not just in the Far East, but elsewhere, what's going to happen to Iran? You know, who has been their chief enabler for decades has been Russia. So how do you think this plays out in not only other regions of the world, but also this sort of greater Eurasian region? And any of you feel free to jump in on this.
I'm comfortable taking the China piece of it. I will say, just to piggyback on the deterrence question, you know, do our adversaries watch and learn from each other and watch how the United States behaves? I would be concerned that the response to Israel versus what John outlined in our concerns about Ukraine were a good lesson to China, that Chinese leaders, that it was a good idea of them to massively increase their nuclear arsenal and go down that road, because there's very clearly a different US response.
Betcha.
And it plays into pre-existing views that are present within the party, that the United States and the West are declining and are not prepared to stomach the kind of struggle that they're prepared to carry out. As far as what China would do if Russia is fracturing, I think their first impulse is to support the regime and to see if it can stay. The second is to watch as if there is a strongman coming, and to see if that support can be put in to sort of preserve a semblance of the previous regime, and then bolster that and build it as it is able to consolidate power. And then third, in the face of uncertainty, perhaps to be hands off if it doesn't look like the first two options are possible.
Anyone?
I am not a China expert, but I am a China watcher. And I've noticed, as many people in Washington are saying, that we've never seen a tighter relationship between Beijing and Moscow. And I'm not disputing that characterization. That Chinese journalists, Chinese historians, and even one-third secretary at the Chinese embassy in Islamabad have spoken about parts of Russia as Chinese. There are many articles about this. The diplomat was taking issue with the celebration of, I think, the 140th anniversary of Vladivostok, and he referred to Vladivostok by its Chinese name. The Chinese have also demonstrated irredentist tendencies versus various Central Asian states, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan. I don't have any doubt that this is China playing the long game, signaling now its intent for the future. Whether that future, especially, of course, if there's a fractured Russia, but even if there's not a fractured Russia, once, again, in the Chinese long game view, they've taken care of enemy number one, that's us, then they'll deal with the little guy with a large territory on their northern border. The interesting thing for someone who is a Russian expert is that it's verboten to say this in Moscow. We know there are Russians who understand it. You know, over their 17th vodka, if they know you well enough, they may tell you this. But in public, it's prosto molchание. No, mum's the word, because it cuts against the current myth that the Kremlin is propagating. Because, Putin, the great tactician, is actually making Russia weaker, facing their real adversary, which ain't us.
So let's delve into this a little bit more. Early on in this war, Russia was very hesitant to move equipment from the Far East because it still felt it had China as an enemy here. And it wasn't until they got desperate for resources that they started moving things out of the Far East into this fight with Ukraine. And because they were still worried about China. And I'll just tell you one little brief story, and you can comment on this. It's what Peter's been saying, what John's been saying here, which is many decades ago, when the Russians still had generals who had 5 stars, like
Generalissimus.
like bushels of them. We had one of our first meetings at NATO on nuclear issues, one of these plus Russia meetings. And I was sitting with this general. I got voluntold by the State Department to go and do this meeting. And I was sitting with this general, and I asked him, would the Soviets or Russia ever go to war with China? And he smiled and he started laughing. And I think he had a lot of French wine at that point as opposed to vodka. And he said, on day 1, we kill 5 million Chinese. By day 3, they had killed like 20 million Chinese. By day 7, by day 6, it was something like 30 million Chinese. And then he said on day 7, they'd win because they would just have more soldiers, more personnel than we would. And not a good idea, because we would end up losing, because there was no way we could keep up with those numbers. This might be Russia's same logic on Ukraine, war of attrition. But I put that out there because one of you, Peter and John, you talked about in different ways the long game. And the United States, as we know, we have the patience of a gnat, I like to say. We're not very good at playing the long game. But our enemies, who also get a vote, do like to play the long game. This is what China does. This is, what Iran has done. We're just going to keep chipping away and see what we can do. So how would you, if you were in a position to advise a future administration, if Russia was falling apart at the seams, what would you suggest to them now, today, to play that long game? How are you going to do that? Because it's not enough. And we've seen this in multiple administrations where, oh, don't worry, it's going to be okay. You don't have to plan for this. And my favorite expression, and most of you have heard me say this before, is the enemy also gets a vote. And even if you don't think they're an enemy, they think you're the enemy. So it's just too bad. You just have to deal with it. So how would you advise putting on that national security hat, this administration, of how do you prepare for that long game? How do you, what actions do you take now that would ensure the safety and security of the American people and a global economy in light of such events?
The last sentence, I won't address that, but John Herbst and I were in the Reagan National Security Council staff. That was a time when the president gave speeches to the nations about Soviet human rights violations, political liberties, when Soviet dissidents were received in the White House, when Captive Nations Day was taken seriously. That hasn't happened since then. The last three presidents have been retrenchers. None of them has accepted the dissidents in the White House in the same way. If we are serious about wanting to foster change in Russia, elevating human rights and political liberties to the top of our foreign policy priority might be one of the both safest and most effective things that we can do.
I mean,
What?
no, I agree. I agree. This would be very sensible around the world. But understanding that human rights is part of our policy is not necessarily the controlling element of our policy. We need to have a certain level of flexibility.
Gentlemen?
Well, I will just note that some of those visitors to the White House were probably some of the defectors that Jamestown helped with Bill Geimer. So
that's true.
I think this is one of those things, having watched this on the China side, where we have been effective. We have elevated those individuals. We have given, our congressional leaders, our White House have made public appearances of meeting with dissidents. And this is a place where we actually do have some of the old institutions to be able to do this. The Helsinki Commission is still there in Congress. You have the Congressional Executive Commission on China, which can do some of the same things. And I think the other piece of it that is important and not necessarily well understood is that when you send those signals, or when an administration sends those signals, information comes to them because there's a desire to say, here is what is going on. And for all of the lamenting that you can do on the outside about, it doesn't seem like people in the administration know this or understand some of these things. Part of it is because when you don't have that policy, when you don't have that openness, there's no reason to be taking risks and to push those ideas forward. But the more that those signals are there, the more you can gather information, the more people who are inside the countries feel like they have a reason to stand up or to take risks and to continue passing information outside because of the change in orientation of the policy.
So I want to go in a little bit different direction here, if I might. We've seen this all throughout this Ukraine war, where there are people both in the United States and in Europe who are eager to try to find a solution to the war so they can go back to doing business as usual with Russia. This is, I don't know why their minds work this way. I haven't yet figured that one out. But it leads me to this next question for all of you, which is that if there is a regime change, do you think, and Bill, you sort of alluded to this early on in your comments, do you think there's going to be a race to sort of rehash this relationship with Russia very quickly? I like to say that too many administrations allowed the arms controllers and the non-proliferation people to make fundamental policy for the United States government. And we've seen how that's turned out in Ukraine and other places, Iran, etc. I don't think it ends well in those places, but I still hear from these arms control people who are champing at the bit to sort of, we've got to get another, discussion. The administration has just started having ASAP discussions with Russia again. It's kind of crazy when you're taking, weapons hits from all over the world. But, okay, so Russia starts falling apart. And then there is this groundswell of people in that arms control, non-proliferation community. There's a groundswell of people, as Bill mentioned, who are still looking for cheaper, oil and gas and other things like that. And yet you still don't know what kind of regime is going to follow on. It might be worse than the first. Doubt it's going to be a lot better. So what's your reaction to that? How do you address that? How do you stop this, this euphoric thing? I mean, I just heard just last week, one person of this arms control community saying, we just really need to sit back down with Putin and sign another agreement. And my reaction to that was, and he won't cheat on this one like he has the previous 15. So I didn't understand the logic, but it's still there. And I suspect it'll be there in spades if there is regime change in Russia. So I'd really like to hear from all of you on this. And if you don't raise your hand, I'm going to call on you.
Well, let me just say, so I won't be called on, that one of the things we should be doing now, you asked an earlier question about this, is making it clear that should there be a regime change, no matter what the nature of the new regime, that is worse, chaos, better, we should keep our powder dry. We should assume that nothing is. We should be very clear that the sanctions, getting to the business about business, going back in, and we should be very clear that in any case, whatever the new regime is, the sanctions stay on until they're totally out of Ukraine, until they're all the sanctions that were put on for whatever reason, whether it's Crimea or whether it's Donbass, whether it's the current ones, they stay until those conditions are met. That is, the sanctions that were reason that were put on. And we need to do that in advance. We need to do that now so that you don't have this rush back. So everybody understands that the sanctions stay on until the reason that they were put on are solved. So that we should do now and make it very clear that the sanctions do stay.
If there's liberalizing regime change, as there was in 1991, the new government will come to us in the West and say, we need help to fight off the hardliners, the communists and others, and they'll ask for us to bend over backward. In the previous case, there was a proposal for a so-called 500-day economic support package to come from the West. That did not get approved, but it was symptomatic of the thoughts then. So there will be difficult decisions that Western governments will have to make about how much support to give, whether to ease off on some of the sanctions, for example, if the liberalizing government makes some positive decisions. I personally am not so pessimistic. In the past, whether it's Crimea War or other things, when the correlation of forces turns adverse to such an extent as it has several times, and I think is the case now, the Russians have had to liberalize in order to get out of the box. And right now, the correlation of forces of Russia is going down at a pretty dramatic pace. At some point, they're going to have to figure out a way to arrest that. And that may involve pulling out of Ukraine. It may involve trying to have better relations with the West. It may involve thoroughgoing economic reforms or some combination of those. But if that happens, the West will have some difficult decisions to make, and it's going to be difficult at this point to say how the West actually might decide things.
History is an excellent guide to the future, although not an infallible guide. I agree with Bill on my right that if in fact we've managed to defeat Putin in Ukraine, there will be many people in the West who want to return to business as usual with Russia, and that would be a mistake. That does not mean that Bill on my left is wrong, because it's true. Historically, when Russia's lost small wars, there is a period of decentralization and liberalization. The problem, of course, is that period of decentralization and liberalization is relatively short-lived, and we're back in the soup, where you have a repressive regime in the Kremlin pursuing an imperial foreign policy. I was working on the newly independent states in the mid-90s, and I was the equivalent of a deputy assistant secretary because we were not a bureau, we were kind of a hybrid outfit. And I was the most senior official in the US government at that time, talking about Moscow's nasty policies in the near abroad. Because the more senior officials didn't want to hear about it. They didn't shut me up, which was good, but they never intervened, never made this a policy requirement that might have averted the unpleasantness that we're seeing right now in Ukraine, which is the big enchilada of Moscow's Moscow's frozen conflict policy. So the chances of us revisiting the same mistakes following a Russian defeat in Ukraine are real. So the smart thing is for us to begin talking about this now, to begin educating people that even if, in fact, the Putin regime leaves in dishonor the Kremlin, it doesn't mean we may not face some recidivist element in 5 or 10 or 15 years later. We can't guarantee that that will produce the result we want, but that's the best way to maximize the chances of an intelligent policy seeing us through a period of Russian liberalization that follows again a defeat in Ukraine. But first, let's make sure that defeat happens.
I'm not sure what else there is to add after these fine gentlemen provided that string of remarks. As someone who was a participant in China policy from the Hill in the 116th and this last Congress, it's really quite striking that you see some of these urges to get back to business as usual and to calm things down and to try to make the same agreements that we watched being broken in the past. And it's not a partisan thing. It is simply the way that some people seem to be wired. And I like what Bill said about set a high bar before we're going to make movement, set a high bar of affirmation that yes, we're different, we're doing something different, and that it is something that you have to be doing in a gradual way and on the basis of actions rather than the words that are being used.
Actually, I can't resist a polemical moment. One of the American intellectuals responsible for the not so successful shock therapy economic policies in Russia in the 90s is now blaming the Biden administration, which does have some flaws, as you noticed from my comments, for all the destruction being visited upon Ukraine. So here's a gentleman who's been spectacularly wrong twice on a country's policy about which he knows very little. And I won't mention the name, but I think most people in this room know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up to the room here in a second, but I want all of you to think about this as well. I used to say that there's no threshold so low that Vladimir Putin can't trip over it. And what I mean by that is he wanted less NATO, he got more NATO. He's single-handedly responsible for 2 longtime non-aligned countries joining NATO. There is more investment in defense industry, in defense production, in defense budgets, not only in NATO, but in the Indo-Pacific than we have seen since World War II. And this is a positive progress from my perspective. And it's one that I don't want to see reversed with another one of those post-Cold War feel-good, sit around the campfire and sing songs together. And so when you ask your questions, I'd also ask you to have that perspective in mind, which is this is good for the safety and security and the future of Western democracies. So how, when you ask your questions, how do you preserve that even if Russia falls apart, even if you're dealing with this new thing, that people don't enter into another age of euphoria that causes them to put their guard down so severely that it's going to take 20 years to fix it. So, Margarita.
Okay, one quick comment regarding the high threshold. It's not just withdrawing from Ukraine. It's also the two other conditions that are extremely important: paying reparations to Ukraine and prosecuting the war criminals. If we put this, if we stick to these three elements, there won't be any chance for this regime or a substitute regime of similar kind to get away. Because that's a longer process and that's a process of holding the nation responsible for what they've done. But my question is about a different matter. Russia falling apart. There could be many ways of rupture in Russia. Could be civil war, the militant groups, elite fighting and real war between them. Could be secessions, could be separatist movements, could be many things that could happen in Russia. And we don't know what exactly is going to take place. How do we protect those peoples that are captured nations within Russia? And how do we protect the countries that neighbor Russia, Central Asia, the Caucasus? How do we make sure that the violence or whatever kind of violence happens, if it happens, is not spilled over the borders of the Russian Federation as well?
Excellent question. Who would like to take first crack at that?
I'll be happy to jump in. I am skeptical that we'll be able to hold Russia to account in terms of the war crimes. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't try. And you might say that's a backwards way of agreeing with you, that if in fact Russia refuses to be accountable, assuming everything else turns out okay, then that would be one mark against them to any opening from our side. So sanctions may remain, certain sanctions would remain in place, certain restrictions would remain in place. Because their failure to do that, of course, increases substantially the odds of a return to that pattern of behavior. Because the Soviets lost the Cold War, we played nice with them, which we should have on that point, and they behaved as if somehow we betrayed them in the post-Cold War settlement. And this became part of the imperial logic for Putin's current offensive, including all the war crimes he's committing in Ukraine. Okay, that's point one. Point two, we need, again, to stay closely focused on what Russia does once we're in the new circumstances. And I'm just repeating now what my colleagues have said, which I've endorsed, which is our relationship gets closer, gets better as their behavior gets better. And meanwhile, we keep our powder dry to ensure that we are in a position to stop them if they come back to bad ways, which means we have to keep our business people in check. We have to keep our Kumbaya crowd in check. We have to keep our fatuous arms controllers in check.
There's a gentleman who about that. Yes, you've had your hand up for some time. If you could please tell us who you are.
Yeah, Pat Blackburn. I'm from the Institute of Defense Analysis. My question is, given where we're at now, what would be your thoughts on indicators that Russia could break apart? What would be one or two of those top indicators that you would look at if you were advising your intelligence services? And please, I'd ask, think across whether it's grassroots, whether it's elites, whether it's ethnic groups, whether it's the economy. What are those key factors that you would be thinking about that we should be watching on? And then I'd ask, have you seen any signs that would make you think that there is clay in that Iron Russian statue?
Thank you. Bill, I'm going to go to you on that since you've had some previous experience.
Sure. Yes, liberals in Moscow will admit to you candidly that they wish their country had had color revolutions like Ukraine and Georgia, that their citizens had had the courage to go out and do that. Among initial indicators, I look at the kind of demonstrations we're seeing right now in Tbilisi, against the foreign agent law. A color revolution, if it comes to a color revolution, that may be the point at which a potential breakup of Russia has a greater probability. I don't think it's a high probability, but it could be a greater probability. But looking at demonstrations, for example, the kind that we saw on Bolotnia Square just over a decade ago, they petered out. But if those kinds of demonstrations come up and don't peter out and gain some momentum, then that could be a good INW indicator.
Bill's right in terms of fracturing within Russia, but you also have seen many indicators of different ethnic groups, different republic or parts of Russia demonstrating their unhappiness. You see it in Dagestan, you see it in Komi, within the long Russian ethnic areas. You saw in Khabarovsk in I think it's 2019. We know that there's been unhappiness in the Russian Far East because everything in Russia is controlled from Moscow. So there are already indicators of how things might fracture.
Hey,
If I could
wait, there was one other hand. Oh, Peter, please, I'm sorry.
just make a very, very quick one on this, that I would look for cascading crises where you see one sort of spill into another and spill into another, where you actually do have a set of connections between them, and that there's a conscious set of connections between the individual demonstrations and crises. And then the second way is that all of these different demonstrations that we are seeing start becoming connected, right? They're already there. It's not a question of cascading, but to see that connective tissue between them keeps growing and thickening, and that people in these different areas start saying, look, the problems that are here are the same problems that are there, and we are all in this kind of issue together, rather than being isolated sort of individual local responses to local issues.
Thank you. I like that cascading piece. You see who has their hands up better than I do, so I'm gonna leave it to you to. Okay, I think also right there, this gentleman has had his hand up for some time.
I am a Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Two trends. One is a relatively flat demographic population in Russia. And in fact, proportion of baby making amongst Russians and Muslim Russians or ethnic Russians is such that some project that by the year 2070, existing Russia is in fact a Muslim Russia. And second trend, when you look at this map and you add global warming, in fact, most of these possible nations benefit. And that could mean 2 growing seasons per year instead of 1. It could mean reforestation to replace the inevitable screw up in Brazil and so forth. So between demography and global warming, how do those 2 long-term trends affect your prognostications?
That's a tough question. Who wants to volunteer here? John's volunteering.
I think you're actually being charitable when you say they have a flat demographic trend line. They've got a negative demographic trend line. And there is no indication of that changing, despite some real efforts by the Kremlin to boost fertility in terms of subsidies and such. But of course, as they send Russian after Russian into the meat grinder in Ukraine, they're actually making their problem worse. This is, you could argue, the greatest indicator of the failure of the Putin regime. The state, their dreadful geopolitical condition is the second indicator. The not very good economy is a third indicator. The flight of the Russian technical class as a result of this war is yet another indicator, which also enhances the demographic problem. What I've said is not a secret. in Russia, even though it's a secret, not a secret, which is not talked about publicly. I think these are all factors that will hasten the downfall of the Putin regime if, in fact, America regains its senses and makes sure that Ukraine gets the aid, especially the weapons it needs, and Putin's grand adventure in Ukraine fails. But looking at all these trend lines, Russia's future is bleak. And again, they've got the world's quote unquote rising superpower on its border with predatory designs, which again are not hidden despite their wonderful relationship.
Gentlemen, right. Oh, you can see this better than I. That's fine.
John said that history can be a guide, but it's infallible. And I agree with that. William said that in 1991, 1992, we helped Russia after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, and it seems that we regret that now. In the past, we had the opportunity to confront Russia in many different ways, but also there was an opportunity for Ukraine, I assume, earlier on to become a member of NATO, and that somehow was delayed, did not happen. And I assume now that we regret that this did not happen, because if Ukraine was a member in NATO way back when, then Putin could not have used that as a reason to invade Ukraine and create the disaster that he's created. Today, it seems also that we are going in a way that it's slower than it should be in helping Ukraine win the war against Putin. But if that help is not forthcoming and Ukraine is not victorious in this war, and then I would assume also that Putin is going to be victorious in that, then what are the things that we are going to regret if Ukraine is not victorious? And I would think that primarily this would be that there will be no disintegration or fracture of Russia if he is able to win this war. And all these things that we're hoping to happen in a good way that probably would not happen. So what would be the consequences if Ukraine is not victorious in this war, and how would this affect, I guess, our world?
Thank you. I want to there's been a woman in the back there who's had her hand up for some time, and I'm going to ask her to ask her question as well, so we can have the panel answer both of these as the last questions. Because I'm getting the high sign that we're done after these two. But okay. So let's take these two together, if you can, please.
Yeah, my name is Asit, and I am the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. And I have a question for our well-respected ambassadors. Mr. Ambassador Herbst said that we need to arm properly Ukraine, and we need to beat Putin. Ambassador Taylor said that we want Ukraine to win, and this is precisely what our government has been saying, and our government stands firmly with this, and our government really thinks that it is essential to support Ukraine. So my question is, don't you think that supporting the independent Chechen Republic of Ichkeria and recognizing its sovereignty would facilitate Ukraine's way to victory? Thank you so much.
Thanks. And then there's one other question we're going to take, and then. No.
My name is Rachana Dogar-Ponte. I'm a president of the Free Nations League, and I also represent Buryat National Movement. Actually, I would complement maybe this question, because you've been talking about what to do with Russia, what would be the scenarios, and this event is called the Rupture of Russia and the Western policy. And we are here, the Buryats, Circassians, Chechens, Oirats, Sakha, and actually, do you see us? Do you take us, do you include us into this picture? Because we represent movements that actually are acting to gain our independence at last, because Russia is an empire. Everyone now can see that. And all the empires fall, and they fall actually gradually and then abruptly. So what do you think about the plan that I actually proposed in my speech about controlled disintegration of Russia? Thank you.
Okay, so we have three questions here for the panel. One is what happens if Russia wins in Ukraine? The second and the third kind of go together about Chechnya and other ethnic minorities in Russia and what this means. And I turn to the panel to answer these, but I'll say one comment. We do spend an awful lot of time talking about our own indigenous peoples, and we forget about everyone else's. So I'll just say that, but that's just a bad habit that we have. So gentlemen, over to you to answer these, I'd say 2.5 questions, I'm going to call them, because there's some similarities here. So who would like to take a?
Just a quick one, Deborah,
Yeah.
because on the business about regrets and what are we going to look back and say that, we should have done something differently. And you mentioned one, a very interesting one, 2008, when Georgia and Ukraine both applied in Bucharest. And at that point, the United States pushed real hard to get a membership action plan for Georgia and Ukraine. And 2 European nations stopped it. But had that gone the other way, you're exactly right. We would not be here today. The Russians would not have invaded, because Ukraine and Georgia would have been in NATO, and that's why they would not. So we would look back on that, and that would have been a major difference.
On the more difficult question regarding the numerous ethnic groups in Russia, of course, you're right that Russia is an empire, built over many centuries. And of course, you're right that not necessarily all the ethnic groups incorporated into Imperial Russia are opposed to being there, but a good many are. And as an American, I can only wish you well. But I don't think we can build a policy based on ensuring your success in leaving Russia. We can certainly speak up for your right to demand equal treatment in Russia and respect your desires to become independent, and to criticize repression against political leaders making these claims or expressing these wishes. But I don't see it as within our power to ensure your success. And I can see the downsides of us making this a constituent part of our policy, because it will allow Putin to frighten more reluctant Russians to maintain repressive control within Russia and imperial policy abroad, including the continuation of this war in Ukraine.
And if, Peter, do you have any comment on this?
Small one at the
Please.
closing. First, I want to thank all of you who are here today and stuck with us. This has been quite a day. I would say my brain is full in many respects. There's a lot to consider, a lot to digest. And I think all of you who were speakers and moderators and otherwise contributed to the success of today, for your time, your effort, and your attention. I'm very sympathetic to Ambassador's comments about, Russia is a country of significance, and that that a policy cannot be built around this kind of division. At the same time, from my position at Jamestown, it seems critical that we find ways to raise this issue and to at least ensure that we're not acting from ignorance, and that we're understanding what is taking place and the policies and their consequences of the Russian regime, And I think it is important that there's got to be a little bit more than just kind of a few words of general support. You know, in the past, the United States supported the publication of sort of local language material for quite a few Russian nationalities or nationalities that were incorporated into the Soviet Union. And this is the kind of thing that is certainly within our power and is certainly cheaper than, you know, some defense equipment. In fact, it's errors off of some of it. And also that there is value in ensuring that your voices are heard and that there is access, again, because we don't always hear and we don't always see. And the only way that we will know is by keeping an open door and open ears to hear your perspective and to ensure I think there are a number of other ways that the US government has supported those groups in times of need to ensure that this discussion takes place in the way that it needs to take place, and that we don't overlook what happens if we're faced with the situation of Russia's rupture, that we don't simply go along with the regime because we want to appease somebody or we want to ensure that who we think is the right person at the moment, you know, may or may not be that person. And I think that's, at least right now, the best we could hope for from US policy, and at the very least, what we should be doing as a minimum.
I can endorse the specific measures you just mentioned without qualm.
And I will take just moderator's prerogative to say one final comment here. The points you've made about the ethnic minorities in Russia and their rights and their ability to do this. When the United States has tried to intervene on this, and in the top of my head, I keep thinking of what happened when we tried to urge a confederation in Iraq with the Kurds and the like, and it just was a disaster. So it's not always going to be from the outside. But I would also argue that you have to do a better job of letting people in this country know you exist. There is a remarkable amount of ignorance in the United States, and I'll even say this in Congress, with understanding world geography, with understanding ethnicity, sometimes in their own neighborhoods, you know, clearly not in other countries. When you see protesters in the street who say the river to the sea and they think it's the Caribbean to the Atlantic Ocean, you know, there's been a failure. So I would say that your points are very well taken, but you have to be more vocal in letting people know you exist. It took forever for any administration to even understand what was going on with the Uyghurs in China, as Peter knows. And that was a huge thing with a lot of attention. And so understanding what goes on in Russia, I'm going to bet you right now that the vast number of people in Congress, other than maybe Chechnya, have no idea of the other ethnic minorities there. And so I urge you to be loud and clear on this, to make your presence and your desires known, because you can go into great graduate programs at very expensive universities here, and they will not know what you're talking about. I guarantee that. So be more vocal, be more obvious about it, and keep beating that drum, because it's the only way we pay attention. And I want to thank everyone for participating today. And I want to thank Jamestown for inviting me here as well, to Peter and Margarita as well. And thank you all for attending this session.
And I think Oleg gets the last word of the day.
We have a previous panelist who wasn't able to comment that wants to offer some remarks before we turn.
We have Sergei Sumlenny, who is in Germany. He is founder of the European Resilience Center, essential organization in providing a lot of assistance to Ukraine, especially in the war effort. Thank you, Sergei, for being with us for so long, for so late.
That's mine.
Let's go out and finish this.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here with you. Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for having provided me with this opportunity to speak at this event. It's a pleasure. But yeah, I think that it sounds indeed a bit like the breaking of the schedule and like coming back to the previous panel contextually. Especially hard to speak like after the such insightful panel, which we have observed with the distinguished guest. Still, I will try to provide like some insight on what is going on in Germany now regarding the situation we have all discussed during the last two sessions. And looking at Germany, we can say that exactly as in the United States, the German audience has the full scale discussion of what is the goal of Germany in this war, and is Germany more or less a part of this war? And that is a problem because there is no such goal being defined by any party, which is the part of the ruling coalition in Germany. And we have already seen the attempts of the ruling Social Democratic Party, the party of the Chancellor Olaf Scholz, trying to transform this discussion from winning the war into reaching the peace, and reaching the peace without winning the war, which can sound pretty paradoxical. But in the eyes of the SPD, of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, it looks pretty understandable, as the party is currently in a political crisis. They have only 16%, which is a very low result. It's not enough to win the next elections, which will take place in September 25. So now their rhetorics is targeted those people who want to stop this war immediately without sending weapons, which sounds a bit strange, but not for the German peace movement. So now the rhetoric by the SPD is that the SPD is preventing a nuclear confrontation with Russia. That is why the SPD is not delivering weapons. And the two other parties, as the Greens and the Liberals, who are also the members of the ruling coalition, they publicly oppose this point of view and provide pretty hawkish speeches, but vote when it comes to voting on Ukraine's support in accordance to the Social Democratic Party. So practically, Germany delivers to Ukraine a very limited amount of weapons, and mostly focusing on air defense, which is good, and now announced the next delivery of the next Patriot battery, which is very good, but too late. And that is actually the modus in which Chancellor Scholz is working, delivering too late, and then claiming the delivered weapons didn't help to win the war, which is understandable. So despite the fact that currently Germany provides Ukraine with more weapons than the United States, at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it was quite a different situation. The US deliveries saved practically Kyiv from being taken by the Russians. Now it's the opposite situation. Germany has recently announced another Patriot battery and provides Ukraine with artillery, ammunition, and other weapons. But still, the position of the German government regarding the Russia's government is very ambiguous. The German government tries to avoid the direct confrontation with the Kremlin. The German government doesn't implement direct sanctions. According to the later report of the Ukraine's Center for Defense Reforms, Germany is the third largest supplier of nitrocellulose to Russia, an essential raw material for production of artillery shells. And the German government is very strong opposing the idea of seizing of Russia's strategic assets, which is also not in interest of this policy is not in interest of providing Ukraine with support. The position of Russian liberals who are in favor of Greater Russia, democratic, but Greater Russia in Germany is pretty strong. Recently, we have seen the start of the public movement supported by leading German media to rename one of streets in Berlin in name of Alexei Navalny, which is, of course, a red flag for many indigenous nations. As we know, the Navalny stands towards the ethnic minorities in Russia. And if even if we look in the tiny details, like the continuously operating Russian Center of Rossотрудничества, the Russian foreign propaganda and sabotage organization being sanctioned by the European Union, its office still operates in Berlin and even offers rooms for Russian bookstores in the center of Berlin. And when the German authority, when the Berlin activists tried to start a legal procedure demanding from the authorities to close this office, as it demands by the European sanctions, they received a rejection with a pretty interesting explanation that such sanctions would lead the Russians to close Goethe Institute in Moscow, a German cultural institution which mostly sells German language course. So still a lot of hopes for normalization. No Taurus missiles have been delivered. We know that German companies start to cooperate more and more actively with Russia. We know that 2 German companies cooperate with the Russian authorities, occupation authorities in Mariupol, and providing construction materials for Russian construction operations in Mariupol, which is an absolutely no-go area. Still, 2 German companies deliver construction materials for the Russians. We don't know if the German companies are participating in construction of railway along the occupied territories in Ukraine, leading to occupied Crimea Peninsula, but I would not be surprised if this would happen. And wrapping this up, the picture is pretty dark and not optimistic. Still, we have, in contrast to non-action of the German government, we see a very strong support, according to all polls, among the German population for Ukraine. We see that the number of those Germans who support providing the idea of providing Ukraine with more heavy weapons is increasing. We have now 41% of the Germans saying that they want Ukraine getting more weapons, and another 30% saying they want that the level of delivery of arms to Ukraine remains the same. So 71% of the Germans say that they want Ukraine to be supported militarily by Germany, either on the same level or on a higher level. And that provides a pretty strong hope for those who say, this policy cannot last forever, and there can be some good changes in this policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sergey. And this is going to be the conclusion of our conference, except for the Washington Declaration that Oleg is going to read. And where is Oleg? He is going to present the oh, yes, okay. Rajana, please come here, sit down, read the declaration. And we have some wonderful gifts here from the Circassians, and we're going to enjoy them in a second. Thank you.
The Washington Declaration. From the heart of the free world in Washington, D.C., we, representatives of national liberation, regional and anti-colonial movements still occupied by Moscovia, the last colonial empire in Europe, together with all supporters of free nations, declare: the misnamed Russian Federation is transforming itself from an authoritarian into an imperial totalitarian state. The captive nations and regions seeking freedom from Moscow must decide on what modes of liberation they will pursue, ranging from non-violent protests to armed resistance. We, therefore, call on all supporters of freedom and independence to coordinate with each other, whether to form citizens groups, national committees, or guerrilla units, as with previous national and regional movements that liberated themselves from the Muscovite Empire. This will propel forward the process of Russia's rupture and dissolution in the territories of captive nations and colonized regions still occupied by the Kremlin, including Bashkortostan, Sakha, Ingria, Tatarstan, Circassia, Siberia, Oirat Kalmykia, Buryatia, Karelia, Ingushetia, Kuban, Smolandia, Komi, Chuvashia, Pskov, Tuva, Ural, Khakassia, Pomoria, Altai, Don, Udmurtia, Novgorod, and Kamchatka. It is urgently necessary to change our approach to the fraudulent Russian Federation, as the military and political criminals who have ruled this failed state for more than 20 years have completely lost their legitimacy. Aggressive wars, acts of terrorism, and genocide against Ichkeria, Georgia, Syria, and Ukraine, as well as the colonial exploitation of the federal so-called regions by Moscow, require a radical change in policy toward the Kremlin, including its absolute political, diplomatic, and cultural ostracism, as well as a total economic and trade embargo. Any attempts at appeasement with Moscow should be abandoned, as they simply allow the Kremlin to rebuild its repressive capacities. Washington and its allies should refuse to recognize any zones of Moscow's influence, as we free ourselves from narratives imposed by Kremlin propaganda about a unified and indivisible Russia. Attempts at de-escalation or normalization with Russia are self-defeating and weaken Western resolve, unity, and capability. We therefore call for maximally proactive cooperation within the framework of a coalition of national liberation movements still inside the Russian Federation and neighboring states located outside, along the entire perimeter of its land and sea borders. The deoccupation of lands captured by Imperial Moscow from Crimea to Japan, as well as the transformation of the terrorist empire into independent post-Russian states, is the only way toward a lasting peace and a new global security architecture. What we ask from our partners among NATO and EU countries is representation. Interaction and parity, not only with those who hold a Moscow-centric view and are devoted to the concept of a unified and indivisible Russia, but also with national and regional liberation movements, proponents of complete decolonization and independence from Moscow. We urge you to conduct an audit of the effectiveness and true motivation of projects, people, and organizations that have been supported for years, financially and otherwise, by institutions and foundations of the free world. Unfortunately, there are many signs that taxpayers' money from NATO and European Union countries is not being used to combat the Kremlin's imperial regime, but is utilized to promote its interests and to eliminate all independent alternatives. A significant portion of the Moscow pseudo-liberal movement either remains under the controlled of the Kremlin security services or operates on the same principles of maintaining the Russian Empire and neutralizing any independent movements calling for liberation from Russia. Any real and substantial changes within the territory of the fake Russian Federation are not possible without its complete and unconditional defeat in its genocidal war against Ukraine. Decolonization and de-imperialization of the territories of Northern Eurasia, as already confirmed by the decision of the European Parliament, will become a reality only in the context of the complete deoccupation and victory of Ukraine, which today is the bastion and vanguard of the free world's fight against tyranny. Therefore, all kinds of assistance, military, financial, diplomatic, informational, material, must be provided to Ukraine in its fight for international law, peace, and freedom, not only in full measure, but also without delay and without interruptions typically caused by lengthy bureaucratic procedures, which directly facilitate the continuation of Moscow's militarism and imperial expansion. The war criminals in the Kremlin do not act alone. Moscow has created an alliance of authoritarian and totalitarian states that act in coordination, including the Russian Federation, PRC, Iran, DPRK coalition, as well as several satellites and proxy regimes, Assad, Maduro, Lukashenko. It is of utmost importance to systemically counteract their disruptive activities, such as hybrid attacks, infiltrated agents, election interference, information wars using affiliated analytical centers, politicians vulnerable to bribery, corruption, and blackmail. All of their offensives threaten peace, international law, and basic human values from Guyana to Taiwan, from the Middle East to the Korean Peninsula, from Mali to the South China Sea. This effort requires our maximum cooperation and immediate action to prevent the transition from the still local acts of military aggression by the Moscow, Beijing, Tehran, Pyongyang alliance to a full-scale global war. If we do not help terminate the Muscovite Empire, then over the coming years, we can expect a Russian attack on NATO countries, whether on one of the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, or Finland, a PRC attack on Taiwan, and a DPRK attack on the Republic of Korea or Japan. This will pull the US and its Western and Eastern allies into a major multi-regional war. Washington, District Columbia, April 16th, 2024.
Thank you very much, Rajana. And with this, we conclude our conference today. I'll invite all of the movements to sign the declaration, and please come here for a joint photo for all of us for the books. Thank you.
Just in case you need it.
Here is the pen.
One thing.
Yeah. Do we have enough space?
And we're going to have some.
Right.
Please, now we can stop the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the staff of.